Well, cranberries originated on Cape Cod with Captain Henry Hall discovering that sand blowing on the cranberry vine itself stimulated vine growth. So Cape Cod is the home and the origins of the cranberry industry for the United States. And then from a labor standpoint, our industry employs about 6,900 people. So there's a big give back to our local economy from this cranberry industry. And then when you're looking at land that we actually hold, so there's about 13,000 producing acres in Massachusetts. When you look at that 13,000 acres of land, the cranberry industry actually has about 64,000 acres of land total. So we provide a huge environmental, positive benefit to the environment, for water, open space, and new things that are happening in our industry is ag tourism. So we're bringing people from all over the world to Massachusetts, to Cape Cod, to actually experience cranberries, where they're grown, how to cook with them, and so we're happy to be able to give back. People look to the Cape Cod Cranberry Growers Association for our leadership for government relations at the State House, as well as working on initiatives at the local level with our local town halls and things of that nature to help support the industry. So we really work hard at educating the community on the value of the farms, our local farms, and what our importance is, to the local economy, the industry. So we have lots of folks here that sell direct, to your local store. So look for locally grown food from Massachusetts.
Every child's first memory of Cape Cod is the road leading up to the bridge, the big silver arch that crosses the canal. Whether it is the Sagamore or the Bourne Bridge, when the family reaches the top of the bridge and everyone can see that sliver of water below them, the big ships and small boats passing underneath, they know that they have crossed over into something special. The canal is the castle moat. It separates work, school, duty, and responsibility from sand, water, rest, and fun. The canal defines the Cape. It separates the Cape from the mainland. The canal, however, was not always there. Before the canal, the Cape was much more isolated, much more remote. Early Cape Codders lived along the shore. People settled near safe harbors. They made their living from the sea. It was a harsh life. Cape Cod sailors grew up on the meanest piece of land on the East Coast. The ghosts of many men looked down on the canal with envy.
In the days of sailing ships, when they were at the mercy of the wind, and in particular if they were caught by a northeast storm and they were sailing along the backside of the Cape, some of them would get washed towards the shore. They couldn't tack and claw their way out, and what would happen is they would hit the outer bar, and this generally would tear the bottom out of the vessel. There were a great number of shipwrecks. On average, you had a shipwreck about every 2 weeks on Cape Cod, and a great number of lives were lost. This situation is a thing that encouraged people to think about the Cape Cod Canal.
The trip around the Cape was so treacherous, the solution so easy. 3,000 men can tell you how important the canal is. Boston and New York were the two busiest ports on the East Coast. Right between them was Cape Cod. Boats from the south, loaded with cotton and coal, would pass boats from the north, laden with lumber and ice. They all had to round the Cape.
Cape Cod was notorious for shipwrecks. 3,000 to 4,000 ships have wrecked off the coast of Cape Cod. And many people at first glance of that statistic think that that's a lot of shipwrecks. But when you look at the factors involved in the shipwrecks, you understand and appreciate that probably there should have been a lot more shipwrecks. As early as the 17th century, Cape Cod was marked on the chart as being treacherous.
It's treacherous because the water can shoal very rapidly. Where there was deep water a week before, there may now be shallow water. And so it's very difficult, for instance, to make navigation charts and keep them up to date because of the rate at which the bottom is changing.
So we know that Cape Cod was dangerous because it was the continent's busiest shipping channel. Approximately 15,000 vessels passed the arm of the Cape per year in the late 19th century. So that tremendous volume of shipping, combined with the primitive ships that were out here by 20th century standards. And then you have Cape Cod itself, which is kind of a mystical blend of navigational hazards, fog, powerful northeast storms, heavy surf, shifting sandbars, underwater sand shoals, strong tides and currents.
The combination of all these factors turned the shoals off Cape Cod into a graveyard for ships. Over 3,000 ships would not make it around the Cape.
Nauset Beach, which stretches along the whole coast of Orleans and Eastham, holds in its fatal sands skeletons of vessels from half the seaports in the world. Henry Kittredge.
I've read many accounts in the Life-Saving Service reports about skippers who waited until the last minute to tack and didn't have enough freeboard to get around and ended up aground. And then once you ran aground on one of those big, heavily laden schooners, it usually broke the back of the schooner because the cargo was so much heavier than the vessel itself. There's a triangle right off Cape Cod. If you get caught in that triangle in a northeast wind, sometimes you could beat off, most of the times you couldn't, and you ended up on the beach. That's why I say the skippers used to run their easting down and try to get 50 or more miles east of Cape Cod when going around.
Obviously, the list of shipwrecks is too long to go completely through, but there are some notorious famous shipwrecks that kind of are milestones in Cape Cod's shipwreck problem. The Sparrowhawk was the first recorded shipwreck off of Cape Cod, 1626.
The Sparrowhawk was bringing new colonists from England to Virginia when she was wrecked off of Nauset Beach. Two natives took a message from the survivors to the only other whites they knew, the Pilgrims at Plymouth. The Pilgrims themselves had settled in Plymouth after a brief stop in Provincetown and a close call with the shoals off the Cape.
Jump ahead nearly 100 years and you have the wreck of a pirate ship off of Cape Cod, off of present-day Wellfleet, a ship called the Widow. And the Widow went aground about 200 yards offshore in a horrific storm.
The Widow was a pirate ship. She was on her way north from a very profitable winter in the Caribbean. The crew wanted to try their luck in the Far East. The ships working the China trade were filled with valuable cargo, and the pirates on the Widow were eager to take it. Their captain, Sam Bellamy, better known as Black Bellamy, wanted to make a stop along the way. Black Bellamy was in love with a Cape Cod girl.
Legend goes that Bellamy arrived on the Cape. This is prior to him, his piracy of the Widow. But he arrived on the Cape and was here for a few months. And he met and fell in love with, and she fell in love with him, Goody Hallett of Eastham. Now, Goody was a young girl, easily convinced, and when Bellamy left the Cape, he promised Goody he would return. And then shortly after he left, Goody discovered that she was with child. And of course, in those days, if you were with child and you weren't married, why, you were banished from the community because this was the greatest sin on earth. and but the child was stillborn, and Goody was exiled to the dunes, and she lived in an old shack on the dunes, and she used to walk up and down the dunes at night screaming invectives at Bellamy. But more interesting is if you go down to the beach at night these days, and during a dark and stormy night, you can still hear Goody screaming invectives from the top of the dunes if you listen closely enough. Because most people think it's the wind coming around the dunes, but I think it's Goody Hallett.
Goody Hallett was just one of the many stories sailors told each other about Cape Cod. The sailors also said there were mooncussers on the Cape. The mooncussers were sort of pirates without a boat. It said that the mooncussers would light a lamp on a dark and deserted stretch of beach, hoping to lure a ship to its doom. The mooncussers would wait on the beach for the ship to crash on the shoals, and then, after the crew had drowned, they would row out and strip the ship.
Don't go ashore on the backside of Cape Cod, for there's a woman waiting on the beach with a brick in her stocking. Old sailor saying.
Mooncussers may have been an invention of an overly imaginative sailor, or maybe they never got caught, because there is no record of anyone luring ships to their doom. There is, however, plenty of evidence to suggest that Cape Codders were smart enough to make a profit if a ship was unfortunate enough to wreck on the shores.
Collins, the keeper, told us he found obstinate resistance on Cape Cod to the project of building a lighthouse on this coast, for it would injure the wrecking business. Ralph Waldo Emerson.
They called it wrecking, and sometimes shipping companies would pay them to recover the cargo, and sometimes, by the time the owners learned of their loss, it would be hidden in the barns of Cape Cod. Either way, a good Cape Cod man always kept an eye on the sea. That doesn't mean Cape Codders were hoping for shipwrecks. A wreck was usually a sad occasion. There was, however, one wreck that patriot Cape Codders enjoyed. It was a British ship during the Revolutionary War, the Somerset.
One of the most famous shipwrecks, and oddly one of the unusual shipwrecks on the Cape, was a military vessel. We didn't have a lot of shipwrecks that were military vessels, nor do we have a lot of passenger ferries that were shipwrecks. Most of the shipwrecks were the freighters, the barges, the 3, 4, or 5-masted schooners.
The Somerset had blockaded the entrance to Boston Harbor at the beginning of the Revolutionary War.
The Somerset's crew, during the storm, during the shipwreck, many perished. The Somerset itself, when the storm broke, was burned to the waterline by the local patriots.
One of the most tragic wrecks was the Portland.
The Portland was a passenger steamship carrying passengers from Boston to Portland, Maine. Got caught in the storm due to the fact that the weather reports were slow in coming in.
The Portland left Boston bound for Portland, Maine, just ahead of the storm. The storm pushed her back past Gloucester, past Boston, and to the outer reaches of Cape Cod.
And the Portland eventually broke apart off of the shores of Cape Cod. The wreckage and human remains washed ashore on the Cape, although the shipwreck occurred many miles out to sea.
These 4 wrecks, the Sparrowhawk, the Widder, the Somerset, and the Portland, are 4 that stand out from thousands more. The fact is, ships had to sail around the Cape, and not all of them would make it.
There's an inevitability that you couldn't prevent shipwrecks, but then the focus was on just helping shipwreck victims get off the shipwrecks and back to shore. The early efforts at saving shipwreck victims or assisting them came with the Massachusetts Humane Society in the 1780s. It was a private organization recognizing the need to help shipwreck victims once they came ashore. There were a series of huts that were built along the Massachusetts shoreline. They had wood stoves or coal stoves and food supplies. And the theory was that the mariners, if they made it to shore at that point, the huts would serve as a way to keep them alive. The life-saving service and the life-saving stations were built and manned beginning in the 1870s and had a long history of saving people off of shipwrecks. We're in the Old Harbor Life Saving Station, which was one of 13 stations built on Cape Cod. And we knew that this station was one of the last to be built on the Cape. The attempt of the builders of the life-saving stations was to have a station every 5 miles on the outer beach. There were two types of rescue in the early life-saving service, both of which by 20th century standards are pretty primitive. 90% of the rescues were attempted with a surf boat. The other 10% of the time, a line was fired to the ship in distress with hopes that the crew was still alive and could rig lines to their mast and then one at a time come back to shore in a cork life ring with canvas pants. The Old Harbor Station responded to many shipwrecks. It rescued over 200 ships and rescued over 300 victims. I think it's interesting to note the kind of the feeling of inevitability about shipwrecks and that they were going to happen. So the focus was on the efforts of saving and comforting the victims.
The annals of this voracious beach. Who could write them unless it was a shipwrecked sailor? How many have seen it only in the midst of danger and distress, the last strip of earth which their mortal eyes behold? Henry David Thoreau.
Although it was little comfort to the victims, there was a way to avoid sailing around the Cape. The natives had shown it to the Pilgrims. Unfortunately, it involved going up a river and portaging across to another river, something a cargo ship could not do. But it was another way, a place, a perfect spot to cross Cape Cod.
The interesting thing to me about the canal is it was, in large part, the site of the canal was prepared by the last glacier, in that there were two valleys, one that drained towards Cape Cod Bay and one that drained towards Buzzards Bay. So the valley that the canal is running in was there and was the obvious place to put a canal. There were other potential routes for the canal. There was talk about using Jeremy's gutter. The thing about that is it didn't help because you went right out. You still, if you're going south down the coast or coming north up the coast, you still had to pass Nantucket Shoals. So that was never seriously taken. Another place, and again, another outlet for Glacial Lake Cape Cod, was essentially the Bass River Valley, which cuts across the Cape in Dennis. And that would, of course, done all right. It would have gotten you in from Cape Cod Bay into Nantucket Sound. And that way you go out Vineyard Sound and you would have been able to avoid the shoals at Nantucket. But again, that was never seriously considered. The valleys of the Monument and Scusset Rivers, where the canal is today, were by far the most inviting site for the canal.
A canal across Cape Cod seemed to be a logical thing because the Indians around Sagamore and so forth, they had shown the Pilgrims that if there was a place between Scusset River on the Cape Cod Bay side and Monument River on the Buzzards Bay side, that where they used to portage their boats between one bay and another.
The Pilgrims at Plymouth needed access to the south. They were in debt to the corporation in England that had financed their move to the New World. While they did trade with the local Indians, trading with the Dutch who had settled in Manhattan would be much more profitable.
Well, around 1626-27, rather than try to continually try to go around the Cape, which they usually didn't do at all with their small shallops, they had several small shallops, workboats, such as the one anchored by the Mayflower. They said the thing to do would be to go up Scusset Creek, make the 4 or 5 mile portage of goods in carts or maybe on people's backs to the Monument River and then they could take a shallop and go out into Buzzards Bay. And to save the trouble of carting everything all the time, they built a little trading post at Aptuxet.
Aptuxet could be considered America's first store. The trading post was a meeting place for the Dutch, Pilgrims, and Indians. For the Pilgrims, it was an open door to the south. It was here that America's first currency was used. Polished bits of clamshells, known as wampum, had an established value. At the trading post, goods could be traded for goods or goods for wampum. For the Pilgrims, Aptuxet was convenient, and it was safe.
Once they were at Aptuxet, they could put their boats in and reach any place they wanted to the south. Their real enemies were pirates. We do know that pirates captured 2 of their ships on the high seas. French captured 1, Turks captured another. Here they were safe because they were up the river, out of sight of Buzzards Bay, and yet ocean-going boats could come up that river, but only on a high tide. That wouldn't stop the Pilgrims, but it would tend to make a pirate think twice about getting stuck up a river waiting for the next high tide.
So of all these varied ideas to cross Cape Cod with a canal, the best one was still the original one, and that is across what I call the Isthmus of Cape Cod, from Sandwich to Buzzards Bay. It seemed as if nature intended that a canal be built there.
Nature may have intended for a canal to be built there, but it took man a long time to do it. Most of the early plans never got past the study stage. There is no written proof, but allegedly Miles Standish was the first to suggest linking the Scusset and Manomet rivers by means of a man-made ditch. During the Revolutionary War, the British blockaded Provincetown, virtually cutting off the round-the-Cape route. General George Washington became convinced that a canal would benefit the national defense, but nothing would come of it. For the next 90 years, there would be survey after survey.
There were many false starts, and there were also a lot of frauds and phonies. You didn't have to wait too long if you got a weekly newspaper before there was another Cape Cod Canal story, another plan, another group.
Everyone agreed that a canal could be built. The problem was no one wanted to pay for it. By the late 1860s, it was clear that the only way the canal would be built would be privately.
So the state of Massachusetts says, okay, we'll give you a charter to build a Cape Cod Canal. And the charters were traditionally 5 years in length.
The charter allowed the private company to issue bonds. It set requirements that the company had to meet as far as depth, width, and bridges over the canal. It also gave Massachusetts the right to take back the charter if no progress was made. This made for some pretty feeble attempts.
One of the worst efforts was the one in 1880. They brought in 400 of these Italian immigrants, none of whom could speak English. They brought them in from New York by train, and these men were given little wooden wheelbarrows and small shovels, and they were supposed to be digging and filling up, these 400 guys, and digging and filling up these wheelbarrows and then wheeling this dirt out. Now, at that rate, with those little wooden wheelbarrows, the canal would still not be finished, I don't think, even today. Well, when they weren't paid and they weren't fed, and they'd been promised both, they became not unruly at all, but they did become frustrated and hungry. And so they went around trying to get Sandwich people to give them work that they could do in the yard or anything at all in exchange for a meal. One of the quotes around Sandwich is that the Italians were very well behaved, more than the locals.
The first serious attempt to move some earth was made by F.A. Lockwood.
Lockwood was a manufacturer in East Boston of hoisting machinery and all sorts of equipment like that. And he built one of those machines. And it came to Sandwich in 1884 and dug for 2 or 3 years. And it actually made a canal about 7,000 feet long, which was certainly a lot bigger than anybody else had built. And finally, that company ran out of money after a few years. And the Lockwood dredge finally was abandoned. And 2 things about the Lockwood dredge. One of the great inventions of the 1890s were street lights. So they went to the people who owned the Lockwood dredge, what was left of it. And dredges, of course, had lights on them so they could work 24 hours a day. And the town of Sandwich bought the steam compressor that made generator that made electricity and all those big lights, and they strung them along Main Street. And it became a very popular thing, people talking around the Cape that they actually have street lights so you can see at night in Sandwich. The second thing about the Lockwood dredge is that it had an ignominious end, which it probably didn't deserve because it's important to the history of the canal, and that is that the people in town went down and set fire to it, what was left of the Lockwood dredge. That was the bonfire for 1/4 of July. And people in town thought it was pretty terrible what was happening, what the children were doing, but I think some of those children might have been 40 or 50.
Finally, in 1898, Massachusetts granted a charter to the Boston, Cape Cod, and New York Canal Company. A man named DeWitt Clinton Flanagan led the company, only to have his financing fall through at the last moment. It looked like another failure until Flanagan met the man who would build the Cape Cod Canal, August Belmont.
Eventually it was built, and it was built in this century, started in 1909 by a private banker by the name of August Belmont.
August Belmont was rich. Among his many accomplishments, he founded the American Kennel Club, defended the America's Cup twice, and built Belmont Park. He was one of the top financiers of his day.
Belmont was the prime mover, and Flanagan had the charter from 1899, and then he and about 1905, 1906, he and Belmont were seriously involved in plans to build the Cape Cod Canal.
Belmont had also built the 4th Avenue subway in New York. He was not afraid to tackle a big project, and he insisted that he would do it without any government help.
The Cape Cod Canal has been built by businessmen as a commercial proposition. We wish and have asked for no government help. August Belmont.
They figured that the canal would be built, by most estimates from engineers, in about 3 years.
Belmont would bring along many people who had worked for him on the New York subway.
The people who built the canal, who were all friends of Belmont, had dredges, and they figured the best thing to do was to start on one end of the canal and the other, and then dredge toward each other and eventually dig out that waterway. Well, that's an awful slow way because you have two headings.
Construction began in 1909. The dredging operation did start at both the east and west ends. In addition to the dredging, the construction team had to do several things. They had to dredge a channel leading from the west end of the canal outward. They had to build a breakwater and a sand catcher to protect the exposed eastern mouth of the canal from storms. They started by dropping huge chunks of Cape Ann granite until it rose above the waterline in a pyramid-type design. After 3 years, the breakwater would finally be completed and consist of over 340,000 tons of granite. They had to move a railroad track that ran down the center of the isthmus, and they had to build 3 bridges that would rise up so ships could pass through the canal, 2 highway bridges, and a railroad bridge. It was an ambitious project. Construction soon fell behind schedule, and there was one problem no one expected.
It was a much more difficult thing to dig than they expected, because in the valley bottom they found huge boulders that they didn't know were there. All their preliminary borings didn't hit any boulders, and then they got in there and they had to blast and move huge boulders. So that made it a lot tougher.
Every time a dredge would hit a boulder, the dredge would have to back up to let the divers set explosives and then move back in after the explosion. As progress fell behind, more dredges were added. There had to be a better way.
William Barclay Parsons, who probably was the most prominent civil engineer of his day, became the chief engineer of the Cape Cod Canal. Parsons, who had been responsible for building railroads in the Mexican system, the Chinese system, and so forth. And he'd been on the Panama Canal Commission. What Parsons did was he said the Panama Canal is going to be a steam shovel job. You're going to dig it's not going to be one dredge in the Pacific Ocean working toward the east and one in the Atlantic Ocean and the Caribbean working toward the west, because it would take too long to do it. So you dig in the dry with steam shovels. And Parsons said, well, the Cape Cod Canal could also be a steam shovel job, and we could finish it in 3 years. But the contractor said, no, we're buying more dredges and so forth. And they stayed with that for a while. And finally, after 2 years, Parsons convinced them that they should do some dry digging. And eventually, about 1.5 miles of the canal was dug by steam shovels. But it could have, if it had been started that way, would have finished in 3 years.
It took 5 years to build the canal. Cape Cod was now an island, but Cape Codders were still Cape Codders.
There is, I think, a wonderful story about the Cape Cod Canal during construction time. They had to deal with selectmen in the town of Bourne and the town of Sandwich. So the canal company said, as long as we are building this, and maybe into the future, we are going to pay each of you, because we're going to have meetings, and we need you to attend the meetings and so forth and understand our point of view. So we're going to pay you $300 a year. Well, there was one man from Sandwich who was not well, and finally he never was able to get out of bed and attend any of these meetings. But at the end of the year, he always submitted a bill for $300. So they asked this man, who had not attended a meeting in quite some time, over a year, you never attended any of these meetings. Why are you submitting a bill for $300? And he said to them, well, even though I couldn't attend the meetings, I was lying here in bed and I was thinking about the Cape Cod Canal.
The canal, which Miles Standish first proposed, which was talked of in revolutionary times, is at last a realized dream. Lighthouse and lifesaver will no longer be the motif of the Cape's theme, for the days of hurricane and wreck at the outer tip are over, with the short inside route from bay to bay. The Spectator.
Cape Cod finally had its canal. True, it was a narrow canal, and tolls for large ships could run as high as $750. Traffic could go only one way at a time, and it was a treacherous canal. The current was extremely fast, and the bridge abutments were close to the channel. This resulted in several wrecks that would close the canal for weeks at a time. Eventually, many captains began returning to the old round the Cape route, sharply cutting into Belmont's toll revenues. The canal was also very expensive to maintain. It would shoal as sand was brought in with the tide, and it required constant dredging. It quickly began losing money. All of these things made August Belmont rethink that the federal government should get involved with the canal. But the government wasn't interested, not until World War I. A German submarine got close enough to the U.S. coast to fire on a barge going around the Cape. The government immediately took over the canal as a matter of national defense. Belmont was elated. After the war, in 1920, the government wanted to give the canal back, but August Belmont had had enough of the canal business and didn't want it. Eventually, the government agreed to buy the canal, and Belmont agreed to run it until both sides could agree on a price.
I started on the canal in 1927, and the government took it over in 1928. Of course, in those days, you didn't have two-way traffic. I mean, the canal was only 100 foot wide and 24 foot deep. And you'd have to regulate the traffic like that according to the tide. It was quite a job to stem the tide if you were head tide. And in the early days where they had a 4-barge tow come through, our 4-barge tow do at the west end, he'd bring one barge back through the canal, drop it off at Sandwich, he'd hoist up his sail and he'd sail up the bay. They'd go back and get the second one the same way. By the time you got back with the fourth one, the first one was almost into Boston. When I first started, of course, everything was just done by telephone. One ring, 1.5, 2, 2.5, 3.5, 4, and Sandwich is ring number 4. We had a follower at Wings Neck at the other end, the west end of the canal, and I was stationed at the east end of the canal. Of course, your duty was to spot these vessels coming down the bay and report them to the dispatcher. And then we had to regulate the traffic lights. You had to run downstairs, put on the traffic lights, or red, or whatever traffic they wanted to hold the ships up. The main thing I remember before I went to work there, the New York boat going through. Everybody used to come down, blow the horn, he'd toot the whistle, and everybody go home and listen to Amos and Andy on the radio, because that was the only thing to listen to that days.
The daily boats transiting the canal to and from Boston and New York was a social occasion for many Cape Codders.
First you'd see the searchlight, and he would flash it from one shore to the other, and then they would blow for the Sagamore Bridge to open. I think 3 blows, I'm not sure about the rules of the sea. And it was quite a sight to see it going through because it was so big when the canal was narrow. It loomed high on the sea, on the water.
In 1928, the federal government finally purchased the canal for $11.4 million. Belmont's losses totaled more than $4 million. Most of the canal workers stayed on as federal employees.
When they had the party for me at the Legion, one of the Corps of Engineers men said that when the government took it over, they got $11 million canal, 2 bridges, and Bill Donovan.
In March of 1928, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers was assigned by Congress to operate the canal as a toll-free waterway. That's when the flag that you see flying first went up and the canal became toll-free. It was badly shoaled, and the initial goal was to correct that, so there was immediate dredging. However, the Corps soon realized that there was going to be a need for vast improvements. So the first phase was the construction of 2 fixed high-level bridges, which were completed in 1935. Concurrently, the Corps undertook construction of the vertical lift railroad bridge, which was completed in 1936. The second phase of improvements, which was the widening and deepening of the canal, was undertaken under authority of the River and Harbor Act of 1935. So we went ahead and undertook a rather vast project.
To prevent the decay of the canal sides that had plagued it since its opening, the Corps laid a bed of riprap that extended into the canal. These flat interlocking pieces of granite greatly reduced the erosion from the shifting tides and defined the canal banks. The treacherous western approach channel was also widened and straightened, reducing the need for constant dredging that had plagued Belmont's canal.
The National Industrial Recovery Act of 1933 was designed to provide jobs for the nation and all the folks who were feeling the hard times of the Depression. And under that act, 4,000 people were employed in construction of the highway bridges and the railroad bridge. If you were unskilled, the pay rate was 50 cents per hour, whereas skilled workers received $1.20 per hour, which for those times seemed to be pretty good wages.
When the government's renovations were complete, the canal had a total length, including approach channels, of 17.4 miles. It had been widened to a bottom width of 480 feet, making the Cape Cod Canal the widest sea-level waterway in the world. The two highway bridges have a vertical clearance of 135 feet and a horizontal clearance of 550 feet, easily allowing two-way traffic through the canal. The railroad bridge has a 136-foot clearance and is a vertical lift design. The 554-foot center span lowers to allow railroad traffic to travel on and off of Cape Cod.
Really interesting, I think, is that they were able to keep vessel traffic moving through this waterway while they were undertaking this phased and massive improvement project.
Only a few years after the renovations were complete, the need for the canal as a vital piece of the nation's defense was once again realized.
Unfortunately, by the late 1930s, war had started in Europe. As the war progressed, we would go down and watch the boats as they would come from Europe. A lot of these ships were in an advanced state of being shot up. Oftentimes you could see holes shot in them. You could see where they had been on fire. I was too young to really realize at that time the importance of the convoys as they were eastbound.
The Navy set up the canal in Buzzards Bay as a staging area for convoys to cross the Atlantic.
What they did was they went down to Cutty Hunk Island and they put anti-submarine nets from there over to New Bedford. And then they had a ship to just open the submarine nets whenever a vessel was coming in. And the ships would come up the coast and they would be assembled in Buzzards Bay. And then the convoys would start. The longest one was about 80 ships. You had small blimps from South Weymouth Naval Air Station overhead looking for submarines. You had Coast Guardsmen with attack dogs, mostly German Shepherds, walking up and down the service highways on both sides of the canal.
To prevent an attack from Cape Cod Bay, the U.S. Army installed an old World War I gun at the eastern entrance.
Over at Sagamore Highlands, they had a big gun mounted there. If any foreign ships come in there, or submarines come in there, they had a crew and disappearing gun.
The New York and Boston boats and ships like them were forced into service by the Navy as a diversion to the main convoys.
They painted them all up gray, and they took off from Nova Scotia as a dummy fleet, and they went one way, and then the fleet went the other way that they were supposed to go.
But unfortunately, in 1942, they were both torpedoed off the Irish coast, and that ended the effective good times of the Boston and the New York.
After the war, the canal continued to grow as a valuable commercial asset to East Coast commerce.
The reason that August Belmont, the commercial reason that he decided to go ahead with this very expensive project of building a Cape Cod Canal was the fact that there was so much coal coming up the coast, and coal was the fuel of those days, in early part of the century and up until World War II. And today, 85% of the fuel that goes through, of the cargo that goes through the canal, is still fuel. Now it's petroleum, of course.
Here at the canal station, our primary mission is search and rescue. However, we maintain a pretty intensive law enforcement program here where we try and get on as many boats as we can in the area to make sure everybody has the required safety equipment. We have 30 people here at the station. We have 5 of us work 8 to 5 every day of the week, and then we have 2 crews of 12 people that work 2 days on and 2 days off. They're here 24 hours a day, around the clock. We have 3 boats, a 41-footer, which is a utility boat, the 44-footer here behind me, which is a surf boat, and we have a fast response 21-foot rigid hull inflatable. It does approximately 40 miles an hour. It's inflatable, so you're really not going to have to worry about hurting somebody else's boat when you come alongside. It's a very forgiving boat. We have a pretty unique relationship with the Army Corps. Due to the length of the canal, which is about 7 miles long, and we're on the eastern end. If we have a search and rescue case on the west end, we have at least a half-hour transit to get down to the west end. So the Army Corps has patrol boats down there. We give them a simple phone call, let them know where the position of the disabled boat is or the search and rescue case, and they're usually there 9 times out of 10 before we are. Also at their station here, we have a large volunteer service, which is the Coast Guard Auxiliary. They do commercial safety examinations at the dock as the guy's putting his boat off his trailer, and he'll make sure the guy's got his safety equipment. And they also do boating safety courses for the public. In the canal, due to the current, we have about a 6-knot current in the canal, which means if you lose your power, lose steering in the canal, you're going to be on the rocks very quickly. So we consider that an emergency search and rescue case. We launch our boats. We're underway within less than a minute, most likely. And like I said, we call the Army Corps, so if it's down on the west end, they'll get there first, but we still respond. And that is, we probably get 15 to 20 of those a year in the canal.
When a ship larger than 60 feet travels through the canal, it requires a special captain, called a pilot, that is familiar with the local waters. The pilots are put on the ships on the fly as the ships approach the canal.
My job is to put pilots on ships and take pilots off ship in the Cape Cod Canal, in Cape Cod Bay, and in Buzzards Bay.
Once on board, the pilot contacts Canal Control for clearance.
2-1, Regal Empress at Hog Island 1 and 2.
Regal Empress 2-1, roger that, Cap. Bring it right along. I have no westbound traffic at this time. The Regal Empress is one of the many cruise ships that come through the canal. Basically, when they call, they ask for clearance through here, which is the Marine Traffic Control Center. He's most concerned with weather conditions and also any traffic in the canal at that time. We monitor and track traffic through the canal with our radars, and also we have a tracking system that enables us to track anything through the canal. We have 5 radar sites here at the canal, each with 2 radars and 2 video cameras. One radar is active all the time, one radar is on standby. The cameras, one points east and one points west. Here on my right is the working display, which is much like an air traffic control system, except with boats and water. It's here that I can assign a track to a vessel, get his course and his speed, and with that information, I can direct traffic safely here at the canal. On the big screen is where all the information comes together. As you can see, the curves have been taken out of the canal. The blue represents water, and the light blue areas represent restricted passing zones. The track that you currently see in the canal is the Regal Empress. From this point, I will monitor the Regal Empress's transit until the pilot calls to inform me that he is clear of the canal.
As a ship advances toward the end of the canal, the pilot boat takes the pilot off, again on the fly. The boat approaches the ship from the side, matches her speed, and then pushes against the ship to make a stable platform for the pilot to disembark.
The ladders can run anyway from stepping off my deck onto a ship up to 30 steps on a rope ladder going up the side of the ship. We really don't have much of a problem boarding and taking pilots off ships in the summertime. I really earn my money and they earn theirs in the winter. When people are heading to shore, I'm going out. And when I'm going up and down this canal, I see many different things. Of course, I see all the fishermen fishing from the shores, and I see them catching fish. They have surface roads on both sides of the canal, and I guess they're nice and smooth and even. So there's rollerbladers, and there's bicyclers, and there's families with little children. I always wave or blow my horn to kids. They love that. They think that's just grand. And it's really the canal itself just offers so much for families. And the activities are 24 hours a day during the summer. You'll see people out there at all hours of the night. At one time I got a thrill of these tremendous seas, but now as I get older and a little wiser, I get a little bit scared. But we get a bonus side too. There's times I go out here at night and it's flat out there. It's like a mill pond, and the only ripple out there is from my boat, and it's just as clear and nice. The beauty is just spectacular. But I'll go out here in the East End, especially in the mackerel season, and I might have a pilot with me. I always have two rods, one for the pilot and one for me. And in the early spring, we'll sit out there, we'll do some mackerel fishing, and it breaks up the day. And once in a while, if I get enough time, I'll do a little trolling and snag a bluefish. So we can mix a little bit of business with pleasure.
Humanity demanded a canal at Cape Cod. Commerce needed it. Perseverance, pluck, and financial ability finished it. Commodore J.W. Miller, National Geographic Society.
I'm the type of person who always picks up trash. You know, I always have when I see it. And one holiday season, I decided to do a reverse advent calendar, which is rather than getting, you know, a little piece of chocolate or a little gift or a little whatever every day, you give back every day. So my goal was to do a beach cleanup every day, and if I didn't, then I'd donate $5 to National Marine Life Center. At the end of the 24 days of Advent, I had missed 7 days, so they get a whole whopping $35, and I ended up with so much trash from my tiny little mile-long beach that I just didn't even, I just was horrified. I couldn't even believe how much I got. And so I decided to do a year-long project. I did a beach cleanup every day for a year. You know, wherever I was, I'd do my cleanup and counted and sorted and kept most of the plastic. And my goal was to collect a little less than 2,000 pieces for the whole year. And at the end of the first week, I'd already collected that and was like, oh my gosh, what the heck am I gonna do with this stuff? And so I started weaving bowls. That was my first foray into marine debris art. And I wove bowls pretty much every night for a while. And then I found Wolverine, and he was my first mosaic that I made. So I made a little comic book cover. It's like comic book cover size, and I use all reclaimed or repurposed wood when I can. Pretty much the only thing I buy for any of my art is glue. And so who knew that I was going to become a conservation marine debris artist, but there you go, and here I am. He is an eastern spadefoot toad, which in the US is doing perfectly fine, but in Massachusetts, they are on the endangered species list. They're having a tough little row of it, and they're interesting little creatures. They're like this big, and they spend most of their life in the ground, in the dirt, which is interesting. So anyway, this was a football. It was really fabulous. It was in the edge of the marsh. It had all like moss growing out of it and stuff, so I took a bunch of photos of it. But when I looked at the patterns on it, I was like, oh, that'll be so perfect for his little chest, which has, you know, little warty, bumpy bits and stuff. It's a little more delicate than I thought it was. But so that's kind of where I'm starting. I'm gonna start with his little chest, and then just everything else is here for me to rummage through, because it's all, I just brought the right colors here. But where I like to start is with eyes, so that I kind of like that. Oh, look at how cute that is. That's so cute. Because then they kind of get their own little character going, you know? So then I kind of know where to start with them. Sometimes I'll find something and go, oh my gosh, this would be a perfect, like one was a mouth of a shark. It was a little buckle. And it was, as I picked it up, it just looked like shark teeth. And so I made a shark. But other times I'll find something and I'm not sure what it's gonna be, but I know that it's beautiful, you know, like the football. It was just perfect material, but I didn't really know what it was perfect material for. But he has such a great eye, this little fella. I think that's my favorite. I think this needs to be just a little bit smaller. And I've gone back and forth. Like sometimes I like to use the pieces so that they're very obviously what they are. So that if I use a bottle cap in a piece, it's very obviously a bottle cap, so that it can't be mistaken for anything other than trash. But you know, already he's kind of more frog-like with his little eye. I find a lot of shotgun shells and shotgun wads, which push the bullet out. People are horrified at how many of these I find. I used to have them all displayed. Now I tend to use them for my pieces, so I have less of them. But it's one of the things that really freaks people out about the fact that we find them on the Cape, you know, because people don't expect you to find shotgun shells on their beach. Their first sort of instinct is, what the heck? Why are you finding shotgun shells on the beach? Are people hunting on the beach? But of course, there is no hunting on the beaches. But as you know, if you watched Nemo, you know, all roads lead to the ocean, right? 80% of the debris that's in the ocean comes from land-based sources. And especially with places like our, you know, Cape Cod, the marshes and the dunes and the roads and the everything, we're never that far from the ocean. So if people are out hunting in the dunes, then, you know, a good wind can blow one of these, you know, or rain and wind or whatever, it's very easily for them to be transported from wherever they've been shot to the ocean to then be found by me or someone else picking up trash. Sometimes you get plastic and it's so brittle that as soon as you cut into it, it just literally disintegrates in your hands. But some of the ones that I find are from the 80s, and I know that they're from the 80s because they have a stamp on them. But if I find something that I can identify, and this is from the 60s, and I actually was able to find ads that have, you know, that bottle in it and stuff, which I love that. And to think, you know, it's like, what the heck? Where the heck is this bin? You know, is it stuck under a rock, or why did it just sort of, you know, appear? Oh, this is kind of a little, it's not too bad, but I can feel if this had been in the ocean for too much longer, it would have disintegrated pretty soon. It's also been a learning curve of how to get stuff to stay and how to attach things, because plastic has its own little chemical makeup. It's quirky stuff. And stuff that's been floating about in the ocean, the plastic actually attracts toxins to it, which is awful for the creatures and things that are eating it, and then also, of course, also awful for us if we're eating the fish and things. But it has its own little toxic gases that it's releasing in there, which is why I store them in buckets. That can't be good for me, you know? So I'm trying to do this part less because I'm a neurotic human being. I don't use any chemicals on my skin. I don't use any perfumes. I don't like candles. I don't do all of this stuff, and I haven't my whole entire life. I haven't done this. Now I literally am surrounding myself constantly with the chemicals from plastic. So I don't know. I don't think that's my best plan. But it does make people talk about, you know, things we leave at the beach accidentally, things, you know, that we use that we don't need, things that we buy that we don't need. So it really has been great. Like, I love talking with people about that. And at all of my shows, I have not just my art and things around, but I'll have buckets of bottle tops or toy shovels. I'll have, you know, just so that they can see huge quantities of things that I found, and then also see the stuff that I've made with it. So even if you walk in and don't know that it's all made out of marine debris, I kind of make sure that you, that you know.
My parents built this house 50 years ago, and I spent all of the summers of my childhood and teen years here on the Cape in Wellfleet. After I was married and had kids of my own, I brought my kids here to learn how to clam and to spend time in all the places that I loved. We're going to be cooking the recipes here in this kitchen, and we're going to be using clams from local beaches. Cape Cod, Massachusetts is famous for its seafood. We're here today in Wellfleet at the narrowest part of the Cape, only 1 mile wide at its narrowest point, and we're in search of clams.
I'm Michelle Sudit.
I'm Denise Landis.
And with us today is Jean Kerr, contributing editor for The Cook's Cook, who recently published her 4th cookbook, The Mystic Cookbook. Welcome to Outside and In with The Cook's Cook.
We're here today in Wellfleet with Johnny Mankiewicz, also known as Johnny Clam, and he's the assistant shellfish warden for Wellfleet. And I believe he's holding some of these beautiful bivalves, quahogs, in his hand. Johnny, tell us a little bit about what you do.
Well, what we do is we're a police agency and a propagation agency charged with managing the town of Wellfleet's private and public shellfish areas. The bulk of Wellfleet's commercial harvest of quahogs or clams is aquacultural harvest. So you guys are interested in digging clams and harvesting them and for a cooking application. And what here is I have 2 different sizes. This size here, the larger size, is what we call top necks. The ideal culinary application for that would be, say, Clams Casino, or it's a half-shell clam for someone who really does like clams and not small. Right here is the very most popular size, and this is a count neck or little neck. And this is a size that's served mostly in the half-shell raw bar situation, and I know in the all-important pasta dishes that cooks crave. Given that Indian Neck, where we are, is a recreational area, we will use recreational tools to harvest shellfish. What you basically do is get the teeth of your rake in the bottom from 1 to 3 inches and keep moving it, and then when you encounter something, dig a little bit deeper, pick up the rake, and hopefully it'll be a clam. There's a bit of a knack to it in that rocks kind of make a clack noise and quahogs make a hollering noise, maybe like a tonk. So with that, why don't we go see if we can harvest some clams? Well, the tide's bottomed out, so why don't we try to harvest a few clams right now? And what we need to do is to sink the teeth into the bottom, and I'm just picking this area because I see an empty shell. So oftentimes, quahogs set in patches, okay? It's not as though clams or any other shellfish are evenly distributed throughout the mudflat ecosystem. So when you find them, you find them. So the main thing you do is stick the teeth in the bottom and to just keep it moving. And as you can see, we're finding a few there. Would you like to try? Sure. There you go. Yep, you're doing good. And I'll pick them up for you.
Yeah, I can pick it up
Oh,
with
here.
this too.
Want to put in the basket?
Yeah.
Are you gonna fall through there?
No, one will.
Oops. How am I doing?
Doing pretty good. You might try over here. I think I see you've disturbed a few there. And oftentimes, as you're raking, you'll get one clam and it'll expose another clam. They tend to be close together.
Do they move around a bit?
They can move around a little bit, not very long. They can certainly migrate up and down in the substrate, but in addition, they can exhibit some sort of horizontal movement, but it's never in a straight line. They can just make a little, 3-inch squigs, and they're slow moving, so I think when they do crawl up the bottom, it's quite old. But at times you'll see one sticking halfway out of the bottom, and you can see where he's made a little trail.
You want to try, Denise?
Yeah.
Yay.
This is great exercise.
Yes, it is.
In the right spot, Johnny?
Yep, you should be getting them. There you go, you're getting them.
Okay. What's the limit on
The recreational limit for quahogs is 1 10-quart limit per license, per calendar week.
Would you explain about shellfish licenses? Are they always required?
Yes.
And what happens if someone does shellfishing without a license? Is there a fine or other penalty?
Well, what it is shellfish are managed by the town and a property of the town. So even if you owned this, if you owned that house, and it was determined that you owned this tidal bottom from an ancient deed from yesteryear, you still could not come and get these shellfish without a shellfish license. And it's always been that way. It's very old hat. You know, shellfish licenses were required in the 1800s.
Is this guy legal?
Yes, he'll be legal, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. If someone has a shellfish license and they're going after clams, they can also go after oysters.
Yes. What it is it's one 10-quart limit of mixed shellfish. So if you wanted to, on this beach exists cohogs, as you can see, as you obviously can see, abundant oysters. There are a few soft shell clams that are up in the thing, and there are a few razor clams. So in my time, I've literally seen a mixed limit with all 4 species. Thing. But it's primarily, like I said, we're Wellfleet. There's an oyster on a t-shirt. We're primarily an oyster town.
Well, I was going to ask you if you could talk about oysters a little bit, because we know that Wellfleet oysters are internationally famous for,
yes.
for their excellent
And the best
quality.
thing about them is that you are surrounded by them, right on top there. So anyways, oysters are a little bit different. They're a faster growing animal, and they spawn earlier than, say, cohogs. So a 2-year-old oyster spawns. In addition, they reproduce really obviously. What happens with oysters is they have a free-floating planktonic stage, and then they set onto a hard object. And this isn't a hard and fast rule. They stick to sand, they stick to grass, they stick to all kinds of things. But basically, about the best thing is other shell. So much so that we run a program where we put out tons of sea clam shell. You know, the big clams that are used to make clam strips? You know, we buy those at great expense from a wholesaler. We store them to age them and take away the meats and to sort of start eroding the shell. And then we put them out with a barge. It can be truly magic. You'll have nothing but a barren mud flat, and you'll drop these shells down, and 2 years later, you'll have a tremendous oyster fishery. We're standing in an area where Mother Nature and some sensible regulations have made a resource that people really do enjoy.
I have a question about something about months with an R in it, and I don't remember whether you
Okay, that is an old one.
Yeah,
that's an old one. That's was the old timers used to say that you only ate, you didn't eat oysters in any month. Well, you only ate them with an R. Yeah, you only ate them with an R. But and what that did was that indicated spawning. Okay, so during the warm part of the season, the oysters spawn, and they're very aggressive spawners. So they can be sort of a little bit watery to the consumer. It doesn't seem to matter anymore. The application is people love to eat chilled oysters at outside restaurants, you know, with alcohol. And it sounds good to me. Yeah, I see the hands going up. Yeah. So yeah, that's what it is. So actually, it kind of wouldn't matter anymore because September's so warm in this current thing. So that's like a 100-year-old saying. And I'm not that old, but even I remember colder Septembers and warmer springs. So basically, it's something about spawning.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Brett Morse is a commercial fisherman in Wellfleet, and he's going to talk to us about soft-shelled clams.
Hi, my name is Brett Morse, and I've been commercial shell fishing since I was 14 years old. And I spent 20 years in the town of Chatham, Massachusetts, digging steamers, which is either really smart or really stupid. I've gone back and forth. This is a good spot to do a demonstration. There's a lot of steamers right here in front of me. When you're looking for steamer clams, and you're trying to find them, they don't always show in the water. A great way to get them to show is just a quick stomp. And you see, they show, it opens up their hole when you do a good hard stomp. Another main complaint is I break them when I try to dig them. The way to solve that is to understand how to dig them. And what I do is, like, I know there's no steamers here in front of the holes. So I'm going to do a dig here in front like that. And then I'm going to go in like this and flip like that. And then you got
That's fantastic.
You probably want to kneel like this, have a very sharp rake, and if you go in on an angle to the hole like this, it's going to show you where the clam is, and you don't have to break it, see? And then what I do is I keep the sand here in front of me. Otherwise it's going to fill with water, and this acts as a dam, okay? So what I'll do is I'll go ahead of the holes and I'll put a nice deep rake in there and turn it into the hole like this, and then the steamers come out.
And they squirt when you dig them out.
Yep, and they're really in here good, you see? So I'm gonna stomp. See you?
Yeah.
And look it up in there, see? So now I got them showing. You want to start where there's no clams, obviously. And so I'll dig a hole here in front of them, right? Now if I want to see where they're going without breaking them, you go on an angle, and that shows where they're going, see? So then I'll go before it and behind it. And then you gently put them in. I'm really in them now, so I'm going to flip that, and I'm going to start just using my hands. But at the same time I'm using my hands, I'm keeping this dam here. See? Because this is when they get thick. You want to, like, I know that they're right there, so I'm not going to go that deep, see? Here they come.
That is beautiful.
But some spots are really soupy, you know? And you wouldn't be able to dig it. Like, if I went like this and threw that sand away, it would be washed in, and I would lose that hole. So by just folding, that's how you keep the hole going.
Can you talk to us about how people cook soft-shell clams?
In their own broth, like with a very little bit of water. If you fill it with fresh water, then cook them. It's mixed with fresh water. But as these cook, they'll release their own juices.
Now they're known as steamer clams, and for that reason, because basically they're steamed in their own
like
broth.
Literally a 1/4 inch of water on the bottom of the pot, and it's going to steam up and force these to release their water.
And then people like to dip them in the broth. A little cup of the broth is terrific. You take it by the snout end, dip it in, shake it a little bit to release any sand that's there, and then just pop it in your mouth and eat it like that. It's absolutely delicious.
A lot of times, like, these will get huge too, and what I do with the huge ones is I'll blanch them in hot water for 30 seconds in boiling water, and then I'll take them, I'll shuck them open, and then the little brown skin just comes off because it had been blanched, and then I'll butterfly the snout, because sometimes there's sand in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'll butterfly that and then just wash it in like salt water to get all the sand out of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can chop that up and use it over spaghetti, like with garlic and onions, and it's delicious. I would definitely blanch those, like, or shock them in really hot water. And do you want to give it a shot?
Sure, Michelle, why don't you?
All right, you got some. See that? Right there? All right, I think it might be a little forward there. You can see it's, yeah, there's the hole, see? So now you want to go before, again, in there like that. Pull that dirt out. See? And then like that behind it, and then you can reach in gently with your hand. It's right there.
I just saw the squirt.
Okay, grab him. Without going
I got him.
Yeah,
Get him.
yeah.
Oh, that one's a little deeper.
You really get strong hands by digging steamers. Right. Yeah, got it.
Beautiful. That's a big one.
Good job. Like this on an angle like that and dig a hole there. It's very physically demanding. Look, you already got one. Good job. You're getting them already. You're hired.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Terrific.
So go in there with your hands, because I know that this clamp's right here. If you go gently with your hands,
look
right?
at that.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
Yep.
Oh, look at that.
Yep. Okay. So remember the angle.
The angle. Oh, like this.
Yeah. Right.
All
So
right.
you just don't even go that deep, because I think they're up at the surface. See?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Look at that. Oh, that is beautiful.
Yep. You're getting them.
We had a wonderful time this morning learning how to dig quahogs and soft-shell clams with our new friends Johnny and Brett, and now we're back in the kitchen to learn how to cook them.
Jean Kerr's newest book is The Mystic Cookbook, and it's full of great recipes for clams. We're going to cook 3 of them today, and we're going to start with Clams Casino.
That's right. The first recipe we're going to prepare today is Clams Casino. It's a traditional, actually, Rhode Island recipe that was invented by the chef at one of the big old Narragansett hotels, and it's become a Rhode Island classic. It's made with quahogs, and you can see what we've done here is steam them in the oven so we can capture the juices from the quahogs, which are just add a great deal to the flavor of any dish using clams. And what we're going to do is separate these, the shells, because these will become our little serving dishes. And then we are going to chop these. In Rhode Island, if you see big quahogs that are stuffed, sort of like this, they call them stuffies, and they're a traditional delight from the ocean. So what we've done here is finely chopped some green peppers, onions, and of course garlic, because clams go so well with garlic. And we're just going to saute these until they're soft. We've pre-cooked some bacon. And then the next step is going to be adding some breadcrumbs, which we're going to mix in with our chopped clams and fill each of the half shells that we've prepared for the quahogs. The next step in preparing our Clams Casino, we have the chopped quahogs, beautiful well-pleat quahogs, and we're going to combine those with the rest of our ingredients. We've got some diced pre-cooked bacon. Everything goes better with bacon. And we've got some fresh oregano, a little bit of a few red pepper flakes, but that you can omit those if you don't like those. We've got some fresh parsley. We've got some breadcrumbs, some slightly herbed breadcrumbs. I'm gonna add a little bit more. And some Parmesan cheese. And turn that into the stuffing for the quahogs, which will then go into a 400-degree oven for about 10 minutes till they're sort of bubbly and nice and brown on the top. And this is the way the Clams Casino will look after they've come out of the oven. And I have some people here that are very eager to eat these. What do you think, guys?
So good. Really fantastic.
And to think these are clams we collected ourselves just today. And the second recipe we're preparing today is a traditional New England clam chowder. And chowder is thought to come from the French word chaudier, which is actually a cooking pot. For our New England clam chowder, we've been simmering some onions and some potatoes and that beautiful fresh clam juice. And all the flavors are mingling, and now we're gonna add the clams, the chopped clams, and then our dairy, and then our pre-cooked bacon. Okay, Here are these beautiful chopped Wellfleet clams that are going into some of their own broth. When you add the dairy, try not to bring it to a boil. You want to heat it through, heat everything through, but you'd like to keep it to a simmer. The dairy that we're using is part canned, part fresh. And here's the bacon. Again, if you're seafood only, you can omit the bacon. And just bring it barely to a simmer. Add some salt and pepper. Just add a little herb garnish. This is just Italian parsley. But that's it, and I think it's better the next day, personally. What do you think?
I think it's fantastic.
Good.
Really. So
It's a very traditional chowder.
best I've had.
Not too thick. It's not thickened with any flour.
Yeah, I think it's really nice.
Not bad.
Great texture, great flavor.
It has, yeah, tremendous flavor.
And you say it's better the next day. I really look forward to having some for breakfast.
Very good. All the flavors meld. Our next recipe is linguine with clam sauce, and Denise and Michelle are going to show you how easy this is to do. But to my mind, the most important thing is the garlic. And you can adjust it to your taste, but traditionally it should have a pretty strong garlic flavor. And it is delicious.
So our last dish today is spaghetti with white clam sauce. We've sauteed the clams with olive oil, butter, garlic, parsley, and white wine. And we mixed it with our spaghetti. And now we'll serve it up.
It's a nice serving with some clams on top. We've tasted the sauce and it is great.
We have had a great day today here on Cape Cod. We've enjoyed making recipes with Jean Kerr, and I myself look forward to making some more out of her cookbook.
Thank you so much for being with us today. It was really been great.
It's been a blast, and cooking with you always is.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
We have said many times we will not initiate any war, but if anyone wants to bully, Iran will respond firmly.
The Pentagon launched airstrikes in Syria and Iraq against Iran-backed militants and carried out new attacks on Houthi forces in Yemen over the weekend. We'll speak with Middle East scholar Nargis Bajogli about how the war in Gaza revived the axis of resistance. And we'll look at the impact of Biden's Gaza policy on his re-election bid. We'll speak with Matt Duss, former foreign policy advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders, now at the Center for International Policy. Then we'll speak with Dr. Tariq Haddad, who lost 80 family members in Israel's bombardment of Gaza and refused to meet with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in a roundtable of Palestinian Americans.
I realized I couldn't in good conscience meet with him, knowing that there has been no constructive effort whatsoever to actually change the situation on the ground, to make that situation better, to stop the killing of my family members. And that's ultimately why I decided not to show up.
And unless Israel changes course, it could be legally culpable for mass starvation.
People are almost dying and they are suffering really badly. It is getting to complete chaos and famine, especially in the north, in Rafah and Khan Yunis.
All that and more coming up. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Amy Goodman will return tomorrow. The United States bombed 85 targets in Syria and Iraq on Friday in retaliation for a recent drone strike by Iran-backed militants on a base in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. troops. Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson denounced the U.S. airstrikes as, quote, another adventurous and strategic mistake by the United States that will result only in increased tension and instability. At least 40 people reportedly died in Friday's attacks. On Sunday, a drone struck a base housing U.S. troops in eastern Syria. 6 Kurdish fighters allied with the U.S. died in the attack. President Biden's National Security Council coordinator, Admiral John Kirby, appeared on Fox News Sunday.
I'm certainly not going to talk about potential future military operations. What I would say, and this is a really important point, is what you saw on Friday night was just the first round. There will be additional response actions taken by the administration against the IRGC and these groups that they're backing.
The U.S. also bombed Yemen again on Saturday and Sunday, targeting sites controlled by Houthi forces who vowed to keep targeting ships linked to Israel and the United States until Israel halts its assault on Gaza. This comes as U.S. Secretary of State Tony Blinken returns to the Middle East for meetings in Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Qatar, and Israel. Israel is continuing to bomb the southern Gaza city of Rafah, where hundreds of thousands of displaced Palestinians had taken shelter seeking safety. On Saturday, an Israeli strike on a home in Rafah killed at least 14 people, including women and children. At least 30 Palestinians also died in Deir al-Balah, where Israel bombed homes and a mosque. Health officials in Gaza say at least 234 Palestinians have died since Friday, bringing the overall death toll since October 7th to over 27,300. Meanwhile, a Palestinian doctor who was jailed by Israel for 45 days has described being tortured in Israeli custody. Dr. Saeed Abdul Rahman Maroof was jailed after Israeli forces raided Al-Ahli Arab Hospital in Gaza City.
The torture was very severe in Israeli prisons. I am a doctor. My weight was 87 kilograms. I lost in 45 days more than 25 kilograms of my weight. I lost my balance. I lost focus. I lost all feeling. We were shackled for 45 days, handcuffed for 45 days. However you describe the suffering and insults in prison, you can never know the reality unless you lived through it.
In other news from Gaza, Belgium summoned the Israeli ambassador after Israel bombed Belgium's development agency in northern Gaza. The bombing reportedly occurred on Wednesday after Belgium announced it would not pause funding for UNRWA, the UN agency for Palestinian refugees. Protests are continuing across the U.S. against Israel's assault on Gaza. In Louisville, Kentucky, 15 people were arrested Friday after they blocked the entrance to offices of military contractors, Raytheon and BAE Systems. Meanwhile, 19 students at Brown University have entered their 4th day on hunger strike to urge Brown to divest from weapons manufacturers who are arming Israel. A bipartisan group of senators have unveiled a $118 billion package that includes harsh new immigration measures with new military aid for Ukraine, Israel, and allies in the Pacific. President Biden has backed the package, describing it as the toughest set of border reforms in decades. The ACLU has warned the bipartisan deal would eviscerate long-standing asylum protections and force the government to summarily expel people from the border without due process. House Speaker Mike Johnson has already said the bipartisan Senate package is, quote, dead on arrival if it makes it to the House. Meanwhile, independent Senator Bernie Sanders has announced plans to introduce an amendment to remove $10.1 billion in military aid for Israel. In a statement, Sanders denounced what he called, quote, Netanyahu's illegal, immoral war against the Palestinian people. In other immigration news, a dozen Republican governors joined with Texas Governor Greg Abbott at the U.S.-Mexico border to show support for Texas's unprecedented standoff with the federal government. Last month, the state of Texas seized a portion of the U.S.-Mexico border and has refused to give Border Patrol agents access to the area. The standoff in Texas comes with the presidential election 9 months away. On Saturday, President Biden easily won the Democratic primary in South Carolina, the first primary recognized by the DNC. Biden won more than 95% of the vote. Marianne Williamson placed second with about 2%. In Chile, at least 112 people have been killed as the country's deadliest ever wildfires rage throughout the central coastal hills. Hundreds of others are missing in the fires caused by a summer heat wave and drought. Chile is observing 2 days of national mourning as President Gabriel Boric declared a state of emergency. The fires now threaten to engulf the cities of Viña del Mar and Valparaiso, which have a combined population of over 1 million. This is a resident of Viña del Mar who lost her home this weekend.
From one moment to the next, the fire reached the botanical park. In 10 minutes, the fire was already on us. There was smoke, the sky turned black, everything was dark. The wind felt like a hurricane. It was like being in hell.
Wildfires are becoming more frequent and more lethal as the climate crisis worsens. In Southern California, millions of people are facing life-threatening flooding, winds, and landslides as an atmospheric river started lashing the region Sunday. Parts of the Los Angeles area could receive around half a year's worth of rain by Tuesday. A state of emergency has been put in place for at least 8 counties, with some areas also issuing evacuation orders. Nearly 1 million customers have experienced power outages. In the Netherlands, police arrested around 1,000 Extinction Rebellion climate activists as they blocked the A12 highway in The Hague. Activists are demanding the Dutch government speed up their pledge to end some $50 billion in annual fossil fuel subsidies.
We still demand an end to fossil fuel subsidies, which has not yet happened. The plan to phase them out was supposed to be presented to the second chamber at the end of last year, but we are still waiting for that as well. So yes, we will return, because the climate crisis is escalating. It's only getting worse. Fossil fuel subsidies amount to approximately 46.5 billion euros per year. We will return to the A12 main road and sit there until fossil fuel subsidies are lifted.
In El Salvador, President Nayib Bukele has declared victory in Sunday's election, though the official results haven't been announced. Early ballot counts showed Bukele with over 80% of the votes. Meanwhile, his political party, New Ideas, is expected to win almost all of the seats in El Salvador's Legislative Assembly, where it already held a supermajority. Bukele addressed his supporters in the capital, San Salvador, yesterday.
Empezamos a vencer nuestro más grande mal.
We have started to defeat our biggest evil. We are on the cusp of winning the war against the gangs. Literally, it's not an exaggeration. It's not hyperbole. Literally, we went from being the most dangerous country in the world to being the most secure in all of the Western Hemisphere.
Human rights advocates warned of holding Sunday's election in El Salvador under a brutal state of emergency enacted by Bukele's government to crack down on gangs, which has led to heavy militarization and the mass arrest of tens of thousands of people since March 2022. Rights groups have documented arbitrary arrests, forced disappearances, torture, and violations of due process. They also estimate more than 200 people have died in jail and police custody. Last year, El Salvador's Supreme Electoral Tribunal allowed Bukele to run for a second term, even though the Salvadoran constitution prohibits it. Many fear Bukele's grip on power will further erode democracy in El Salvador and push the Central American country to authoritarianism. In eastern Ukraine, Moscow-installed officials say at least 28 people were killed in the town of Lysychansk in the Russian-occupied region of Luhansk. The attack hit a bakery Saturday. At least one of the victims was a child. Ukraine has not yet commented on the attack, which Russian officials say was conducted with the U.S.-supplied high-mobility artillery rocket system, or HIMARS. In Senegal, security forces used tear gas to disperse protesters in the capital Dakar after President Macky Sall moved to postpone this month's elections. Demonstrations took place as the National Assembly gathered to debate the issue.
We are only defending ourselves. He meddles with the Constitution. He meddles with the newspapers. He meddles with the population. He does everything he can to put us in a difficult position. I say it and I repeat it once again. We are not fighting for a simple cause. We are fighting for freedom.
Among the arrested were former Prime Minister Aminata Touré and current presidential candidate Anta Babacar. Some have denounced Sall's move as an institutional coup. The Committee to Protect Journalists called on Senegalese authorities to restore mobile internet after it was cut earlier today amid growing political turmoil. History has been made in Northern Ireland as Sinn Féin's Michelle O'Neill has been sworn in to the top post of Northern Ireland's Parliament, marking the first time the position has been held by a politician who supports the reunification of Ireland. This comes days after the pro-British Democratic Unionist Party agreed to end its nearly 2-year-long boycott of the power-sharing government. Michelle O'Neill spoke Sunday.
Today opens the door to a future. A shared future. I am honoured to stand here as First Minister. We mark a moment of equality and a moment of progress, a new opportunity to work and to grow together. Confident in that wherever we come from, whatever our aspirations are, we can and we must build our future together.
In northwest Pakistan, at least 10 police officers were killed earlier today when over 24 militants attacked a police station in the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region. The group, Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, claimed responsibility for the attack. This comes just days before Thursday's election in Pakistan. Meanwhile, Pakistan's imprisoned former Prime Minister Imran Khan and his wife were sentenced Saturday to 7 more years in prison after a court ruled their marriage was unlawful. Khan has now been sentenced in 3 separate cases over the past 2 weeks. His supporters say the Pakistani judiciary is unfairly targeting Khan, who was ousted from power in 2022. And the Grammys were held Sunday night. Several artists used the event to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Members of the band Boy Genius, which won the Grammy for Best Alternative Music Album, took to the red carpet wearing pins with the logo for Artists Call for Ceasefire Now. The musician Annie Lennox called for a ceasefire from the stage just after performing a version of Nothing Compares to You, a song popularized by the late Sinead O'Connor.
Artists for ceasefire, peace in the world.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Nermeen Sheikh. The United States bombed 85 targets in Syria and Iraq on Friday in retaliation for a recent drone strike by Iranian-backed militants on a base in Jordan that killed 3 U.S. troops. The Pentagon said it used long-range bombers flown directly from the U.S. in its largest action against Iran-backed groups since the Iraq War. White House National Security spokesman John Kirby said Sunday on Fox News that the strikes were just the, quote, first round, and vowed more would follow.
I'm certainly not going to talk about potential future military operations. What I would say, and this is a really important point, is what you saw on Friday night was just the first round. There will be additional response actions taken by the administration against the IRGC and these groups that they're backing.
Meanwhile, on Saturday, Iran's Interior Minister denounced the U.S. airstrikes in Iraq and Syria.
We naturally condemn any move against the resistance front, and we reject and condemn these attacks that will naturally lead to the flames of the resistance, and they must act wisely, which is very unlikely, and we do not see it in the Americans. If they act wisely, they should stop supporting the Zionist regime.
This comes as the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights reports 6 fighters from the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces were killed in an overnight attack Sunday on an U.S. base in eastern Syria. Today, Iran's security chief, Ali Ahmadian, has arrived in Baghdad, for talks to address the escalation in fighting. Meanwhile, the U.S. bombed Yemen again on Saturday and Sunday, targeting sites controlled by Houthi forces who vowed to keep targeting ships linked to Israel and the United States until Israel halts its assault on Gaza. For more, we're joined by Nargis Bajogli, Professor of Middle East Studies at Johns Hopkins University. She co-authored the new book titled How Sanctions Work, Iran and the Impact of Economic Warfare, and is also the author of Iran Reframed, Anxieties of Power in the Islamic Republic. Her recent co-authored piece in Foreign Affairs is headlined, How the War in Gaza Revived the Axis of Resistance. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Nargis. If you could begin begin by responding to the latest news over the weekend, the U.S. launching airstrikes in Syria, Iraq, and Yemen, and the Biden administration vowing more attacks are to come. And in particular, on Friday, the U.S. striking dozens of targets for the first time, hitting facilities linked to Iran's Revolutionary Guards. Nargis.
Sure. So with the killing of the 3 U.S. servicemen in Jordan and Tower 22, that is one of the U.S.'s stated red lines in the region. And that's been something that throughout the past 3.5 months, as well as the longer sort of shadow war between Iran, Hezbollah, the U.S., and Israel in the region, that's been a red line that has been observed quite firmly by the forces that are fighting against the United States and Israel. Now, with the 3 servicemen who were killed, it was obvious that the U.S. had to respond. The fact that they responded in the ways that they did, but that Iran very quickly announced that no Iranians had been killed, they are signaling back to the U.S. that they understood that the retaliation had to happen, but that they are not escalating at this moment because their own fighters had not been killed.
And Nargis, could you explain what were the locations? The U.S. hit 85 targets at 7 facilities in Iraq and Syria. What were the locations that were hit? As you said, Iran has said there were no Iranian casualties, but of course there were Iraqis and Syrians who died. Talk about the significance of the fact that in the Iranian media it was made clear that there were no Iranian casualties, and also explain the targets that were hit by the U.S.
Sure. So the targets that were hit were logistical centers, command centers, spaces that weaponry are stored. And these are sites that are linked to militias that are a part of what is called the Axis of Resistance on behalf of Iran and its allied forces in the region. So these are spaces that the U.S. identified and at least stated that these locations are backed by the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, and they are belonging to militias that are fighting against the U.S. and Israel in the region. And the significance of the fact that Iranian media claimed very quickly that no Iranians had been killed in the attacks is because Iran had said that their red lines, they have 2 major red lines in the region for escalating this into a broader war. One is any kind of strike on Iran's within Iran's territory or in its bases. And the second is the killing of Iranian personnel and fighters. And so this was very quickly after the attacks, they announced within Iranian media that people had been killed, especially Iraqis and Syrians that were tied to these various militias and groups, but that no Iranians had been killed. So that was a very clear signal to say, we understand your response, but we will not escalate at this moment.
And I mean, to talk more about that phrase, the axis of resistance, you've said that Iran-backed groups or Iran proxies has been in the headlines. Those phrases have been in the headlines for decades. Is that, in your view, an accurate rendering, especially in light of the fact that you've made the argument that in this case, following Israel's assault and ongoing assault on Gaza, it's Hezbollah that has really taken the lead, because it recognizes that the core issue now is Palestine?
So the axis, or what's called the axis of resistance, sort of the seeds of it began after the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003. And the reason for that was that the U.S. at the time, under the George II administration, was very clear and very loud that the next country after Iraq would be Iran. So what Iran's Revolutionary Guards, Quds forces, which are their extraterritorial forces, which at the time were under the command of Qasem Soleimani, their strategy became to create militias within Iraq that would, in essence, bog down the U.S. in Iraq and not allow it to turn its focus then on the Iranians. Eventually, throughout the 20-odd years of the global war on terror in the region, as the battlegrounds spread throughout the region, Iran also began to form and give training to and funding to and weaponry to different militias throughout the region. At first, mostly sort of Shia militias, but that began to expand into non-sectarian forces. Iran's Revolutionary Guard and Lebanese Hezbollah have been very instrumental in creating what they now term the axis of resistance, which includes not only Iran and Hezbollah, Syria itself, and militias across Iraq, as well as the Houthis in Yemen. And then, of course, Hamas in the Gaza Strip and civilian resistance groups within the West Bank. These are all sort of under the umbrella of what is called the axis of resistance. Now, I think what's really important to note is that these are not proxy groups of Iran. From the get-go, Iran, the Revolutionary Guard, has set up these groups to be decentralized. And then after the assassination or the killing of Qasem Soleimani by the Americans under the Trump administration in 2020, his successor has decentralized these forces even more. So what that means is that all of these forces are aligned with Iran and Hezbollah's mission to drive the United States out of the Middle East and to fight against what they deem to be Israeli colonialism, not only just over historic Palestine, but more broadly across the region. So that is first and foremost. But all of these groups are also involved in this access for their own local interests because they see the United States and Israel involved within their borders and within the fights that they are involved in locally. So the access, in essence, yes, it follows upon Iran's strategic interest in the region, but it is a decentralized access. They make their own decisions, they coordinate at the top, but it's not as easy as Iran says, do this, and then the members of the axis of resistance follow.
And Neges, could you talk about the extent to which you've pointed out that neither Iran nor the U.S., as officials from both countries have said, are not interested in escalating, much less in coming into direct conflict, that is the U.S. and Iran. But many have been concerned that, you know, at this point, one false move could set the entire region alight. And especially so given that, as many have said, yourself included, that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is actually creating the conditions for the U.S. and Iran to have a direct confrontation. If you could talk a little bit about that and what you think the impact of this might be.
Yes, so at least from the perspective of whether it's within Iran or Hezbollah, the reading from their perspective of what is going on in the region is that as the Israelis have had a difficult time getting to their strategic objectives within Gaza, there is a desire on the behalf of Bibi Netanyahu to expand this war into one that would drag the United States more fully into it, especially in direct confrontation with Iran. Because from the point of view of Israel and Israeli leaders, and this is what Netanyahu has stated, is that Iran is the head of what they call the octopus, right? And so their desire is to say that in order to deal with what is going on in the region and this multi-pronged attack that is happening on Israel from across various borders, Iran needs to be dealt with directly. Now, the United States does not want to get involved in a direct confrontation with Iran because it's not just a direct confrontation with Iran, as the axis of resistance kind of makes clear. What Iran's strategy has been since the start of the global war on terror by the United States in the region has been to create a network of spaces in which, if the U.S. were to get involved, it would be not just a war with Iran, it would be a war across the region. This is what makes this moment extremely dangerous, is because, as you said, there could be miscalculation on either end. And it could actually develop into something much larger. So although the United States is saying that they don't want to get involved in another large Middle East war, and they instead want to focus on China and sort of on a different part of the world, Iran has also made the same claim that it does not seek to get into a larger war. Now, what's important here is to note that both Iran and Hezbollah, although they are striking back against Israel and different kinds of U.S. forces or sort of bases across the region, what they are trying to do is to put enough pressure on the U.S. and to create enough global sort of outrage about what is going on in Gaza in order to put public pressure on the United States to retreat from the region, because it knows that, Iran and Hezbollah and the other forces know that they cannot, it will be extremely difficult and they cannot take on the U.S. militarily. But what they are hoping to do is to create enough public pressure because of what is happening in Gaza to force the U.S. to reconsider its strategies over these past few decades in the Middle East.
And finally, Nargis, you talked about this, the increasing support for this axis of resistance in the region. If you could speak, as you did in your foreign affairs piece, of the role of the war in another domain, that is to say, in media, and in particular social media, that is ongoing now, that is kind of changing the nature of the conversation in the Middle East about this war.
Right. So, both Nasrallah, who is the commander of Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Khamenei, who's the supreme leader of Iran, have been very clear in saying that their main objective, that they will not get into this larger sort of what they call trap that Netanyahu is laying for them to engage more directly with the United States. And instead, they want to keep Palestine at the forefront. Now, why are they saying that? Not only because of what is happening in Gaza and their sort of allyship with the Palestinians, but more than that also is the fact that Palestine as an issue has become a global issue for the first time in many decades. And because of social media, it has broken through much of the narrative of how conflict in the Middle East more broadly, but especially Israel-Palestine, has been sort of talked about and understood on a global stage. It's now no longer about fighting Islamic terrorism, but there's a more global understanding that this is an issue that is related to occupation, apartheid, and settler colonialism. Why is this important for the axis of resistance is because for decades, they have been involved in fighting the United States and Israel in the region, but narratively, they've just been sort of deemed as terrorist or bad actors or maligned actors that are fighting against the United States. For the first time, pretty much in their existence, over the past four decades, for the first time, the causes by which at least they claim to be fighting for, which is driving the United States out of the region and finishing off Israeli colonialism. For the first time, that is being understood globally, not in the language of Shiaism or sort of religious and Islamic ideology, but in the language of human rights and in the language of genocide and international law. So for these reasons, this has been a really important war for this access. But also, secondly, Hamas itself has been quite adept at utilizing media very, very effectively in communicating what it is both facing and what it is up against in the region, as well as obviously the many Palestinian journalists and influencers within the Gaza Strip and across the region who are tapping into a global sort of moment of deeper and deeper understanding of the kinds of geopolitical forces that are at play both in the Middle East and beyond. So there's a confluence of things that are going on, but that confluence in this moment has been to the benefit of the axis of resistance. And this is something that they've been working on for a very long time, to be able to develop multilingual media that essentially is able to utilize social media as a strength to communicate broader ideologies about what is going on in the Middle East and move it out of the narrative terrain of the global war on terror, which is the US and Israel fighting Islamic terrorism. And it's been able to reframe all of that into a language of hegemony and colonialism and settler colonialism, specifically in apartheid.
Thank you so much, Nargis Bajogli, Professor of Middle East Studies at Johns Hopkins University and co-author of the new book, How Sanctions Work, Iran and the Impact of Economic Warfare. She's also the author of Iran Reframed, Anxieties of Power in the Islamic Republic. Her recent co-authored piece in Foreign Affairs is headlined, How the War in Gaza Revived the Axis of Resistance. When we come back, we speak with Senator Bernie Sanders' former Foreign Policy Advisor Matt Duss, and speak with a Palestinian-American doctor who just declined to meet with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
They haven't got a word out of me since I got a billion years probation. 69 American terminal stasis. The air's so thick it's like drowning in molasses. I'm sick and tired of paying these dues, and I'm sick to my guts of the American ruse. Phony stars. Oh no. Crummy cars. Oh no. Cheap guitars.
The American Ruse by MC5. The group's founding member and guitarist Wayne Kramer passed away Friday at the age of 75. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nermeen Sheikh. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is back in the Middle East as Hamas is set to respond to a ceasefire proposal to pause fighting and release more hostages. This comes after the U.S. launched airstrikes in Syria, Iraq and Yemen Friday in retaliation for the killing of 3 U.S. soldiers by Iran-backed militants who attacked a base in Jordan. Meanwhile, President Biden is facing more pressure over his support for Israel's assault on Gaza. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders has announced plans to introduce an amendment to remove $10.1 billion in military aid for Israel. In a statement, Sanders denounced what he called, quote, Netanyahu's illegal, immoral war against the Palestinian people. Democratic Senators Elizabeth Warren and Brian Schatz have sent a letter to Secretary of State Blinken to pressure the Biden administration to push back against Netanyahu's rejection of a two-state solution. The lawmakers wrote, quote, Prime Minister Netanyahu's explicit departure from that position, both in his statements and in government policies aimed at undermining this internationally agreed-upon pathway, is dangerous to both U.S. and Israeli national security. For more, we're joined in Washington, D.C. by Matt Duss, Executive Vice President at the Center for International Policy. He's the former foreign policy advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders. Matt, welcome back to Democracy Now! If you could begin by giving your response to these recent round of U.S. strikes in Iraq, Syria and Yemen, and what you think may come of this.
Well, I think it shows clearly that the Biden administration's strategy here is failing. Their approach since October 7 in the region has been twofold. One is to essentially back Israel's assault on Gaza unconditionally, and the second was to try and contain the conflict to Gaza. And that second part is clearly, steadily been failing over the past several weeks and months, but especially now in the wake of the attack in Jordan, with these attacks in Syria and Iraq, and of course continuing in Yemen. So this conflict has steadily been spreading, as anyone should have expected it to, because this kind of violence simply cannot be controlled.
And if you could say, Matt, many have suggested, yourself included, that there are people in D.C., in the D.C. establishment, who've been advocating for a war with Iran for decades. I mean, what are your concerns about where they stand now and how much their voices may be amplified? And how many of those are Democrats?
Right. As I've said, I mean, there are people in Washington, in the United States, in U.S. politics, for whom Iran has always been a target. I mean, we saw this immediately after the war in Iraq. As your previous guest said, there were people who were making clear that their goal was to move on to Iran next. So anytime there is any kind of attack or crisis in which Iran is involved, you see these voices trying to exploit the situation to once again drive the U.S. into an open conflict with Iran, which I think many understand would be an absolute catastrophe. If people thought the Iraq war was bad, they can, we can only imagine what a war with Iran would look look like? This is not just me talking. These are military experts in the United States who have repeatedly warned that an open conflict between the United States and Iran would be absolutely disastrous. But I think there's a political component here. You always have to take that into account. And unfortunately, you do see voices in Washington who always see a political advantage in bashing the president, in kind of promoting this kind of hawkish approach to foreign policy that I have to say has failed repeatedly. And yet they continue to make these calls for more war, more escalation, with zero accountability.
And if you could respond, Matt, to this, Bernie Sanders announcing plans to introduce an amendment to remove over $10 billion in funding in military aid to Israel.
I support it wholeheartedly. I think, as is so often the case, Senator Sanders is speaking for many Americans and, frankly, I think a majority of Democratic voters. If you look at the polls of Democratic voters' opinions of the U.S. approach to the war, this is now an over 4-month conflict. This is, I think, clearly a massacre with close to 30,000 people killed, huge parts of Gaza just obliterated. We've seen in the past weeks acknowledgments from Israeli officials that they understand they are not going to achieve the goal of eradicating Hamas. And frankly, no one ever really thought that they seriously could do that. So the idea that the United States is simply going to continue supporting this conflict with zero conditions as we have been, I think is absolutely the wrong approach. And I think Senator Sanders' proposal here is the right one.
And if you could speak, Matt, about the role of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, something you've spoken about recently as well. A poll found in January that only 15% of Israelis want Netanyahu to remain in power after the war in Gaza ends, though many support his strategy of his Gaza strategy of effectively crushing Hamas and also much of the Palestinian population there. So in a sense, I mean, Netanyahu is only likely to remain in power so long as this war continues. If you could talk about the impact of that.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that is what is particularly dangerous here. And gets to the particularly pernicious role of Netanyahu himself. Let's remember, before October 7th, he was facing multiple corruption indictments. He was facing mass protests that had been going on for months against his government's attempts to undermine Israel's judiciary. And then on top of that, now you have a belief by a vast majority of Israeli citizens that he personally failed to protect Israelis. That it was the atrocities that we all saw on October 7th were the result of his failures. So he knows that as soon as this war stops, so does his political career. And the only hope he has of continuing to stay in power is to prolong and escalate this war as long as possible. And that's extremely dangerous. And frankly, I think it's been a very bad decision by President Biden to tie himself so closely to Netanyahu and to this strategy. And I think we need to detach from them and show much, much more distance from what Israel is doing.
Well, indeed, Biden's re-election bid seems also to be in question given his Gaza policy. And you've said that his administration does not seem to understand the depth of the problem arising from his Gaza policy. And I'll just read a bit from this Politico article by Jonathan Martin, where he says, quote, that a hot war in Gaza this fall may mean 30,000 fewer votes apiece in Madison, Dearborn, and Ann Arbor, and therefore the presidency. Biden especially came under criticism last month when he spoke 100 days since the October 7th attack and failed to mention at all what's happened in Gaza, the devastation in Gaza with tens of thousands killed, displaced. And all this, as a recent YouGov poll found, 50% of self-described Biden voters say what's happened in Gaza, Israel's attacks on Gaza, constitute a genocide. So could you explain what you think the possible implications of this are in November? And also, given the young Democratic base, why isn't someone even like Bernie Sanders calling for a ceasefire?
Well, I think I'm hesitant to ever overestimate the impact that foreign policy will have on a presidential election. But I do think we are seeing that for many Democratic voters, for many progressives, particularly young progressives, the issue of Israel-Palestine is not just a foreign policy issue, it's an issue of social and racial justice. And I think this is something the Biden team simply does not understand or are only now starting to really understand. Again, this is going to be a very close election. If it's going to come down to possibly a few 100,000 votes in a few key states. And if a lot of these voters who you were just referencing, I doubt they will vote for Trump. They may simply choose not to vote, but they will almost certainly not work to get out the vote. They will not do the volunteering. They will not do the phone banking. They will not do the knocking on doors that's going to be necessary to maximize vote turnout for President Biden's reelection. And that should very much concern them. And I think what's going on here, it's not simply a matter of a difference in policy. I think everyone understands the stakes, what a Trump election or a Trump re-election would mean for this country. But the anger at Biden's support for this assault on Gaza is really just incandescent. It is a matter of principle. For many Democrats, not just Arab and Palestinian Americans, but more broadly, some groups of Democratic voters who simply cannot bring themselves to pull the lever or check the box for a president who is supporting this. And this is not going to be fixed by dispatching a few administration officials to certain neighborhoods in Michigan or elsewhere. This is going to be fixed, if it can be fixed at all, by changing policy and ending support for this massacre.
Matt Duss, thank you so much for joining us, Executive Vice President at the Center for International Policy and former Foreign Policy Advisor to Senator Bernie Sanders. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Before U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken left for his 5th Middle East trip since October 7th, he held a roundtable meeting Thursday to discuss the situation in Gaza with a number of Palestinian Americans. But some of them refused to attend in protest against the Biden administration's ongoing support for Israel's assault on Gaza. We're joined now by one of those who refused. Dr. Tariq Haddad is a cardiologist and member of the Virginia Coalition for Human Rights who grew up in Gaza. He laid out his reasoning in a 12-page letter to Blinken. Included in Dr. Haddad's letter were pictures of his family members. One of Blinken's staff reportedly made sure to print the letter in color. Dr. Tariq Haddad joins us now from Falls Church, Virginia. Dr. Tariq Haddad, welcome to Democracy Now! Our condolences to you for the many family members of yours who have been killed in Gaza. If you could begin by talking about what you know of what happened in Gaza to your family members, and then explain this invitation that you received for a meeting with Secretary of State Antony Blinken and why you declined to attend.
Thank you for having me, and appreciate the condolences. I think some context is necessary here to understand why I turned this invitation down. So I have hundreds of family members in Gaza, both sides of my family, both in the town of Khan Yunis and the Gaza city. I've had about 100 family members at this point who have been killed, including physicians, pharmacists, lawyers, engineers, dozens and dozens of children, multiple small babies. I can't tell all their stories, but I just want to tell a few just for the audience. October 25th, 10 members of my family, all three generations of one side of my family, were all killed. My cousin Jamal al-Farra, his son, who is a physician, Dr. Tawfiq al-Farra, his wife, who was pregnant, two of their beautiful daughters, Reem and Hala, Jamad's brother Assam, his wife Samad, their daughters, Rusul, Tuqa, and Nadian. All multiple generations, all killed in one Israeli missile strike. Tuqa, one of the younger women in the family, her wedding day was the day she was killed. They were all from modest means. They actually the three brothers built their home themselves, ironically, the same home that the Israeli strikes destroyed. Another day, a couple days later, my cousins Hatem and Aziz al-Farra from Khan Yunis, who lived literally 20 yards from where I grew up, were killed along with 14 other members of their family, 7 of their children. Aziz was actually a pharmacist, and Hassan was just an incredible community figure who always had a smile on his face, always was available to help anybody who needed it. The day before he was killed, Hassan had just gone up to my uncle and asked if he could house 5 families who were made homeless by the Israeli missile strikes in our grandparents' house. One child out of that whole 3 generations survived. Hamza, he had an amputation, was in the hospital. He woke up to find out his siblings, his parents, his uncles and his aunts, his grandparents all had died. Excuse me. And then he died himself in the next day from the trauma injuries from the Israeli attacks because there wasn't adequate medical care to keep him alive. A couple days after that, November 2nd, my cousins, Hani, Huda, and Wafat Haddad, all siblings, were killed in Gaza City, along with my cousin Hani's Croatian wife and my aunt. Huda and Wafat were teachers. Hani was an interior decorator. My cousin Hani initially survived with, as a physician, I can tell you, is a fairly minor leg injury, but then he bled to death the next day because he had no access to any functional medical facilities since they had all been bombed and destroyed by the Israeli attacks. Hani's brother Wa'il survived and then had to witness the horror of seeing his mother buried from the waist up in the rubble, dead. And he saw his sister Wafat shredded into pieces. All of this, they were messaging me and telling me. My other cousin, Nail, who I grew up with and played with as a kid, literally had to bury all his family members in a makeshift grave because he couldn't even access a cemetery. And he's been going 24 hours at a time with no food or water. Even those in my family who actually fled what was thought to be dangerous areas to safe areas have been targeted. One of my cousins, Samar al-Farra, died in a refugee camp in Rafah around the time she had completed her doctorate for her PhD. And we were about to congratulate her on that doctorate when she was killed. There are family members who've died from a lack of medical care and inability to access medical care. One of my cousins, Abdulrahim al-Farra, died because he was unable to reach a functional hospital after he was injured. 4 of my family members got killed in an Israeli bombing of their car while they were ironically trying to go to the Gaza European Hospital for shelter. And then a few weeks ago, Sabri al-Farra, one of my cousins, died with 7 of his sons. And then most recently, just a few days ago, a baby in our family, Sabri al-Farra, who's 20 days old, froze to death, died from hypothermia in the refugee camp that his family was in. And this is after this 20-year-old just froze to death after 9 of his siblings and his father were murdered by the Israeli military strikes a few weeks before. The people in my family who have not been killed, arguably are suffering a fate worse than death. Hundreds of my family are displaced. Not a single one of them is able to stay in their home. All their homes are either damaged or destroyed. One of my family members had to give birth on the rubble of her home that was destroyed, and did not even have clothes to put on her baby. Famine is common. Every one of my family members has mentioned it. They have no access to clean water. They've had to recycle water because there's no access to clean water, and they've had dysentery and gastrointestinal illnesses. Famine, one of my cousins messages me all the time saying he's gone 24 hours without food. So to answer your question, knowing all this and knowing what I've gone through week after week, month after month, checking every morning to see who's alive, who's dead, who's suffered, who can we help? And as the dead rose to 100 in my family, to 15,000 children all across Gaza, to 30,000 civilians, as I saw the famine happen, I just kept looking for evidence that our government actually cares about the lives of my family. And I saw none. I kept waiting for a ceasefire that Secretary Blinken has the ability to do, and he refused to do it. I kept waiting for a United Nations resolution to call for a ceasefire, which the United States continued to veto. I kept waiting for something And all I saw was the opposite. I saw our U.S. strategic Middle Eastern military reserve being used to replenish the Israeli ammunitions for this genocide. I saw cruelly, just a few days ago, the withdrawal of funding for the United Nations that was supplying military assistance to these over 2 million people that are going through famine. So getting back to your original question, I wrote this letter to Secretary Blinken because I wanted him to see me and see Palestinians as human beings, not as some part of political game or some sort of blame game. I wanted him to see us for who we were as human beings, and I wanted him to put himself in my shoes and ask himself if he saw his family getting killed day after day, month after month, as a direct result of governance policies, and he knew that somebody in that government could have done something to prevent those 100 people from dying, the suffering of the remaining hundreds of people. How could you sit in a room, given 3 minutes to face that person and face them, knowing that that person has been directly responsible for the death of your family and all the suffering that your family has seen, and do so simply as part of a political grandstanding? And that's why I just ethically could not be there, because actions speak louder than words. And I just wanted him to see us as human beings, to empathize and not play politics and not play games.
Dr. Tariq Haddad, thank you so much for joining us. And again, our condolences for the horrific, the horrors that your family has lived through in Gaza. Dr. Tariq Haddad, cardiologist and member of the Virginia Coalition for Human Rights, who refused to attend a meeting in D.C. with Secretary of State Antony Blinken. When we come back, we talk about starvation in Gaza with Alex Deval. Back in a minute.
Then that's God shall get, then that's not shall lose. So the Bible said, and it still is news. Oh, Mama may have, Papa may have, but God bless the child. It's got his own. Yes, the strong gets more while the weak ones fade. Empty
Annie Lennox performing Billie Holiday's God Bless the Child. On Sunday night, Annie Lennox called for a ceasefire at the end of her performance at the Grammys. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nermeen Sheikh. Israel is being accused of using starvation as a weapon of war in Gaza as Israeli forces continue to severely restrict the delivery of humanitarian aid, food and medical supplies to millions inside the besieged territory after 4 months of indiscriminate bombardment and mass displacement. UN human rights experts warn Gaza's 2.3 million population is facing severe levels of hunger, with the risk of famine increasing daily. For more, we're joined by Alex Deval, Executive Director of the World Peace Foundation at Tufts University and author of Mass Starvation, The History and Future of Famine. His piece for The Guardian is headlined, "Unless Israel changes course, it could be legally culpable for mass starvation." Alex Deval, welcome to Democracy Now! Lay out the argument you have in your Guardian piece.
So my argument is essentially that while it may be possible to bomb a hospital by accident, it is not possible to create a famine by accident. And that for some months now, and particularly in mid-December, when the Famine Review Committee, which is the sort of the highest level of humanitarian assessment in the world, an independent, impartial, professional, and extremely discreet body of experts, said that Gaza is heading towards famine. It is already in catastrophe. And these are very technical terms. And unless there is an end to active hostilities by the Israeli authorities and army, and a full spectrum of relief operations, it is inevitable that sometime in the coming months, and they said beginning in likely in early February, under the technical definitions, Gaza would be in famine. So that is fair warning. And the actions undertaken by the government of Israel, and the war crime of starvation is defined thus: using starvation of civilians as a method of warfare by depriving them of objects indispensable to their survival, including willfully impeding relief supplies. So the main element of the crime is destroying food, foodstuffs, hospitals, medical care, sanitation, shelter, etc. Unless that is all stopped, Gaza will be in famine.
And Alex, if you could clarify, we just have a minute. You say that Palestinian children in Gaza will die in the thousands, even if the barriers to aid are lifted today. Explain.
So a humanitarian crisis is like a speeding freight train. Even if the driver puts on the brakes as hard as he possibly can, it will take many miles for that train to come to a stop. So the levels of malnutrition that we are now seeing, the exposure to infectious disease through polluted water, through overcrowding, and through lack of shelter, will mean that this humanitarian crisis continues. So this is not something that can be stopped overnight, and the fact that even after these warnings were issued, even after the International Court of Justice issued its provisional measures instructing Israel that it had to undertake these key actions, that this has continued, and the United States has not stopped it, makes them culpable for the crimes of starvation.
Alex Duval, thank you so much for joining us, Executive Director, World Peace Foundation at Tufts University. We'll link to your article. Unless Israel changes course, it could be legally culpable for mass starvation. We'll continue our conversation with Alex and post it on our website. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Nermeen Sheikh.
called in?
Well, he's in the building someplace. He'll be right back. May I help you?
Lieutenant Reeves. Maybe you can help me if you know anything I want to know.
Well, I don't know anything you couldn't find out by asking Mr. Galt.
Nice quality, loyalty. How long have you been working for him?
Several weeks.
What do you know about him?
I like him.
Keep you busy?
I sharpen pencils, do the typing, answer the phone, and mind my own business.
Well, look who's here. Hello, Reeves. What are you working on?
My income tax. Get to the point, Reeves. What do you want?
Why didn't you let me know you were moving into a new office?
Why should I? I notified the Commissioner of Licenses.
But you didn't notify me. I want to know, too.
Why?
Because I've taken a personal interest in you. I promised my friends in California to see you didn't get into mischief. You're an impulsive youth, you know.
I got a fast shuffle out west. Now all I'm asking is a fair chance to work up a legitimate business. I'm playing this by the book. And I won't even trip over a comma.
I hope not. You got a nice setup. Good view? And a good-looking secretary. It'd be smart to keep it clean.
It's nearly 6. I'd like to leave now if there's nothing else.
There is.
Yes?
Have dinner with me.
Is this part of the job?
It is tonight.
Say, being a private detective, I don't suppose you could uncover a pair of nylons somewhere.
I'll make a note of it.
Working conditions are certainly looking up around here.
Watch the lady hit the ball. There she comes. It's a foul ball, all right. She doesn't know her own strength. It's a net. You're out, lady. How about once more? Folks, come on, step up. Who wants to hit the ball next? Right this way.
Say, that was okay.
Old-fashioned game of baseball. That's it, folks.
How do you do that after all that chop suey?
My father was a major league umpire. Well, what else can I beat you at?
What kind of games do you like to play? You know, we got some great playgrounds up around 52nd Street.
Among them, your apartment?
Oh, it's just coincidence.
I haven't worked for you very long, Mr. Galt, but I know when you're pitching a curve at me, and I always carry a catcher's mitt.
No offense. The guy's got to try to score, doesn't he?
Not in my league. I don't play for score. I play for keeps, said she with a smile.
Hey, you want to give me some change? 10 pennies.
Win something every time you pull a string. 10 cents, and it's the old-fashioned string game of dimes. 10 cents for children, 10 cents for everybody. All right, let's go.
Hey, let's take a look at the competition.
All right.
Here.
another one.
You know, I think I'll fire you and get me a Tahitian secretary.
You won't like them. Those grass skirts are a fire hazard. Oh, aren't any of these for women?
Hey, now, here's a nice secretary.
Mr. Gold.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna fire you.
Mr. Gold, I think someone's following us.
Yeah, I know. A guy in a white suit, about 5'10", brown hair, sports shoes, ring on his left pinky. Don't stare back. Let's go.
I've never been followed before.
That's a terrible reflection on American manhood.
Why is he following us?
I don't know. Maybe he likes your big blue eyes. Look. I'll put you in a cab. Go around the block, come back and park across from our office.
What then?
I'll ask our friend here up to the office for choir practice. If he sings nicely, I'll revive him. When he leaves, follow him. Let me know where he goes.
Okay, but what have you been doing lately?
What do you think I've been doing?
Well, I think you could have been doing a lot of things because you're stubborn and impulsive and you think you're tough. You've got some blind spots, too.
Yeah? Name one.
Sentiment about women, for instance. You're afraid of emotion. Keep your heart in a steel safe.
Suppose you're the blowtorch type.
I can be warm. Good night, Mr. Gold.
Good night, Kathleen. See you in the morning. Okay, driver. There's a pepper pot under the hat, Buster. Let's take a walk. Face the wall. Legs apart. Lean against it. All right, shell out. Make nice brass knuckles, don't they?
Brass knucks ain't legal. I just carry my change the hard way.
All right, let's play 20 questions. You answer them correctly, maybe I won't knock your teeth out. We'll start easy. What's your racket?
Same as yours, Private Dick.
It's a wrong answer. We don't go on a job without a license.
I left it home.
Okay, let me coax you. I can do it the hard way. How long you been shagging me?
2 days. I was climbing in your pocket all the time.
Who buys the tickets?
A client. I don't know his name. He pays me by mail. You know I can't tell you his name. It ain't ethical.
Yeah, sure. You and me both were up to our ears in ethics. What's his name? Who's paying you?
God damn it.
Come again.
Anthony Jardine.
What's he look like?
Tall, yellow hair, fancy dresser. Thinks he's class on a stick.
Where do you live?
With my brother-in-law on 23rd Street.
What's his phone number?
Chelsea. 043510.
Yeah? Fred Foster.
He ain't here.
When'll he be back?
I don't know. Want me to tell him something?
No. I catch you shagging me again, I'll ram these right down your throat. Here, get the suit cleaned. Jardine's particular about neatness. I keep this. I got a poor memory for names and numbers. I may want to look you up again sometime. Hey, this cab's taken, buddy. You lose him? That's fine.
You should have William Powell for a secretary.
William Powell. Who's he?
Don't you ever go to the movies? He's a detective in The Thin Man. That's pretty hot ginger ale you're mixing up. Who was that man?
White suit.
Yeah.
Just hired muscle.
Who hired him?
Forget it. You'll be better off. Got the smell of Judas on me ever since I touched him.
Who? Come on, open up that steel safe. I want to know and I want to help.
I can't, baby. But that's awful good talk. I like it. Listen, If you don't want to lose that stardust look in your eyes, get going while the door's still open. You stick around here, you'll get grafters, shysters, two-bit thugs, and maybe worse. Maybe me.
I like those odds. I'll take them. And I'm staying. Whatever this is, I've got a feeling you can handle it. And I like your style, Mr. Gold.
Thanks, Kathleen.
Having said my little piece, I think it's time for me to go home now. See you in the morning, boss.
And you better start calling me Brad. Say about those nylons. What size?
9s.
I'll make a note of it.
Night.
Good evening, Mr. Jardine.
Evening, Henry.
Good evening, Mr. Jardine.
Splendid. Ah, Mrs. Reynolds. So nice to see you.
What a lovely party. This reminds me...
Yes, Mrs. Cathcart's in the ballroom. Hello, Jardine.
Good evening, Hardy. I practically live here. I shouldn't have bothered to leave last night.
We're always delighted to have you. And don't forget you're dining with us tomorrow night, too.
Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here. Where's Mari?
She's inside somewhere, wasting her charm on a lot of dullards. She'll go in. Guten Abend, Frau Keller. The wife of the Austrian critic. She always looks like she's been out in the rain, feeding the poultry. Mrs. Kingsley, may I present Mr. Jardine?
How do you do?
You know Lucy Wilding.
Nice to see you.
Mrs. Bryson?
How do you do?
How do you do?
And the woman who brightens my declining years.
Don't exaggerate, Hardy. It's only our 3rd anniversary.
You're not decrepit yet, old boy.
Then why do I detect a rather tactless emphasis on that old boy? I rather think we present the perfect picture of Beauty and the Beast.
You can be a beast at times, Hardy.
As long as I'm amusing, you'll forgive me. But senility is unforgivable.
Stop talking like a fool, Hardy. You're the most attractive man in the room, and you know it.
Remind me to tell you, my dear, that I adore you.
Quite a turnout, Hardy. Everybody's here.
Yes, it's a nauseating mixture of Park Avenue and Broadway. It proves I'm a liberal.
Oh, be honest, Hardy. You're celebrating your anniversary and drumming up trade for the art gallery at the same time.
I never confuse business with sentiment. Unless it's extremely profitable, of course.
But there is an exhibition at the art gallery tomorrow, isn't there?
That happens to be a coincidence I was at great pains to arrange. Mrs. Kingsley, if you come, I may have that Turner for you.
The landscape. Oh, Hardy, how wonderful. It thrills me. You know what I mean.
Will you forgive me?
Yes, I do, Mrs. Kingsley. The enjoyment of art is the only remaining ecstasy that is neither immoral nor illegal.
Did you receive my Van Gogh?
Yes, this afternoon. I would have preferred cash, but if you're short of painting, we'll have to do. I imagine I can always dispose of it.
May I have my letters now, please?
Certainly.
I'm very proud of you tonight, my dear. Every man in the room covets you. I never want you to grow up. You should remain ageless, like a Madonna.
who lives, and breathes, and smiles, and belongs to me.
Sweetheart.
Cathcart residence? Yes, sir, I think he is here, sir. Might I have your name, please?
Tell him it's the guy from San Francisco. Hey, come here. You want a nickel?
Yes.
Here. Now shut up! Hello. Hello, yeah. Yeah, I worked just like you said. Took him 2 nights to spot me. He took me up to his office, pushed some muscle at me. I played softy. Yeah, I told him the name. And when he heard it, brother, he took it hard. It hit him right where he lived. Yeah? Right.
Music like that does something to me.
Yeah, they're okay.
You weren't even listening. What are you thinking about, Brad?
Oh, just that maybe you won't be around very long. I've been thinking about that Tahitian secretary.
Well, you won't like her.
Maybe not. Those grass skirts rustle.
I told you before, they're a fire hazard.
So are you.
Please, Mr. Galt. How about it, huh?
Okay.
What is it, Brad?
I got a feeling something's closing in on me. I don't know what it is.
That's me. What happened with that guy last night?
White suit?
Mm-hmm.
Milked easy, but it came out pretty thin. I wouldn't be so jumpy. Just about you.
Oh, yes, you would. Because I'm playing for keeps, remember? Want to tell me about it?
No. If you're sharp, you'll get out now, fast. I got a feeling I'm living behind the 8 ball. Something's gonna happen. When it does, you're gonna end up right in the corner pocket. A lot of grief. Get out now, Kathleen.
You're a poor salesman, Brad.
I'll be back in a minute. You'll be smart if you're not here. Hello, Reeves.
Hi, Gold.
I was gonna look you up in the morning.
Fine. What have you done?
Nothing. Just wanted to talk.
Go ahead.
There's a shyster lawyer in this town with a swank office, a secretary, and no law practice. shyster's name is Jardine. He's put a tail on me. I think he wants to finish where he left off.
You'd think after San Francisco he'd leave you alone.
He will. This is just for the record.
Don't play it too close.
I'm still working by the book.
Jardine is definitely not the bookish type.
Yeah. I know.
I decided to wait. I don't want you to be in that corner pocket all alone. In addition, I might add, you've aroused the maternal instinct in me. I want to look out for you. You hate him an awful lot, don't you?
Oh.
The man who hired White Suit.
He makes it easy.
Brad, what has he got on you?
Nothing. Nobody has. Nobody's going to. Not you either.
All right. But remember, I can get brand new tough guys for a dime a dozen.
Here. Get yourself 2 dozen.
I'd rather pick you up at a rummage sale. I'm a sucker for bargains. And speaking of bargains, if you can't get 9s in those nylons, I'll take 8.5 or even 10. Doesn't matter.
I'll make a note of it. Come on, let's finish the dance.
Thanks, Brad. Good night.
Good night. Can I come up for a minute? I'm thirsty. I want a drink of water.
There you go again, pitching low and outside.
Okay.
Buddy?
Brad, are you all right?
Yeah.
Did he hit you?
No, I scraped it on the hydrant.
Well, you better take it easy for a minute. Come on, let's go in Mr. Schwartz's for a cup of coffee, huh? Come on.
Come in. Sit down. Can I do something for you?
Mrs. Schwartz, some hot coffee, please.
Yes, surely. A nice cup of coffee.
Brad, was that an accident?
I don't know. The jury's still out.
Hey, mister. I saw that car. I got part of the number, too.
What was it?
I only got the first part. 63N9 something.
63N9?
Yes.
Is that all you got?
Yes.
What kind of a car was it?
Well, I couldn't see very well. I think it was a Lincoln.
Here, kid.
Gee, thanks, mister.
You think you can trace that number?
I know a cop I can call. He can check on it. Call me back.
What do you think you're going to prove, Brad?
Maybe nothing. I know a guy who's handy with a car.
You tell me you have to be in San Francisco. You know, on account of the steep hills.
The phone in here?
Back on the wall.
getting late. I've got to go to Scarsdale.
Scarsdale? At this time of night?
Unfortunately. Such is the hectic life of an art collector. Past 6 months, I've been trying to get a certain Turner landscape. And tonight, of all nights, the owner is in the mood to talk business. Confidentially, I've got to close the deal tonight. I've already sold it to Mrs. Kingsley.
Then you can't afford to haggle over price, can you?
Love is a beauty, never haggle over price, Tony. I probably shan't return much before dawn. How I detest the dawn. The grass always looks like it's been left out all night.
Can I drop you anywhere, Hardy?
No thanks, Tony. I have my car. Good night.
Good night, Hardy.
Scarsdale.
Yes, sir.
How long will it take to trace that number?
He's working on it. He'll call me back in a minute. Stop looking at me like that, will you?
Like what?
As if I belong in a test tube. Look, a guy named Jardine's afraid of me. He put a tail on me the other night. I think he tried to kill me tonight. He'll go on trying. Are you satisfied?
No. I want to know why.
I had a private agency in San Francisco. This guy Jardine was my partner. He was a barrister. Swift cookie with the women. They came in cubbies. He worked his charm. And he worked a little blackmail on the side. I didn't wise up until I caught him stashing away dough that should have belonged to the firm. I called him on it. Promised to cough up. We drove out to his place in Burlingame to get to his private safe. Somewhere along the road, he slugged me, wet me down with a bottle of scotch, set me behind the wheel for a takeoff. I hit a truck, killed the driver. Manslaughter. 2 years. Less time off for good behavior. Jardine had a fixed alibi. Wouldn't break and it wouldn't bend. It's the last I heard of him. The white suit showed up last night. Now you know why.
All except why you wouldn't tell me before.
Guy likes to hold his head up. I look like a chump.
That's not the real reason. Come on, say it. You're not so tough, Brad. You just think you are. I've cracked you wide open and you know it.
Hello. Yeah. What's the address? Right. Yeah. Thanks.
Tony.
Darling.
You're taking quite a chance, aren't you?
He won't be back for hours. Anyway, I've got to the point where I don't care anymore.
I'm glad, darling. I'll get you a drink.
Please. So strange, Tony. He loves me, gives me everything a man can give a woman. But still, it isn't enough. It isn't enough, Tony.
I know, dear. I know. You're upset, darling. Why don't you drink that down? Cigarette?
Tony, I tried. I made a bad bargain and I tried to stick it out with him. But I just keep sitting, listening to his paintings crack with age. I want you to take me away with you, Tony. Please.
Look, Mary. Hardy can afford you, but he doesn't make you happy. I love you, but I have no money.
Tony, darling, what does that matter?
I have already borrowed money from you, haven't I? Or do you think I want to go through life being taken care of like a pet poodle?
But darling, we have my jewels. They're yours. You're taking them from me, for my sake.
Darling, I've wanted you to say that, but
No more buts. Just tell me when we can go. Must be soon.
Perhaps tomorrow. There's some business I have to take care of first. I'll let you know.
Hi, Tony.
Hello, Brad.
Still catering to the female trade. Take it easy, Tony.
What do you want here?
I'm just delivering a message from me to you. Lay off. Keep that tail off me. Stop playing me for a clay pigeon.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'll explain in simple terms. Like a 2-year term for manslaughter. I kept remembering that pretty face of yours, Jardine, all the time I was in Hawk. If you're not sharp, you're not gonna have that pretty face. You're not gonna have any face at all.
I haven't hired a tail. And I haven't been after you. I didn't even know you were out. And that's on the level.
You on the level? Why, for 6 bits, you'd hang your mother on a meat hook.
Hello, operator. I want the police. Hurry, please.
That's nice lipstick, baby. Whoever you are. But you're wasting it on the wrong guy.
darling, who was it?
No one you know.
I phoned the police.
You what?
I phoned the police. They'll be here in a minute.
Don't you realize they'll find you here? Come on, go out the back way. Through the kitchen.
What's going on around here?
Nothing, officer. What can I do for you?
We got a call at the station.
That's absurd. I was alone, reading.
A woman phoned in. You, read pretty rugged stuff. Who's the guy? Her husband?
No.
Look, forget about the dame. Who's the guy?
Look, we got a report to make. If you don't talk here, we'll have to take you downtown.
Officer, can't we discuss this?
What's
Mina.
his name?
His name is Galt. Bradford Galt.
Go. Bradford. Fight. Apartment 204.
Forgot your hat.
Thanks.
Are you all right?
Perfect.
Your coat's torn.
Got to see the other guy.
May I come up?
Sure.
Well, what happened?
We talked. One thing led to another. He led with his right. After that, he stopped talking.
Mm-hmm. Where did that get you?
Nowhere. But I feel a lot better. Come on over here where you belong.
Oh, no, thank you. If you're feeling that much better, I think I better go home now.
What about that maternal instinct you talked about?
That doesn't work after sundown.
You saw a nice scene. Got any other talents?
I can cook.
Isn't my Turner divine? Look at it. It grows on you.
You make it sound like a species of fungus.
Oh, don't run away, Hardy. You promised to show me that new Raphael. The one I've been hearing about for years. I must see it, Hardy.
It just arrived this morning. It's down in the vault. Shall we look at it now?
Wonderful, Hardy. I'd love to see it.
Tony, we're going out to look at the Raphael. Will you join us?
I'd like to. I've never been downstairs.
Mrs. Kingsley?
Real, won't it? This is the portrait that Italian family refused to sell, isn't it?
Yes. I saw it a great many years ago and thought it enchanting. When I couldn't buy it, I became obsessed with the idea of owning it.
So like you, Hardy.
Merely the passion of the true collector, my dear. The other members of the Pericini family would have sold long ago, but the old Count refused every offer. I knew I couldn't buy it while he was still alive, so fortunately, he decided to die. And I got it.
Oh.
Why, it's Mary.
The resemblance isn't pure accident.
You mean it was retouched?
Certainly not. I found the portrait long before I met Mary, and I worshipped it. When I did meet her, it was as if I'd always known her and wanted her.
Oh, how romantic.
If you prefer to be maudlin about it, perhaps.
Hardy hates sentiment.
The light is atrocious down here. Why don't we take it upstairs, Hardy?
I want to have it revarnished. I also want to get another frame for it. Shall we go?
Oh, I wish we could have taken it upstairs.
Tony, can we leave tonight? Can we?
Yes, darling.
We're expected at Mrs. Kingsley's. I can make some excuse. Meet you at your apartment.
McDonald will close the ball.
Yes, Mr. Captain.
No one saw you come in.
I came through the side door as per instructions. Also, I never saw you in my life before.
Good. Now, tell me what happened.
It didn't work. It was a busto crusto.
A what?
A flop.
Oh. Well, go on.
Well, this guy Galt went over to Jardine's place last night and pushed him around some, but that's all. Somebody called the cops, but Galt got out before they got there.
What time did this happen?
About 1 o'clock. I was out front. Look, if you want my opinion, I think you're wasting your time. This guy Galt is a smart cookie. He ain't gonna let himself get shoved into a noose. And if you can't needle him into knocking off Jardine, why not let me do it? I can put a slug into him the nice, clean way.
Get him on the phone.
Who?
Galt.
Oh.
And stop flicking your ashes on my rug. That's a genuine Kashan.
Hello? Yes. Just a moment, please.
And no sooner did he get back than he left her again.
And I want him back. He needs me.
My job was done when I found your husband. It's your job to keep him.
I know that...
The man in the white suit is on the phone.
Yeah.
Hello, Galt. You got any dough?
Maybe. What are you selling?
I'm selling Jardine short. He's slow pay, and I like to keep moving. But you want to know what he's up to, don't you? Tell him you need $200 to leave town. I need 2 yards, powder money. Where? Your office. No, the heat's on.
Come to my place. 504 West 52nd. Apartment 307. 7:30.
Tonight? Right. Okay, I'll tip you if I can't make it. Right.
Well, that's done.
Yeah, but how you gonna get Jardine to bite? After what happened last night, he ain't gonna pay no social call on Galt to get pushed around some more.
He'll be there. Why shouldn't he be? After all, he's one of my closest friends. I trusted him. Now, he'll trust me.
But how can I sit still and watch a newsreel while you
honey,
go...
The show takes an hour. It's 7 o'clock. I'll be back for you at 8.
I want to go with you.
I know this guy in white suit. He won't talk while anyone's around. One, please.
Never thought I'd have to beg you to take me up to your apartment.
You've been there. I'll let you know when I need any more sewing done or cooking. That's one of your talents, too, isn't it?
Brad.
Go away.
Why didn't you come back for me? What's the matter?
Nothing. I'll see you later at your place.
Brad, I'm gonna stay right here until you open this door. What's the matter?
Meet Tony Jardine.
Brad.
Don't crowd me. I haven't got the answers, but the police will find them. They're laid out like road markers, running right up my alley.
Brad, they can't.
Oh, I'll make book on it.
Well, you've got to call the police and tell them.
What am I going to tell them? That I came home and somebody put me out with a face full of ether? I woke up and there was Jardine lying with his brains beaten out, and me with a poker in my hand? Oh, they'll still be laughing while they strap me in the chair.
But Brad, you can't handle anything like this alone.
Look, don't give me that law and justice routine. The cops operate on facts, and the facts are phony from here to the death cell. Now get out of here and let me dope this out, will you?
Well, I didn't mean that. I just meant I wanted to help.
Yeah, thanks, but you can't. Now beat it, will you? I gotta stall for time and figure this out. Now get out of here.
I put the poker away. I want to help you, Brad.
I can't let you. If I miss, you'll be in it too.
If we miss, I don't care, Brad. Whatever's done to you is done to me. And I'm hanging on to you, nylons and all. Brad, listen. This may sound silly, but I think that man in the white suit wanted you to spot him that very first night.
Of course he did. No guy in his right mind wears a white suit on a shag job. Why'd that car almost hit me? Jardine wasn't out to get me. I should have known that from the start. But somebody sure is. Somebody who knew about Jardine and me in San Francisco. Somebody who wanted me to think Jardine was after me.
But who, Brad? Who?
I don't know. There isn't a thing to latch onto.
Well, maybe it's something you've forgotten, something stuck away in the back of your mind.
No, I'm clean as a peeled egg. No debts, no angry husbands, no payoffs, nothing.
Well, people just don't go around committing murder and frame-ups for the fun of it.
All right, so it doesn't add. What do you want me to do, call the quiz kids? It doesn't make sense, but...
What?
Maybe if I could find White Suit, I could get a lead. Where's that wallet I gave you?
At my apartment.
Come on, let's go.
What about him?
They only clean up once a week. The maid never cleans under the bed. That'll give me a head start. Go downstairs, ask the janitor where I am. Tell him you've been ringing my bell and I don't seem to be home. Then go to your apartment, I'll meet you there.
All right. Who is it?
Me.
Oh.
There's a drink in that cabinet.
Thanks.
Here it is. Fred Foss, 328 East 23rd Street.
I think we're gonna hit pay dirt.
How do you know it's White Suit?
My thumb, baby. My thumb tells me. Come on, let's go. Fred Frost live here?
Yeah, ground floor, around the back, on that side.
Thanks.
Oh, Mamma Mia!
Where's Fred Foss?
What do you want with me? I didn't do anything.
Is this your wallet?
Sure, that's my pocketbook. I lost it in the subway. Thank you. Thank you.
You're Fred Foss?
Sure, I'm Fred Foss. Ask the neighbors. My $5. It ain't him, Mr.
Okay, okay.
$5.
I don't want your $5.
Thank you. Thank you.
There goes my last lead. I feel all dead inside. I'm backed up in a dark corner. And I don't know who's hitting me.
Yes? Very good. Get in touch with me tomorrow, same place, same time.
Who's there?
It's I, darling.
Just a minute. Come in.
After 9, darling. We're expected at Mrs. Kingsley's at 10.
Oh, I simply can't go, Hardy. I've got a miserable headache.
Oh, I'm so sorry, my dear.
I'm going right to bed. Why don't you run along without me?
I wouldn't think of it, darling.
Mrs. Kingsley will be so upset.
She doesn't upset that easily. But I did promise to meet Tony there. I had rather a delicate matter to discuss with him.
Hadn't you better go then?
I imagine it can wait. I'd rather stay here with you.
Isn't it important?
No. But it's a problem he's eminently qualified to handle. A man of his vast experience with the law in all its tawdry aspects.
You sound so mysterious. What's it all about?
The oldest cliche in the world. One of my friends, who deluded himself that his was the ideal marriage, has recently discovered there's another man.
Well, Tony doesn't handle divorces, does he?
The husband doesn't want a divorce.
You mean he wants her back?
Yes. And as the lost and found ads say, he offers a suitable reward for her return.
You mean the other man would take money and just go away?
When an impoverished character, unendowed with any appreciable virtues, succumbs to a rich man's wife, it's to be suspected that his interest is less passionate than pecuniary.
But how could you be taken in by such a man?
Take Tony, for instance. I'd never imagined him to be interested in Lucy Wilding. But he is.
It's not true. He's always loathed her.
He loathed her rather intimately, I'm afraid.
But he couldn't. I mean, she's too old for him.
Love is not the exclusive province of adolescence, my dear. It's a heart ailment that strikes all age groups. Like my love for you. My love for you is the only malady I've contracted since the usual childhood diseases. And it's incurable.
Who is it?
Milkman, Miss Stewart. 85 cents, please.
Morning.
Morning.
Oh, thank you.
Nothing. Maybe I ought to hire a press agent. What time is it?
7.
I only knew who was after me. It wouldn't be so bad. But how are you supposed to fight back when you don't know who you're fighting? You lick before you start.
Nonsense. I know you, Brad. You're not letting anybody get away with this.
Don't be too sure. Worked before. I could be framed easier than Whistler's mother.
All right. All right. Well, just sit down and feel sorry for you. We'll build a wailing wall.
Okay. Don't give me that Pollyanna routine either. About how everything's gonna be fine. I'm no miracle man. That maid comes to my apartment and hits bingo under the bed. I'm as good as cooked.
Here, drink this.
Look at me. Tower of strength, nerves of steel.
Don't bother, Brad. The stain will come out.
Stain. The ink, baby, the ink. I smeared ink on his white suit up in my office.
What of it?
He'd have to have the suit cleaned, wouldn't he? The cleaners would have his address, wouldn't they?
Well, this is a pretty dirty town. Cleaning places grow on every street like mushrooms.
Yeah, but they don't do their own cleaning. Where's the classified?
There.
They farm the stuff out to the big cleaning and dye plants. There can't be too many of them.
What if he didn't have the suit cleaned?
He wouldn't run around town in an ink-stained suit. It ain't me.
That's a pretty long list. We'll each take half of it.
It's a little early in the season for white suits, so we ought to be able to find it if we have it.
There's a 5-spot in it for you if you do. Get moving.
We had a couple of white suits, but none with ink on them.
Okay. No white suits. Sorry.
Mr. Cathcart, these are the contracts, and this is your dental appointment. Cathcart Galleries?
Yes.
Mr. Smith from San Francisco?
Oh, yes. That will be all. Yes? Look here, there's nothing in the papers, not a word.
I told you the deal went through, and it did go through. Can I help it if they ain't found the shipment yet?
Well, it sounds very odd to me. You're positive nothing went wrong?
What do you want me to do, take out an ad? Listen, Cathcart, we better get this deal settled today or I'm coming down to the galleries. And right through that front door.
I tell you what, I have a 3 o'clock dental appointment in the Grant Building. Meet me there.
Wait a minute. Grant Building, 31st floor, 3 o'clock. Okay.
Car 15. Car 15.
What time is it?
1:45. Hello?
Car 21.
Yeah?
Fire at warehouse.
No.
Avenue
No, not a seersucker. A white linen suit.
Car 15.
Yeah. Thanks.
Car 15. 1164 Broadway. Attempted robbery. Car 21. Car 21. Fire at warehouse.
Hi, Gold. You got your Boy Scout oath, didn't you? I thought you were going to lay off, Jardine.
I'm clean, Reeves. That's on the level.
Sure, I believe you. Anyway, you didn't press charges. I don't blame you for mussing him up, Gold. But breaking in and wrecking his furniture. I'm going to have to take your merit badge away from you if you don't lay off. Just thought I'd let you know.
Thanks. Thanks.
Hello? That's right. Yes, that's the suit. What name? What name did he give? Just a minute. Yes, I have it. What address? Oh, thanks, mister. I'm sending you $10. No, 20. Brad, we found it.
Great.
Martha? Where's Martha? What? Where's Martha?
Oh, she ain't here no more. She quit yesterday.
Well, good riddance.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Man named Stoffer live here. Sort of a heavy-set guy.
He left half an hour ago. Bags and all.
Where'd he go?
Cop?
No. Please, lady, where'd he go? It's important.
I know.
You do, honey? Tell me, where'd he go?
Don't mind her, mister. She don't know nothing.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I heard him on the telephone.
Well, tell him then.
Honey, would you like a nickel? Here, where'd he go?
He went to a building,
What building?
same as the president, the one with the beard.
Lincoln Building?
Uh-uh.
Grant Building.
Uh-huh. He was sick.
Was he?
He said he was gonna get his cascara at the gallery. Can you get cascara at a gallery?
I don't know, honey. Here.
Okay, we're in the clear.
I can't understand why there hasn't been a word in the papers. You're positive nothing went wrong?
When I do a job, I do a job. They just ain't found him yet.
I came straight here from the bank. I didn't have a chance to count it. Oh.
Scabby, keep it rolling. Come on, move it out of here. Go ahead. Move it out.
Please, folks. Everybody. No crowd. Everybody, please.
All right, let's stand back.
What happened? Keep back, buddy. Keep back.
Let's give him. Give him a little look.
Come on, get those cars loose. He says to me, drive me to the Grant building. He seemed okay. He even asked me to wait for him. How did I know he was going to take a Brody? Brother, he came out of there like a hot rivet. I still got his bags in my hack. You know, it's a funny thing. I never yet seen one of those guys bounce. Hey, you! Come back here! Hey, stealing my can!
There goes the ball game. Not a card, not a letter, nothing. I play tag with a 38 to get this stuff, and this trail stops cold on the 5th Avenue sidewalk. He'll never even be identified.
Keep pitching, Brad. You'll get a break.
Listen, the cleaner found the suit. He gave me Stoffer's name and address. The little girl told me Stoffer had gone to the Grant building. What more break can I ask for? I may be stupid, but I know when I'm licked.
Well, I'm not licked.
Nobody asked you to be. They swore Fry. I can't help that.
Yes, you can. You can use your head. Think hard. For instance, what else did that kid tell you?
Nothing. Nothing that made sense.
Well, what was it?
Oh, something about Stoffer had to get his Cascara at the gallery. Okay, figure that one.
Cascara at the galleries. Cascara. You don't even get Cascara at the galleries. Maybe he was sick and he went to see a doctor at the Grant building. Brad, there's an art gallery. I've seen their ad in the paper. It's on 5th Avenue. There it is, Cathcart Galleries.
Cathcart Galleries. Cathcart Galleries. What would Stoffer have to do with an art gallery?
Well, I don't know, but maybe that's the point. He wouldn't unless there was some connection.
You got something there. Up in Jardine's apartment. I remember now. There was a painting just unwrapped. Here's Reed's. Get this stuff out of the way, quick. I'll go down the back way. You stay put. I'll meet you at your place later.
Where will you be?
I'll be absorbing culture at the Cathcart Galleries. I don't want to die ignorant.
Where's Gold?
He isn't here, Lieutenant. Anything you want me to tell him?
Yeah. You can tell him goodbye. He's going to the chair for murder.
May I help you?
Yeah, I want to look around.
Well, it's almost closing time, but if I can be of any help to you.
Yes, you can. You can take the tour with me. Tell me about the paintings. And I'd like to ask you some questions.
I'm at your service.
Has Mr. Pagicelli been in today? The great Dutch critic?
I don't believe I know him.
Well, he's a big, beefy guy with a broken nose. He wears a white suit, even though it's early in the season. Are you sure you haven't seen him here?
No, I'm sure I haven't. Maybe you'd care for something like this.
I don't think so. She looks like she's been stuffed with kapok.
Come in.
Shall I close the vault, Mr. Cathcart?
Everybody's gone.
Just one customer. Miss Dennis is with him.
You may go now. I'll lock the vault myself. There's something I want to put away.
Good night, Mr. Cathcart.
Good night.
This is one of Donatello's finest pieces.
How much is it?
$40,000.
Wrap it up.
You mean you'll take it?
How much for the pedestal?
Well, it's just one of our ordinary pedestals.
I know, but I've got to have it. By the way, who owns this place?
Mr. Hardy Cathcart.
Is he in?
Well, I believe so.
I realize this small sale doesn't entitle me to any unusual consideration. I'd like to see him.
Why, certainly. Would you follow me, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Cathcart must be in the vault. If you'll just make yourself comfortable.
I will, thanks.
I'll tell him you're here. I'm sure he'll be right up.
No hurry.
Mr. Cathcart.
Yes?
There's a gentleman in your office who wishes to purchase the Donatello. He wants the pedestal, too.
That can be arranged.
I believe he wants to take it with him. He asked me to wrap it up.
Wrap it up. The Donatello.
Yes, sir.
I'll attend to it myself. You may go now, Miss Dennis.
Good night.
Good night.
Mr. Cathcart will only be a minute.
Thanks.
Would you care for a glass of sherry?
No, thanks. Never touch it.
Well, then, good night.
Good night.
Hardy, Oh, I'm sorry. I thought my husband was here.
This is Cathcart?
Yes?
Your husband's down the vault. He'll be up in a minute.
Thank you.
I believe we have a mutual acquaintance, Mrs. Cathcart.
Yes?
Anthony Jardine.
Yes, he's a very good friend of my husband's.
Have you seen him lately?
Oh, not for several days.
I'm afraid you won't be seeing him for a long, long time. He's been murdered.
Murdered? Oh, no.
That's what I came to see your husband about.
Artie? Artie did it.
How dare you touch her? Keep your hands off her.
Cathcart, huh? It's good to see you out in the open at last. It cuts you down a size. Way down.
Strange, Mr. Galt. Seeing you here causes me to revise my opinion of you. It's gone up. Now, shall we go? I prefer privacy.
What for?
For our little chat. Downstairs. You came to see me, Mr. Galt. About the Donatello, wasn't it?
Actually, I'm interested in a piece of modern art. Something stiff as a statue by now. It was finished the night before last. I think it belongs in your collection. A Tony Jardine.
Nonsense. I never handle anything as worthless as a Jardine.
No, you mishandled it.
Did I? When it was found in your apartment?
Perhaps it was delivered to the wrong collector. Sure you can't claim it?
Positive.
Actually, this Jardine really belongs to you. You paid to have it done.
Did I, Mr. Galt?
Somebody had to pay that muscle artist to brush him off. Or didn't you ever pay him? Perhaps you launched him out the window down to the street to get what was coming to him.
Mr. Galt, your imagination is beginning to bore me. Step in there.
Cathcart, listen to me. You can't get away with this.
Can't I? You're a criminal. I apprehended you.
What about your wife? She knows you bumped off her boyfriend. You think she's gonna keep quiet?
What my wife thinks or does is no concern of yours. Leave her out of it. Jardine's corpse was found in your apartment. And that ends it.
Oh, no, it doesn't. Not by a long shot. You pinned the evidence on me, but when the police finish digging, they'll find out you had a better motive.
That's the only sensible thing you've said so far. I dare say, brought to trial, our respective motives would make an interesting case. Who knows? It might even have the distinction of reaching the highest court. But unfortunately, Mr. Galt, you won't be around to hear the decision. Now, get in there.
Hey, Mac. Do you suppose anybody in his right mind ever buys a piece of junk like that?
Sure they do. That is art. Thanks, Reeves.
Good night, Reeves.
Good night, Galt. I'll see you at the office first thing in the morning.
Would you make that a little later in the day? We have a date in the morning at the city hall. He hasn't asked me yet, but I told him from the beginning I was playing for keeps.
Well, there you have it, Reeves. Looks like it'll have to be tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, I'll see you then. And, congratulations.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
Through the window. He's got a knife. He chased a woman into a doorway. He's going to stab her. Hurry, 8th and Pine on the west side. Hurry, quick!
Hello. Hello. Man running amok with a knife at 8th and Pine.
Attention all cars. Attention all cars. All cars in vicinity of 8th and Pine, go there at once. Man with knife running amok. All cars in vicinity of 8th and Pine, go there at once.
Where'd you get the pooch?
Don't worry about his pedigree, honey. I just picked it up to help you rag. All right, let's go. Don't try to see us for a few days, Doc. We'll leave your cub with the old lady.
Let me in, please. If it's important, officer, open the door. Please, officer.
I'm sorry, lady, but we don't open until 10 o'clock.
But that's half an hour and I can't wait. I've got to catch a train.
That's hard luck, but we can make no exceptions for nobody.
Oh, but you don't understand, officer. I don't want to cash a check. I just want to put some money in to cover one.
Yeah? Well, in that case,
Oh,
maybe...
thank you ever so much.
She made it.
I don't like to see a dame like that get mixed up in a job like this.
What, are you going to soft on the dame?
Now, if you'll just hold Tiny while I make out my deposit slip. I don't know what I'd have done if you hadn't let me in. Now, let's see. Do I put down my address, too?
Yes,
My maid usually does my banking, and I know absolutely nothing about it.
Put them up, everybody. Don't move and keep your trap shut. Now we get going. Feel better with that off your hip. All right, stay right where you are. Blast the first one that makes a move.
I told you before you couldn't park in this red zone. Let me see your driver's license. call the police.
You'll be all right in a minute.
Oh, I'm all right now. Wait a minute. I've got to catch a train.
I'm sorry, lady. You'll have to wait till the officers get here.
Well, Jordan, what have you got to say? What were you doing when they pushed in?
Well, I was here helping this lady make out her deposit slip and holding her dog.
What dog?
Well, he was here, but he ran away.
How come that you were in here so early?
Well, I came to deposit some money. This gentleman let me in.
Yeah, and you let that mob out. How did they get in here in the first place?
Why, I guess the door was left unlocked when she came.
What's your name?
Mrs. Burton, Mrs. Dorothy Burton.
How long have you been a depositor here?
Well, about a month, I'd say.
I see. Do you usually do your banking before banking hours?
No, my maid usually does it for me.
Well, why didn't she do it today?
I let her go because I was expecting to leave town this morning. In fact, I came to deposit the money to cover the check I gave for my ticket.
Have you got the ticket?
Yes. Here's the money I came to deposit.
Well, there's your dog anyhow. You better call him.
Come here, Tiny. Tiny, come here.
He doesn't seem to mind very well. That's a nice little dog. How old is he?
Well, I don't know. I haven't had him very long. I just got him from the pound last week.
That's funny. You didn't mention that you got him from the Oakdale pound.
No, I didn't.
But you did call him Tiny.
Yes.
You know, the name on the back of this tag is Boots.
Well, I don't know what his real name is or where he came from. The friend who gave him to me just said he got him at the pound.
What friend?
My boyfriend. It doesn't make any difference who.
Maybe it does and maybe it doesn't. Anyway, I'm going to have a little talk with that poundmaster, and you're going down to headquarters and answer an awful lot of questions.
Mrs. Burton, I can assure you that if you'll help us in this case and become a state's witness, I'll see that you get every possible consideration.
But I've already told you, I don't know anything about it.
But I know that you do. And I'm going to keep on asking you these questions until I get the truth out of you if it takes all summer. Now, who were the men you were working with?
Well, I never worked with any men.
Who was the man in the car?
What car?
The getaway car, of course.
I don't know.
You don't know, eh? Where did you get the dog?
It was given to me. I've told you 1,000 times it was given to me. Why don't you let me see my lawyer? I demand to see my lawyer.
Where did you get the dog?
It was given to me. I've told you before it was given to me.
Dark-haired beauty held as accomplice of bank robbers. There you have it, another holdup. And all our high-powered district attorney's been able to do is arrest one lone, helpless little girl.
She's not so helpless. She's doing all right. How long can he hold her?
Indefinitely. Unless she's smart enough to get a lawyer who knows her rights. All Sinton's trying to do is grab himself some cheap publicity. Well, that gang that put him in fatten up on the big stuff. Money rackets. There hasn't been an important conviction since he took office.
She's not bad looking either.
She looks kind of familiar to me.
Well, maybe she won a beauty contest sometime. Miss American Bank Bandit.
She doesn't look the type. Maybe she's not even guilty.
Well, why don't you throw the might of your broadcasting company behind her?
I'd be more inclined to throw it against Sinton.
Yeah, but he's already in.
I might be able to stop his re-election this fall.
You mean you'd really start a political campaign just to help one little gal?
Well, not to help anyone, necessarily, but to get that chiseler out of office. You know what I think I'll do? I'm going to start a series of broadcasts. 10 or a dozen. I'm going to expose Sinton and that entire setup behind him.
Okay, Chief. When do we start?
Tonight. I'll switch programs and take the 8 o'clock hour myself. You better get the newspaper and see that we get a break.
Okay again. I'm on my way.
From the first day Lewis Sinton took office, criminals have been flocking here in droves. We have had 4 bank robberies within the last 2 months, and our esteemed district attorney has made just one arrest, a girl whose picture you probably saw in today's paper. They call her the dark-haired bandit to build up the story for publicity purposes. But all they have against her, actually, is that she had a dog she didn't own. I think Mr. Sinton should be our dog catcher instead of our district attorney.
I've heard enough of that drivel.
You're not going to let him get away with this.
I can't stop him from broadcasting.
Well, then play it the other way. Offer to cooperate. Ask his advice. Tell the newspapers that we're going to work with him. And if he thinks we're holding the Burton girl without reason, invite him to investigate.
That's a good idea. He's through. I'll give him a buzz right now. Hello, get me Kenneth Phillips at the Commodore Broadcasting Company and make it snappy.
Hello? Who? Oh, just a minute, please. Well, that's getting action quick. Sinton wants to talk to you.
Hello, Sinton. This is Phillips.
So I'm willing and anxious to cooperate in every way. And as for that Burton girl, I'd like to have you talk to her yourself.
All right. When can I see her?
Anytime you say.
I'll call you in the morning.
Right. Well, that's that.
Well, maybe I'm being played for a chump, John, but Sinton talked to me like a kid brother. He wants my advice, my help, everything.
Mm-hmm. Particularly your support in the coming election. So go easy.
Yes.
Well, what do you want this time? I've told you everything I know. Why don't you let me go home?
I'm afraid you're in for more questioning, Mrs. Burton. There's a gentleman in there who wants to talk to you. Will you follow me, please?
Well, what do you want? Ken.
Dorothy.
Well, I'm glad to see you. Wait a minute. Are you the one that wants to ask me some questions?
Now, don't worry. I'm not going to put you through any third degree. I came down here to talk to Mrs. Burton. I had no idea it was Dorothy Drew.
Oh, I've had an awful time of it, Ken. All I've done is answer questions, one after another. 1,000,000 times they've asked me. Where did I get the dog? Where are the men that pulled the holdup? Where's the money?
Here, let me take a good look at you. No wonder your picture looked familiar. Burton. Married?
No. I just took that name when I left home. Added the Mrs. for protection. Seems silly now, but I thought I needed a stage name. I even thought I could act.
We all used to think so. I remember during my last year in school how good you were in that comedy part.
What happened to me here was tragedy.
As bad as all that?
Well, not all the time, of course. I had one summer in stock in New Jersey, and last season I had a swell spot in a show in New York, but after a couple of weeks it folded. Then it was one agent's office after another, until finally it came to an occasional week in a nightclub. It's the same old story, Ken. Small town girl goes to city, comes the dawn, and all she's got left is her grouch money.
Her what?
Oh, grouch money. That's what show people call their savings for a really rainy day. To me, it was money to go home on.
So you want to go back?
Do I want to go back? Listen, Ken, I used to think I hated that place, but now that's all I do want. It was money for my ticket I was putting in the bank when they arrested me.
That was tough.
And it's only because these people here needed a scapegoat that they picked on me.
Well, maybe I can help you.
Do you mean that, Ken?
Let's see. Sinton, will you release Mrs. Burton in my custody?
What?
I'll be responsible for her appearance any time you say.
Phillips, I think she's a member of that gang.
I don't.
All right. In any event, she can't leave town.
She won't. She'll be at my home with my sister. When can she go?
Anytime you say. Get her discharge papers, Mac.
What do you want to do first?
Well, I guess I'd better get my things.
You want me to sign a surety for her appearance, I suppose?
I'll have the papers and everything ready by the time she gets back.
Then I'll meet you here in about an hour. Is that all right?
Sure. I'll do anything you say from now on.
Swell, Burton. I can't understand how you failed on the stage.
It's because I wasn't acting with Mr. Phillips. I meant every word.
Okay, Mrs. Burton. Have it your own way, but I still don't believe you. There you are.
Thanks.
Don't thank me. Thank Phillips.
That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Who is it?
It's Doc Burton, Ma.
What are you doing here, kid? Come in.
Thanks, Ma.
You didn't jump the fence, did you?
No. Believe it or not, Ma, I finally met a man who had faith in me.
He's not the only one.
Who else?
Me? I always said you had no business running around with a lot of lugs like the mob upstairs.
Well, I had to live, and they staked me.
But you're quitting them now, aren't you?
I'll say I am, for keeps.
Then I feel better. When I introduced you to Carrie and his friends, I never dreamed they're as bad as they are. Dot, there's a police car passing the house, and it's going very slow.
Well, I'm sure they didn't follow me here.
Maybe they're watching for Carrie and the boys.
I don't think they even suspect them. By the way, did Carrie leave a package here for me?
No, he didn't. I haven't seen them lately, but I understand they're fixing to leave town.
I think I better have a little talk with him.
Now, you said you were through with them.
Well, I will be. Say, Ma, will you pack some things for me? I'll be away for a few days.
Car's parked at Smitty's.
Okay, as soon as we get to Louis, we'll split the dough 3 ways.
What about Dot's cut?
I said we were going to split 3 ways.
Don't worry about the girl. She's liable to be on ice for a long time.
Yeah, but I still think she ought to get a cut.
How'd you get here?
Took a squad car from the DA's to a fake address, then taxis here. 2 of them, so I wouldn't be followed. Is everything all right?
Yeah, just perfect. So you didn't squeal to get out, did you?
Listen, I got out clean and came here for my share, that's all. Where is it?
You'll get it. Just take your time.
I just want to give you a tip. There's a police car outside watching the front.
Ma's right. You did lead him here, didn't you?
I didn't mean to, Carrie. Honest, I didn't. But we can't take any chances now if they catch us with this money. We're all in for a long vacation.
Yeah, she's right. We better blow. I'll stash this.
Don't let them cheat you, Dot. You deserve even more than they promised you.
Thanks, Wilson.
You were always okay, and if you ever need a favor, just ask.
Come on, let's go out over the roof and come back to that stuff when we're not so hot.
I'll go out the way I came. They got nothing on me.
Okay, Dad, I'll get in touch with you in a few days.
Say, Ma, will you do something for me?
Anything that doesn't cost me money, dearie.
Then keep this briefcase, and don't give it to anyone unless they give you the other half of this dollar bill. You understand?
Say, that reminds me of a drama I was in. The Erring Bride's Earrings, it was called. And in the second act,
sure
I
was
had
wonderful. Now, take good care of it, Ma, because it doesn't belong to me.
I'll do anything you say, dearie.
So long, Ma.
So long.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Ken, but there was something very important I had to attend to.
That's all right. Sentence still out, and I haven't signed for you yet. Sit down.
Sounds like I was a telegram or a registered letter. But seriously, Ken, there's something I want to tell you. About some money that...
Don't worry about money, and you don't have to tell me anything. Bygones are bygones.
I know, Ken, and that's very nice of you to say that. But still, there's something I must explain.
Well, there's plenty of time for that after you get out of here. All I want to hear you say now is that from this moment on, you're going to forget everything you've been through and start all over again. Promise?
Promise. And that gives me courage. The courage to tell you what you must know before we go any further.
What do you mean?
I mean that up to now, I haven't been on the level with you. When I realized what influence you had and that you could get me out of here, I played up to you. I even lied to you.
Lied about what?
Well, I was mixed up in that bank robbery.
You mean?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. But I want to square it, and I'm going to do it.
Now, wait a minute. You can't square anything like that.
Well, here we are, all ready to sign. Oh, what's the matter? What's happened?
I'm sorry, Sinton, but...
I won't forget that morning, not if I live to be 100. I counted the men as they marched out of the yard. They'd hardly slept for weeks. We of the CID had slept even less, but the nightmare that kept us awake was all the same nightmare. That's why we weren't surprised when the commissioner asked us up to the conference room for a bit of a talk. He'd talked to us plenty, we knew that. It didn't help any to know what was ahead of us.
Must we have that window open, Gregson?
Oh, shut it if you want to.
Chief will be in enough of a temper without having a ruddy blast down the back of his neck. Gentlemen, the commissioner. Stuffy in here. Be seated, won't you? Gentlemen, if you wish to know what able men you are, read any of the works of popular fiction that glamorize your achievements, but don't, I beg of you, read the daily papers. They might give you an inferiority complex. I hate to mention it, but we're confronted with a series of the most atrocious murders since Jack the Ripper. And in the meantime, the CID might as well be playing at shove-hate-me for all the good we've accomplished. Now look. Here, here, and here. Each of these red flags scattered through the city stands for a woman brutally murdered, a woman's terror, a woman's death agony. These are no ordinary crimes. These are the works of a fiend who kills first and mutilates afterwards. A ghoul who hacks off a part of his victim body and carries it away with him, a loathsome souvenir of his butchery. 3 women murdered so far, and you haven't turned in one clue. You haven't given me one lead. Here you sit and wait for news of a 4th victim, with your arms folded.
Well, we hadn't long to wait. It was down Lambeth Way where a young woman was hurrying home late last night. She saw something and stopped. It was a constable. He spoke to her, and he walked along with her, just in case. He saw her go down the stairway to the basement lodging where she lived. We can only surmise what happened after that. My pride in my pocket and went to see the man who'd so often helped out Inspector Lestrade and myself in the past. Mr. Sherlock Holmes. If ever a man needed help, I did.
This makes 4, Inspector. 4 defenseless women here in the heart of London.
And everyone with the right forefinger hacked off.
Not hacked, Inspector Gregson. Cleanly, expertly severed. The work of a skilled surgeon. That's our only clue.
Much about the age of my sister's girl. Is there no way of stopping this, Mr. Holmes?
Yes. There's a way, somehow. The fiend that did this. I promise. I promise.
We've nothing to go on. That's the rotten part of it. We can't get far without knowing the motive.
Well, at least we know what the motives were not. It wasn't robbery, nor passion, thanks be, nor yet vengeance. Because they all came of totally unrelated families. Steady, Inspector, steady.
Sorry, Mr. Holmes. I don't turn a hair when it's a bloke who can look after himself. A little slip of a thing like that.
Yes, it's horrible. Come on, let's get a drink. Mr. Holmes. Evening, Vincent. Whiskey and soda, please, and a double for my friend here, Inspector Gregson.
Thank you, sir. Make mine Irish. Decent of you to give me a hand with this thing, Mr. Holmes.
Always a pleasure to be of help to Scotland Yard, Inspector.
Little out of my line. Looking for a maniac who murders just for the fun of the thing.
Or perhaps just to get a human finger. In all 4 cases, the murderer risked capture by stopping to secure a finger. 1 or 4.
Who knows? He's just a madman.
Perhaps there's method in his madness. If we could just trace those missing fingers.
If we could just drain the English Channel, we might find a penny. Huh?
Oh, thank you. You may keep those, Mr. Holmes. Thank you.
Sir George Fenwick, isn't it?
Yes.
Is that his daughter with him?
Don't be so naive, Inspector.
You know everyone, don't you, darling?
Well, hardly. A week ago, I didn't know you.
A week. How fast it's gone.
I collect these things.
How very quaint of you.
Shall we go?
Yes.
What are you looking at, Mr. Holmes?
Looking at a very handsome woman. Not fond of the purple, but giving an excellent imitation.
Would you like to come to my flat for a nightcap?
Lovely idea.
Yes, isn't it?
I wonder where she's taking Sir George Fenwick.
Don't be so naive, Mr. Holmes.
Good evening, Mum.
Hello, Grandon. Any messages?
No, Mum.
Thank you. Drinks, Grandon. One of your nice surprises.
Yes, Mum.
I say, you don't mean that...
Grandon's a marvel, aren't you, Grandon?
Yes, Mum.
You wouldn't believe the things she can do.
Ah, charming face. Delightful.
Really? You think so? I'm so glad. Do sit down. Do you mind?
Do I mind? What a question. I don't mind anything, really. Except not being with you.
Now, you really don't want me to believe that, do you?
Not too seriously.
Good. We're both quite grown up, aren't we?
Quite.
You're a treasure, Crandon. And lower the lights a little as you leave. I prefer a more flattering light.
In any light, you'd be...
Would I?
And don't you know it?
Perhaps I do. Oh, that priceless woman. You wouldn't believe it, but she's absurdly romantic. She loves dreamy music, and she thinks that we...
But we do, don't we?
Do we?
Well, it's rather soothing, restful.
Yes. And we all need rest at times, like tired children who've played too long. You've played with wooden soldiers, I suppose.
Funny. Hadn't thought of that for years.
Toy boats were my special joy. Anything I could set afloat anywhere. Like this. And this. Toy boats sailing into the Never Never Land. A land of beautiful dreams. Look. Look, odd, isn't it, how the light is reflected? Little specks of light that move and move. Like stars on a slowly moving stream.
You know, Holmes, I'm very sensitive to atmosphere.
No?
Yes, I can tell by the feel of this room there's been a murder committed here.
It may interest you to know, my dear fellow, it was the other side of that door at the foot of the stairs that the poor girl was murdered. If only I could find it.
Find what?
The one thing these unfortunate victims have in common that might give us a motive for these murders. There must be something.
Another Jack the Ripper, if you ask me, a homicidal maniac.
No, Watson. In the case of Jack the Ripper, there was one thing in common. His victims were all from one walk of life, living in the same section of the city. In this case, the murderer chooses his victims from all walks of life and from different sections of the city. No, my dear fellow, this is not the work of a homicidal maniac. It's something infinitely more sinister.
Give me the creeps. What on earth are you talking about?
Watson, I'm convinced that these murders are only incidental to some larger and more diabolical scheme.
That may be, but why the severed fingers?
The answer to that question, my dear fellow, is our only hope of solving these mysteries.
Dear sister, I am so happy. I had such a lovely holiday at Brighton with you and Alf. And I'm looking forward to being with you again. Poor little thing. Sort of raises a lump in your throat. I can picture her sitting here happily writing this letter. And a lot bitter realizing that she's shortly going to her death. Hello? Gregson.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Holmes. I've been looking for you everywhere.
What's happened?
Murder in Edgware Road, not half an hour ago.
Woman?
Yes. And the right forefinger cut off clean.
Get your papers. Horrible murder, papers, all about the murder. Morning paper, all about the murder. Paper, horrible murder. Another young woman found murdered, papers here. Horrible murder, paper, read all about it. Get your paper, murder in Edgware Road. Horrible finger murder. Shocking murder in Edgware Road. Horrible murder of a young woman.
Only fancy, Mum. There's been another of those horrible murders.
Dear, dear, how shocking.
Yes, Mum. I really don't feel quite safe here myself. Oh, dear. Why, Sir George!
I must see Miss Marlowe at once.
I don't know if she...
I must see her. Where is she? Lydia.
Why, Sir George, what is it? What happened?
I don't know. You'll have to help me. You've got to help me.
But I don't understand.
Listen, I woke up a few minutes ago in a cheap boarding house off Edgware Road. I don't know how I came there. I don't know when. The last thing I remember is being here with you.
Calm yourself, Sir George.
When did I leave here?
Well, it was about,
It was 10:45, Mum. Precisely.
You seemed, forgive me, just a little distressed. Detached, not interested. I thought I'd said something to offend you.
I don't remember. I can't remember.
Tell me, has this happened to you before?
Before?
Well, there is such a thing as amnesia, you know.
If it was 10:45 when I left you, it was 9 this morning when I woke. Over 10 hours lost. 10 hours that I can't account for. And in my pocket when I woke, I found... Yeah, in my pocket. That isn't...
Oh, it's not for you, of course. It can't be.
Excuse me, Mum, but there's a man asking to see the gentleman.
Send him away.
Yes, Mum.
No, please. I'll see him.
Well, delightful room. Not much like the place you woke up in this morning.
You followed me here?
Yes.
Are you a detective?
Oh, no. Quite the contrary. Don't be afraid, Sir George.
You know my name?
Oh, yes. A very old and highly honored name. And being the bearer of such a name, and also a very wealthy man, I thought you might care to possess yourself of this trifle. Rather than let it fall into the hands of the police. It is yours, if I'm not mistaken. The initials, GF.
Where did you get this?
It came out of your pocket. I saw it fall, but you never noticed. You were very busy, bending over something with a knife. Then you put something in your pocket.
Come along, Holmes, come along, come along. How many more times must I tell you? You're missing a treat. This is delicious. Little jam tarts to follow. Aren't you tempted?
You and your flesh pots.
They tell me that fish is good for the brains.
Brains haven't any. You realize that a whole day and a night have gone by since that bestial affair in Edgware Road? I'm as much in the dark as ever.
Hello, here comes a client, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Oh, attractive. Very attractive.
Obviously, she left home under the stress of some very great emotion.
How do you know that?
She isn't wearing any gloves. A startling omission in a young lady of fashion.
No, she didn't put her coat on. Open car, too.
Furthermore, there's something in that bag she wants to show me.
What makes you say that?
The bag doesn't match her dress, indicating it was
Picked for size rather than style. To accommodate some bulky object.
Sure, amaze me, Holmes.
Not to mention, my dear fellow. Well, that's interesting.
What is?
That cab. Telling at the empty house. Wonder why he followed her here.
Oh, wouldn't you?
Quite possibly with the glasses. Well, we shall soon know. Yes, Mrs. Hudson?
It's a young lady, sir. Most urgent.
Ask her to come in.
Go right in, miss.
Mr. Holmes?
Yes, this is my friend, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
How do you do? Mr. Holmes, you must excuse me, please.
Yes, well, won't you sit down?
Come on.
May I? It's quite all right. Thank you. Now, try to control yourself, Miss Merrick. You're with friends.
You know my name?
No magic, I assure you. I've often seen your picture. You're the daughter of Sir George Merrick, aren't you?
Yes. It's about my father that
What about your father, Miss Fenwick?
Oh, I don't know what to do. He's always been the nicest, dearest person. Only since Mother died.
Yes, but we know.
So I didn't think anything of it when he was away all night before last. But he didn't come home until yesterday at tea time. Didn't come in for dinner at all. Just paced up and down in the library hour after hour. I begged him to let me in, but he wouldn't.
Steady, steady. Now, take your time.
I couldn't sleep a wink last night. Then I started hearing things.
Hearing things? What sort of things?
I heard someone in the garden underneath my window. Then I saw a figure moving down the garden path. And I recognized my father. Stealing through his own garden like a thief. He had a spade in his hand, and he stopped by the greenhouse where he started to dig. This morning, at daybreak, I stole out into the garden and I found this.
A finger. A human finger.
Bring up Scotland Yard, will you, Watson? Ask them to get hold of Inspector Gregson and tell him to meet us at once at George Fenwick's house, Kingston.
Operator, get to Scotland Yard quick.
Where's my father, Norris?
He's still in the library, miss.
Thank you. We'll see him right away. Will you come with me, please?
Thank you.
I got your message, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, indeed.
Dad, may I come in? Dad. It's funny. He doesn't answer.
You mind?
Please do.
Thank you. Watson, quick.
Oh,
Come along,
no,
my dear.
no, no.
Take charge, Miss Fenwick, please.
Sorry, sir. Now, miss, please. Please come along with me.
Dead?
Yes.
What do you make of it, Doctor?
Shot in the back, between the second and third ribs. The bullet undoubtedly penetrated the heart. Look at the powder marks on his coat.
I was afraid of this.
What do you mean?
Don't you remember the man in the cab who followed Miss Fenwick to Baker Street?
Well, you don't think he had anything to do with it, do you?
I think it's reasonable to assume that he tipped off someone that I'd been sent for. Sir George has obviously been murdered to keep him from telling me what he knew. What was the weapon used?
Small caliber revolver, point blank range by the look of the wound.
The murderer came in through those French windows. The mud from the garden he brought in his boots. Sir George must have surprised the intruder. Passed the room to him here. What follows we can't tell. But from the location of the wound, I'd say that he turned his back for a moment, and as he turned, the muzzle of the revolver was placed between his ribs and one muffled shot fired.
And you mean to say he kept on going, even after he was shot?
There's no doubt about it. Look there. The trail of blood leads us back to the desk. Something Sir George was after. Something.
I know. He was trying to summon help, poor chap.
I don't think so, Watson. There's the bell pull by the fireplace. No, you'll notice from the trail of blood that Sir George made straight for this desk here. I wonder, there was something he was desperately anxious to get. Hello. His right hand's clenched.
That's perfectly natural. Death agony.
The left hand lies open. Why only one hand clenched in the death agony, Eddie? The right hand, the hand nearest the desk. Please note that. If Sir George took something off this desk, something so important that he spilled his last drop of blood to get it, I want to know what it is.
It's nothing but an ordinary match folder.
Where does that lead us?
I imagine to something very important, Gregson. This match folder's from Pembroke House.
Why shouldn't it be? He was there, you know. We saw him yesterday.
Yes, but the effort he made after he was shot to get hold of this match folder. It's just possible he wanted someone to remember Pembroke House. He may have wished to recall it to someone who saw it there. Someone who, like ourselves, saw him with a woman.
Come in.
Oh, Dr. Watson, this came by hand from Mr. Holmes not 10 minutes ago.
Thank you, Mrs. Elson.
That would be the report from Sir George's bank.
Report from Sir George? Oh, really?
Don't you remember his daughter told us that he'd just closed his account? Had it looked into at once. He drew out his entire balance in cash, nearly £10,000, yesterday, just after that young woman was murdered. What does that suggest to you, Watson?
But he paid it out to someone.
Precisely. I smell the faint, sweet odor of blackmail.
You don't think he paid it out to someone who saw him murder the McLean woman?
Sir George never murdered anyone.
But he did have that woman's finger, and he empty did have and pay out a lot of cash.
That's the terrifying part about blackmail, Watson. The victim is afraid to fight the accusation, no matter how false. Once the accusation is made, his name is smeared, and sometimes his life is ruined.
Well, Sir George didn't commit these murders. What fiend did?
I rather think they're not the work of any one man.
Oh, come, Holmes. You don't expect me to believe there's a whole organization going about killing people and chopping off their fingers.
No, it's possible, quite possible.
Well, whoever's behind all this thing must be out of his mind.
On the contrary, my dear fellow, if my assumptions are correct, this little scheme has behind it the most brilliant and ruthless intellect the world has ever known.
You don't mean Professor Moriarty?
I do.
Oh, steady, Holmes, you've got him on the brain. This is the third time in as many months you've suspected him of unsolved crimes. He's dead, you know.
Is he?
Is he? You know he is. He was hanged in Montevideo, well, over a year ago.
I know that someone was hanged in Montevideo under that name. But I'll stake my reputation that Moriarty is alive and here, now in London. Hello? Yes, Dr. Watson, wait a minute.
You me? Well, yes. This is Dr. Watson speaking. No, I'm afraid I've retired. I don't practice anymore. What? Oh, that's a different thing. An emergency case. Well, just a minute. Yes? Yes, well, see that she's not moved. Remember that? Don't touch her till I get there. Fractured case in McCardle's Mews. Heavy woman. 14 stone. Look at dust. 14 stone. Just the sort of person who would hoist herself up on a stool to feed the canary. There ought to be a law against fat people keeping little dicky birds. Well, so long, old man. I shan't be very long. Haven't used their bag since I brought little Amelia, what's her name in the world? She grew up to be a very unattractive child. Oh, who wouldn't with a name like Amelia? Oh, Amelia. Amelia. People are so stupid about accidents.
Oh, Professor Moriarty. Not that I wish to appear inquisitive, but to what am I indebted for the pleasure of this visit? Scotland Yard will be interested.
It's very convenient for me to have Scotland Yard think that I'm still dead in Montevideo. I never dreamed of fooling you.
Thank you.
The thought occurs to me, Mr. Holmes, that there are some advantages in living within the law. You are very comfortably fixed here, aren't you? As I get on in life, the little comforts appeal to me more and more.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Won't you sit down?
Thank you.
And now, Professor Moriarty, what can I do for you?
Everything that I have to say to you has already crossed your mind.
And my answer has no doubt crossed yours.
Yes, final?
What do you think? I shall not rest until you are hanged for the finger murders.
You've no proof, you know.
No, not a shred. But I have you. I could turn you over to the police here and now.
You could. But if you did, you'd never see Dr. Watson again.
Oh, the telephone call.
Quite.
I rather assumed you had taken some such precaution. Or I should have snatched up a revolver and indulged in a fit of heroics when you came in.
Very smart, aren't you?
Not smart enough. Or I should have anticipated you. But if any harm comes to Dr. Watson, I shall seek you out. I shall not rest until I find you, and when I do...
No harm will come to Dr. Watson this time. But I can't answer for the future. Mr. Holmes, I should strongly advise you to drop this case.
Don't be silly.
Think it over. We've had many encounters in the past. You hope to place me on the gallows. I tell you, I shall never stand upon the gallows. But if you are instrumental in any way in bringing about my destruction, you will not be alive to enjoy your satisfaction.
And we shall walk together through the gates of eternity, hand in hand.
What a charming picture that would make.
Yes, wouldn't it? You know, I really think it might be worth it.
Shoelaces, Governor? Tons a pair. And strong enough to hang yourself.
How many more times must I tell you I don't want your filthy shoelaces or your company?
Shoelaces, Governor?
Blasted impertinence. Run along, my good man, or I'll give you in charge.
Shoelaces, Governor? Shoelaces, Governor? Help a poor bloke. What's only got one arm? Any luck with Mr. Holmes?
You can read his obituary in tomorrow's papers.
Oh, there you are, Watson. Come in. I was, just going out to look for you.
Look for me, what for? Suppose you don't think I know my way about. Well, you're right, I don't. Blast all practical jokers anyhow. Know where I've been?
On a wild goose chase.
Exactly. There's no such number in McCardle's Muse. Some fool's idea of a joke.
Did you see anyone?
No, nobody especially. Only a whining old idiot selling bootlaces.
Persistent beggar, wasn't he? Stuck to you like grim death.
Huh? How do you know?
And finally left you for someone who looked like better pickings. Someone, my dear Watson, was Professor Moriarty himself.
What?
Just called on me.
Moriarty here and you let him go? But you must be out of your mind. Why?
Well, he bluffed me into believing that he was holding a friend of mine as hostage.
Friend of yours who?
Oh, nobody very important, just a fat, lazy fellow. Medical man, I believe.
Medical man? Do I know him?
Yes, I think you do. A fellow by the name of Watson.
Watson, never heard. Who, me?
I'm afraid so, old fellow. Your street hawker's job was to do away with you in a certain contingency.
And you let Moriarty go? Because of me?
I had no choice. I can't afford to lose you, old fellow.
Well, it's very decent of the old chap, I must say, but... I wish you'd nabbed him.
We shall, never fear. I know the motive for the finger murders. All I have to find out now is the method used with the blackmail victims.
Method?
Yes. How does Moriarty get them to the scene of the crime? How does he plant those severed fingers on them? And how does he scare them into believing that they may have committed those atrocious murders themselves? Curious. Very curious.
Huh? Curious? What's curious?
That window in the empty house across the street. First floor front.
Huh? What's wrong with it?
It's open.
Why shouldn't it be open?
Well, it wasn't open half an hour ago. I'll stake my life on that.
Well, that's not our business. Let it stay open.
I wonder if you'd go over, old fellow, and see what's the matter.
Oh, trespassing. Against the law.
Very well, I'll go myself.
Oh, well, if you're going to put it like that, ridiculous waste of time. Doing about shutting windows at this hour of the night.
Here, you better take this torch.
Well, take what? Dignified job for a doctor. Dr. Watson, the torchbearer. And what do you propose to do? Sit in a comfortable chair, I suppose, and read a good book?
That's a very good idea.
Yes, very good idea. While I play night watchman, you have a nice read.
Mm-hmm. Good night. Have a good time.
Have a good time. What do you mean, have a good... What on earth is for? Oh! Umbrella stand. Pretty little thing to keep about the house. Must have been a pet. Right over. This was the door. While he sits comfortably reading a book. He killed Holmes! He killed Philip!
Watson.
You? But I saw him shoot you a second ago.
Not me, my dear fellow. Merely the bust of Julius Caesar. Incidentally, you may have noticed that all through the ages, prominent men have prominent noses. Shh. Oh, I'm afraid we're in for terrible trouble again with Mrs. Hudson. Windows smashed, plaster all over the floor. Get up, you.
Corporal Williams, Middlesex Regiment. Discharged from the army as physically unfit. Papers seem in order.
Now, Corporal Williams, you've seen service in the Far East, haven't you?
The East?
I thought so. Look at his complexion, Watson. Yellow as saffron. He's been taking atabrine. Cure for malaria. Sniper, aren't you?
Sniper?
Hmm. Why did you try to kill me?
I had to kill him. I had to.
Oh, snap out of it.
Stop it, Watson.
He's shamming.
No, he isn't. Who told you to kill me?
She told me.
She told you?
She told me I couldn't miss.
Well, luckily you did miss, you murderer.
He isn't a murderer, Watson. Listen, Corporal Williams. She told you you had to do it, didn't she?
I had to do it.
I've got it, Watson, I've got it.
Got what?
The method used in the finger murders.
Well, what is it?
Hypnotism, my dear fellow, hypnotism. And it wasn't against his nature, that's the devilish part of it. They picked a man for their purpose whose job was sniping.
Who are they?
Professor Moriarty and his finger murderers. Williams spoke of a woman. I think you'll find that she asked him home tonight for a drink. Nice quiet rooms, soft lights, music.
You've got it all pat, Mr. Holmes. What's the lady look like?
Up 30, nice figure, blonde, lustrous eyes.
Oh, really? Got a phone number? Oh, so?
Williams will give us her address. Look after him, Gregson. Don't let anyone come near him. He's our key witness in the finger murders.
Well, I hope you're guessing right, Mr. Holmes.
Get up, Williams. Now, go with Inspector Gregson anywhere he tells you.
Come on.
Yeah. Ring me as soon as he comes to himself, will you?
I will. Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Well, if you believe that fellow Williams was hypnotized, I suppose you think Sir George Fenwick was hypnotized, too.
Yes, I'm quite sure of it. Have a cup of tea?
Thanks, old boy. Nothing to eat. Well, why didn't these people make Sir George do the murder himself?
Because they didn't want to get him hanged. They wanted to blackmail him.
Well, who do you think the actual murderer is?
One of Moriarty's gang. A diabolically simple technique. Kill a woman.
Yes, but why cut off the fingers?
My dear fellow, don't you understand? The severed finger is what links the blackmail victim to the murder. He wakes, finds the grisly thing in his pocket. He doesn't know how it got there. He's no idea that he's been hypnotized. For all he knows, he may have committed the atrocious crime during some dreadful lapse of sanity.
In that state, when he's utterly demoralized, the blackmailers take over. Is that it?
Undoubtedly. You see, they swear that they saw him commit the murder. And being human, the victim will pay anything rather than stand trial on a charge that will make his very name loathsome.
Oh, it all fits in if you believe in hypnotism.
The only possible explanation.
You think the hypnotist is that woman with the blonde hair, the lustrous eyes, the woman you invented?
I didn't invent her. I saw her.
What on earth are you talking about?
That woman, my dear Watson, was with Sir George when he left Pembroke House. I saw her there. I shall see her again, and Williams will lead me to her. That's why it's so important to keep him safe. He will identify her. Hello? Yes? Inspector Gregson? What? Well, get every constable in the district. Yes, I'll be over at once.
What's happened, Holmes?
Williams is missing.
Great Scott!
Come on. Lorry crashed into Gregson's car. During the confusion, Williams disappeared.
Escaped, eh?
No, kidnapped. To keep him from talking when he came to.
You don't think that Moriarty...
Moriarty? Anything is possible.
Williams!
Dead. You see, anything is possible.
Oh, good morning, Professor Moriarty. You startled me. I'm dressing another dolly, a dear little nurse. Is there anything wrong with your finger?
Just a splinter.
Nasty thing, splinters. Most trying. One can't be too careful, but I'll get it out for you. I have the very instrument to help you. Sharp enough to split a hair.
Put those tools away until they're needed.
But they're not tools, sir. They're instruments.
Put them away. Is Lydia in?
Yes. But really, you should let me.
Get dressed. Holmes and Watson just left Baker Street for the Mesmer Club.
Mesmer Club? The meeting place of all the top hypnotists in London. Do you suppose that Mr. Holmes is onto our method?
If he suspects, it's merely a suspicion. It's our business to see that it ends there.
I hope you're right.
Williams passed away before he could talk, remember?
What do you want me to do?
Go to the Mesmer Club, meet Holmes, and induce him to come back here.
Isn't that a bit dangerous?
Every meeting with Sherlock Holmes is potentially dangerous. However, you say he didn't see your face at Pembroke House.
And how would you suggest I get Mr. Holmes to accompany me here? Kidnap him?
Oh, no. Holmes has one weakness, his insatiable curiosity. If you can arouse that, you can lead him anywhere. It's up to you to take advantage of any opportunity that may arise.
This way, please, gentlemen. I'll tell Dr. Onslow that you're here.
Thank you.
So this is the Mesmer Club. If you ask me, hypnotism is a lot of mumbo-jumbo.
Oh, come now, Watson. As a medical man, you must admit that hypnotism has its place in modern science.
That may be, but 90% of hypnotists are crooks of the worst kind. Nothing more than a lot of charlatans exploiting weak-willed morons.
Ah, Dr. Onslow, I believe.
Happy to meet you, Mr. Holmes. Your brother Mycroft suggested I might be of help to you. He's a valued member of our little group of charlatans and crooks.
Oh, I beg your pardon, sir. I didn't know you were listening. Behind the curtain.
My friend, Dr. Watson.
Oh, delighted.
How do you know?
I wonder now. You see, we're in the midst of a little experimental session at this very moment. If you'd care to join us.
Oh, certainly, certainly.
That'd be very instructive.
Oh, well, will you follow me?
Thank you.
In treating his patients. But today, the therapeutic value of hypnotism, as we now call it, is conceded by innumerable physicians. Especially is it of value in surgical cases where the administration of local or of general anesthetic is inadvisable.
Inadvisable poppycock.
For the sake of latecomers, I may say that I have placed this subject under profound hypnosis. In this condition, he can feel no pain, even under applications which normally would be excruciating.
Excruciating?
Excuse me, please.
Carter, you are having a peaceful sleep. You feel nothing. Your arms and your hands are without sensation. Mowbray, the long needle. Carter, give me your right hand. As you observe, the needle has been thrust completely through the subject's hand. No feeling, no pain. This lack of feeling is the one infallible test of profound hypnosis.
Nonsense. Fellow's full of drugs. Oh, isn't he?
Definitely not, Doctor.
Wake up, Carter, wake up. You feel well and rested, remember. No pain anywhere. Wake up, wake up.
I say, when are you going to begin?
All through, Carter. Stand up.
This way, sir.
And, are these all the people that come here?
Oh, no. Others keep dropping in all the time.
I suppose it's all right for those who believe in it, but of course, I'm a professional man myself.
Then you don't believe in hypnotism, Dr. Watson?
Oh, I don't deny that there are certain types of hysterical, feeble-minded people who go under if you point your finger at them. But anyone with an ounce of character...
How right you are. You see right through our little artifices, don't you, Doctor?
Right through, my dear sir. Right through.
Right so. But with the feeble-minded, as you say... excuse us, Mr. Holmes.
Certainly.
Step over here, won't you?
Certainly, sir. Anything to oblige.
Let me show you how easily we charlatans take advantage of them. Now, sit down, Doctor. Now, we set a thing like this in motion. It's wonderful, the attraction on the feeble-minded, of course. The continuous motion, if they just let themselves follow it. Of course, you could stare at it till doomsday, Dr. Watson, with no effect at all. Still, it might make you a little drowsy, like the white ribbon of road at night when you're driving. The rhythm is smooth, unbroken, and the road goes on and on, round and round, always the same, winding and winding. And you're drowsy, you're tired. Let the road come into you, as it were. The long road, the smooth road, the road to sleep. Sleep. Open your eyes. Stand up. Turn around. And now, Dr. Watson, you're on a holiday in Scotland. The country is amazingly beautiful. We're coming to a stream. It isn't deep. Better take your shoes and socks off. Roll up your trouser. That'll do. The other leg is waterproof. Turn around. Mind the pedals. Sit down. Wake up now.
There, I see. What I tell you, it didn't work with me. Why, nobody with an ounce of character.
I think you'll need these.
Something to laugh at?
Watson, she's here.
Oh, the woman you're looking for?
Yes, I'm going to meet her. Perhaps I can induce her to take me to Moriarty.
Do you think it's wise, Holmes?
It may not be wise, but it's essential. After all, I've held me on with Moriarty in the past.
But isn't it dangerous? She might be a hypnotist.
If my will isn't stronger than hers, I deserve to be hypnotized.
I feel I must protest, Dr. Onslow. I was told this was a gathering of serious students of a great science, and I find myself in a company of buffoons.
Oh, my dear madam.
Elliots and Esdale Braid. Were those men martyrs for the truth, that you may laugh over your childish, cruel tricks?
I must say I'm in complete agreement with you, madam. This was most unnecessary performance, Dr. Onslow.
Beg your pardon, sir.
My name is Holmes, Sherlock Holmes. At your service, madam.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'm afraid I've created a rather embarrassing situation. But you see, I'm interested in the serious study of hypnotism.
So am I, too.
Perhaps we have something in common, Mr. Holmes.
Perhaps we have. Would you join me for a cocktail at Pembroke House?
I should be delighted.
Good. Thank you.
I didn't know there was such a pleasant place in London. It was so nice of you to suggest our coming here.
I thought a little pick-me-up would do us good.
You mean you thought I looked...
I like the way you look.
Thank you. I suppose I did lose my head a little at the Mesmer Club. But you see, hypnotism is almost a religion with me. I know so well what it can do to help, heal. And I can't bear to see it used for trivial purposes.
I know very little about it. That's why I went to the Mesmer Club. You see, I'm rather puzzled just now with the case that I'm working on.
How fascinating. Tell me about it.
It's the murder of Sir George Fenwick.
Fenwick? Who's he?
Quite a well-known figure. Odd now I come to think of it. Last time I saw Sir George was here at Pembroke House.
Strange.
Yes, isn't it? He was sitting, I believe he was sitting at this very table. Cigarette?
Thanks. Do go on.
There was a charming lady with him. He was lighting a cigarette.
Charming. Did you see her face?
No worse luck, but merely her back.
How unenterprising of you.
Yes, wasn't it? Afraid I'm getting a little older.
I shouldn't say so.
That's nice of you. Still, the first time in my life I've got hold of a case that's beyond me. I'm actually losing sleep over it.
You know, Mr. Holmes, I believe I could help you.
Really? I should be very grateful.
You're amused.
Oh, merely skeptical. How would you go about it?
I've used hypnotism more than once in healing. Not for profit. I'm not a professional. But I do think I could help you. If you'd care to...
I can't think of a pleasanter experience. Low lights, music, is that all there is to it?
You must relax, Mr. Holmes. I'm afraid you're a rather difficult subject. So I thought perhaps a little help. Materia medica might be advisable.
Drugs? No, I'd rather not, if you don't mind.
As a matter of fact, I'd rather not myself. But Schrenk-Notzing, he practiced in Munich, you know. Believed it the best means for difficult subjects. Do you mind?
Well, as a matter of fact, I don't approve of sedatives.
Just as you wish. We don't have to go on with this at all, you know.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. All right. I'll take a chance.
It's really quite harmless.
What is it?
Cannabis japonica, an oriental soporific. You need water.
Thank you.
Now sit down, Mr. Holmes. You'll feel yourself growing drowsy. Don't fight it. Give in to it. Because you do want to sleep, you know. Just fix your eyes on this one white flower floating on the water. Empty your mind of every other thought. Follow the motion of the water. So smooth, not a ripple. Waters of forgetfulness. Steady, deep, strong. Strange, isn't it? How the light is reflected. Little specks of light that move and move. It's restful here. It's peaceful. It's friendly. And you're very close to finding what you're looking for. You'll find them soon now. The guilty ones. When you're rested, gentle waters closing over you. Steady, deep, strong. Drawing you down, down, down. Sleep. 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 Here he is, Professor Moriarty. Stand up, Mr. Holmes. Open your eyes. Face this way. Are you satisfied?
We are dealing with a clever man. He may be shamming. There's just one infallible test for profound hypnosis. You ready, Dr. Simnel? That will do, Doctor. He couldn't fake insensibility to the knife. I congratulate you, Lydia. Turn round, Mr. Holmes. Now walk to the desk. Sit down. Take that pen and write what I tell you to write. I have at last found a case which I cannot solve. I have outlived my usefulness. Therefore, I have decided to end my life. Sign your name. Now blot it. Fold it up and put it in your pocket. Come, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Go out onto the terrace.
But it won't look like suicide, sir.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Holmes' injuries must all be self-inflicted. Let's walk a little, Mr. Holmes. It's so pleasant here in the garden. Just step up here onto the terrace. It's a nice, broad terrace. Now turn to the left and walk slowly to the end of the terrace. Don't stop. You must walk to the end, you know. The end leads to an open doorway. You can pass through it in perfect safety. In the room beyond the doorway, you'll find what you've been looking for.
Must you drag this on?
This is the moment I've been anticipating for a long time, my dear. Go on, Mr. Holmes. Through the open doorway, you will find the man responsible for the finger murders and the death of Sir George Fenning. Professor Moriarty.
Holmes! Stand still.
What a beautiful view, Watson. I'm quite enjoying it.
No, you're not. You're hypnotized. You're under a spell. Stand still. Don't move. Steady, Holmes. Steady does it. Stand perfectly still where you are.
Nonsense, Watson.
You don't know what you're doing.
Of course I know what I'm doing.
You mean you're not hypnotized?
Certainly not.
Then get off the wall, you idiot. Look out! Holmes!
Dear fellow.
What were you doing up there?
Holding the fort until you arrived. What kept you?
Well, I ran into a spot of trouble on my way to Scotland Yard. I was arrested for exceeding the speed limit.
Your luck seems to hold, Mr. Holmes.
Well, I'd hardly call it luck, Professor. You see, I substituted a drug of my own for the one that this dear lady pressed on me.
You are clever, aren't you?
A drug that, although it leaves the subject conscious, renders him quite insensitive to pain. That accounted for my lack of reaction to Dr. Simnel's knife. Well, Gregson, quite an impressive haul. Even Inspector Lestrade himself couldn't have done any better.
Thanks, Mr. Holmes.
Take him away.
All right, put her in the van.
I was right, Mr. Holmes. You are a difficult subject.
Thank you. And now, Professor, our score is settled. Au revoir until I see you on the gallows.
The rope has not been made that'll go around my neck.
Come on.
I'll take care of things, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Inspector.
Come on.
An evil man, Holmes, but what a horrible death.
Better than he deserved.
What are you thinking of?
I'm thinking of all the women who can come and go in safety in the streets of London tonight. The stars keep watching their heavens. And in our own little way, we too, old friend, are privileged to watch over our city.
Hi, my name is Lenny. I work as a firefighter paramedic for the town of Mashpee. This is my work vehicle. My job is to help people when they call 911 when they're sick or in a car accident. When you see me, I'll be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is helping people and being part of my local community. When I was a kid, I loved to play sports and be part of a team. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Dr. Malone. I work as a physician in the emergency center. My job is to take care of people and make them feel better. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is that I get to meet lots of people. When I was a kid, I loved to play soccer and do gymnastics. My favorite food is tacos, and my favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Liz. I'm a nurse at the Emergency Center at Cape Cod Hospital. My job is to take care of people when they feel sick or hurt. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is making people feel better. And when I was a kid, I loved riding my bike everywhere. My favorite food is sushi, and my favorite color is pink. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hello again, Sandwich. I'm Greg Anderson. Hey, I want you to know about a brand new monthly one-on-one interview show that I am now doing with Sandwich School Superintendent Joe Maruschek. This is where Joe and I are going to sit down and we're going to discuss the school issues that matter the most to our communities, from questions that are provided by you. Bullying, budget, teachers, enrollment, anything. How far can Joe run without getting winded? Send your questions to me at askoursuperintendent@gmail.com, and I will bring your questions to him on the air. Again, it's askoursuperintendent@gmail.com. The show is called Ask the Soup on SCTV and all your favorite digital or social media platforms.
Hi, my name is Nick Robbins. I work as a firefighter paramedic at the Bourne Fire Department. This is my place of work, and this is my vehicle behind me. It's a fire engine. My job is to respond to emergencies and help people when they're having bad days. Sometimes when you see me wearing this uniform, I might have my mask or some really loud gear. The best part of my job is to be able to reach out to the community and be a face to the public. My favorite food is barbecue, anything barbecue, and my favorite color is red, like the fire truck. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Mark Peterson. I work as a police officer for the town of Sandwich. This is where I work, and this is my cruiser. My job is to serve and protect the community of Sandwich. When you see me, I'll be wearing this blue uniform and a police vest. The best part of my job is to serve and protect the community I grew up in. When I was a kid, I loved to play football and lacrosse. My favorite food is pasta, and my favorite color is yellow. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Anita Atkinson, and I work as a Coast Guard pilot at Coast Guard's Air Station Cape Cod. This is where I work, and this is my work vehicle, the 60 helicopter. My job is to be an aviator and to save lives as a Coast Guard aviator. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform, a Coast Guard flight suit. The best part of my job is to save lives and give back to the community. When I was a little kid, I used to love running around, getting dirty with my hands and building things. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is red. I am always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Lenny. I work as a firefighter paramedic for the town of Mashpee. This is my work vehicle. My job is to help people when they call 911 when they're sick or in a car accident. When you see me, I'll be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is helping people and being part of my local community. When I was a kid, I loved to play sports and be part of a team. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Dr. Malone. I work as a physician in the emergency center. My job is to take care of people and make them feel better. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is that I get to meet lots of people. When I was a kid, I loved to play soccer and do gymnastics. My favorite food is tacos, and my favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Liz. I'm a nurse at the emergency center at Cape Cod Hospital. My job is to take care of people when they feel sick or hurt. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is making people feel better. And when I was a kid, I loved riding my bike everywhere. My favorite food is sushi, and my favorite color is pink. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hello again, Sandwich. I'm Greg Anderson. Hey, I want you to know about a brand new monthly one-on-one interview show that I am now doing with Sandwich School Superintendent Joe Maruschek. This is where Joe and I are going to sit down and we're going to discuss the school issues that matter the most to our communities, from questions that are provided by you. Bullying, budget, teachers, enrollment, anything. How far can Joe run without getting winded? Send your questions to me at askoursuperintendent@gmail.com, and I will bring your questions to him on the air. Again, it's askoursuperintendent@gmail.com. The show is called Ask the Soup on SCTV and all your favorite digital or social media platforms.
Hi, my name is Nick Robbins. I work as a firefighter paramedic at the Bourne Fire Department. This is my place of work, and this is my vehicle behind me. It's a fire engine. My job is to respond to emergencies and help people when they're having bad days. Sometimes when you see me wearing this uniform, I might have my mask or some really loud gear. The best part of my job is to be able to reach out to the community and be a face to the public. My favorite food is barbecue, anything barbecue, and my favorite color is red, like the fire truck. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Mark Peterson. I work as a police officer for the town of Sandwich. This is where I work, and this is my cruiser. My job is to serve and protect the community of Sandwich. When you see me, I'll be wearing this blue uniform and a police vest. The best part of my job is to serve and protect the community I grew up in. When I was a kid, I loved to play football and lacrosse. My favorite food is pasta, and my favorite color is yellow. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Anita Atkinson, and I work as a Coast Guard pilot at Coast Guard's Air Station Cape Cod. This is where I work, and this is my work vehicle, the 60 helicopter. My job is to be an aviator and to save lives as a Coast Guard aviator. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform, a Coast Guard flight suit. The best part of my job is to save lives and give back to the community. When I was a little kid, I used to love running around, getting dirty with my hands and building things. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is red. I am always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Lenny. I work as a firefighter paramedic for the town of Mashpee. This is my work vehicle. My job is to help people when they call 911 when they're sick or in a car accident. When you see me, I'll be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is helping people and being part of my local community. When I was a kid, I loved to play sports and be part of a team. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Dr. Malone. I work as a physician in the emergency center. My job is to take care of people and make them feel better. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is that I get to meet lots of people. When I was a kid, I loved to play soccer and do gymnastics. My favorite food is tacos, and my favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Liz. I'm a nurse at the Emergency Center at Cape Cod Hospital. My job is to take care of people when they feel sick or hurt. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is making people feel better. And when I was a kid, I loved riding my bike everywhere. My favorite food is sushi, and my favorite color is pink. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hello again, Sandwich. I'm Greg Anderson. Hey, I want you to know about a brand new monthly one-on-one interview show that I am now doing with Sandwich School Superintendent Joe Maruszczak. This is where Joe and I are going to sit down and we're going to discuss the school issues that matter the most to our communities, from questions that are provided by you. Bullying, budget, teachers, enrollment, anything. How far can Joe run without getting winded? Send your questions to me at askoursuperintendent@gmail.com, and I will bring your questions to him on the air. Again, it's askoursuperintendent@gmail.com. The show is called Ask the Soup on SCTV and all your favorite digital or social media platforms.
Hi, my name is Nick Robbins. I work as a firefighter paramedic at the Bourne Fire Department. This is my place of work and this is my vehicle behind me. It's a fire engine. My job is to respond to emergencies and help people when they're having bad days. Sometimes when you see me wearing this uniform, I might have my mask or some really loud gear. The best part of my job is to be able to reach out to the community and be a face to the public. My favorite food is barbecue, anything barbecue, and my favorite color is red, like the fire truck. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Mark Peterson. I work as a police officer for the town of Sandwich. This is where I work, and this is my cruiser. My job is to serve and protect the community of Sandwich. When you see me, I'll be wearing this blue uniform and a police vest. The best part of my job is to serve and protect the community I grew up in. When I was a kid, I loved to play football and lacrosse. My favorite food is pasta, and my favorite color is yellow. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Anita Atkinson, and I work as a Coast Guard pilot at Coast Guard's Air Station Cape Cod. This is where I work, and this is my work vehicle, the 60 helicopter. My job is to be an aviator and to save lives as a Coast Guard aviator. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform, a Coast Guard flight suit. The best part of my job is to save lives and give back to the community. When I was a little kid, I used to love running around, getting dirty with my hands and building things. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is red. I am always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Lenny. I work as a firefighter paramedic for the town of Mashpee. This is my work vehicle. My job is to help people when they call 911 when they're sick or in a car accident. When you see me, I'll be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is helping people and being part of my local community. When I was a kid, I loved to play sports and be part of a team. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Dr. Malone. I work as a physician in the emergency center. My job is to take care of people and make them feel better. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is that I get to meet lots of people. When I was a kid, I loved to play soccer and do gymnastics. My favorite food is tacos, and my favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Liz. I'm a nurse at the emergency center at Cape Cod Hospital. My job is to take care of people when they feel sick or hurt. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is making people feel better. And when I was a kid, I loved riding my bike everywhere. My favorite food is sushi, and my favorite color is pink. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hello again, Sandwich. I'm Greg Anderson. Hey, I want you to know about a brand new monthly one-on-one interview show that I am now doing with Sandwich School Superintendent Joe Maruszczak. This is where Joe and I are going to sit down and we're going to discuss the school issues that matter the most to our communities, from questions that are provided by you. Bullying, budget, teachers, enrollment, anything. How far can Joe run without getting winded? Send your questions to me at askoursuperintendent@gmail.com, and I will bring your questions to him on the air. Again, it's askoursuperintendent@gmail.com. The show is called Ask the Soup on SCTV and all your favorite digital or social media platforms.
Hi, my name is Nick Robbins. I work as a firefighter paramedic at the Bourne Fire Department. This is my place of work and this is my vehicle behind me. It's a fire engine. My job is to respond to emergencies and help people when they're having bad days. Sometimes when you see me wearing this uniform, I might have my mask or some really loud gear. The best part of my job is to be able to reach out to the community and be a face to the public. My favorite food is barbecue, anything barbecue, and my favorite color is red, like the fire truck. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Mark Peterson. I work as a police officer for the town of Sandwich. This is where I work, and this is my cruiser. My job is to serve and protect the community of Sandwich. When you see me, I'll be wearing this blue uniform and a police vest. The best part of my job is to serve and protect the community I grew up in. When I was a kid, I loved to play football and lacrosse. My favorite food is pasta, and my favorite color is yellow. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Anita Atkinson, and I work as a Coast Guard pilot at Coast Guard's Air Station Cape Cod. This is where I work, and this is my work vehicle, the 60 helicopter. My job is to be an aviator and to save lives as a Coast Guard aviator. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform, a Coast Guard flight suit. The best part of my job is to save lives and give back to the community. When I was a little kid, I used to love running around, getting dirty with my hands and building things. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is red. I am always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Lenny. I work as a firefighter paramedic for the town of Mashpee. This is my work vehicle. My job is to help people when they call 911 when they're sick or in a car accident. When you see me, I'll be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is helping people and being part of my local community. When I was a kid, I loved to play sports and be part of a team. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Dr. Malone. I work as a physician in the emergency center. My job is to take care of people and make them feel better. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is that I get to meet lots of people. When I was a kid, I loved to play soccer and do gymnastics. My favorite food is tacos, and my favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Liz. I'm a nurse at the emergency center at Cape Cod Hospital. My job is to take care of people when they feel sick or hurt. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is making people feel better. And when I was a kid, I loved riding my bike everywhere. My favorite food is sushi, and my favorite color is pink. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hello again, Sandwich. I'm Greg Anderson. Hey, I want you to know about a brand new monthly one-on-one interview show that I am now doing with Sandwich School Superintendent Joe Maruschek. This is where Joe and I are going to sit down and we're going to discuss the school issues that matter the most to our communities, from questions that are provided by you. Bullying, budget, teachers, enrollment, anything. How far can Joe run without getting winded? Send your questions to me at askoursuperintendent@gmail.com, and I will bring your questions to him on the air. Again, it's askoursuperintendent@gmail.com. The show is called Ask the Soup on SCTV and all your favorite digital or social media platforms.
Hi, my name is Nick Robbins. I work as a firefighter paramedic at the Bourne Fire Department. This is my place of work, and this is my vehicle behind me. It's a fire engine. My job is to respond to emergencies and help people when they're having bad days. Sometimes when you see me wearing this uniform, I might have my mask or some really loud gear. The best part of my job is to be able to reach out to the community and be a face to the public. My favorite food is barbecue, anything barbecue, and my favorite color is red, like the fire truck. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Mark Peterson. I work as a police officer for the town of Sandwich. This is where I work, and this is my cruiser. My job is to serve and protect the community of Sandwich. When you see me, I'll be wearing this blue uniform and a police vest. The best part of my job is to serve and protect the community I grew up in. When I was a kid, I loved to play football and lacrosse. My favorite food is pasta, and my favorite color is yellow. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Anita Atkinson, and I work as a Coast Guard pilot at Coast Guard's Air Station Cape Cod. This is where I work, and this is my work vehicle, the 60 helicopter. My job is to be an aviator and to save lives as a Coast Guard aviator. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform, a Coast Guard flight suit. The best part of my job is to save lives and give back to the community. When I was a little kid, I used to love running around, getting dirty with my hands and building things. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is red. I am always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Lenny. I work as a firefighter paramedic for the town of Mashpee. This is my work vehicle. My job is to help people when they call 911 when they're sick or in a car accident. When you see me, I'll be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is helping people and being part of my local community. When I was a kid, I loved to play sports and be part of a team. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Dr. Malone. I work as a physician in the emergency center. My job is to take care of people and make them feel better. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is that I get to meet lots of people. When I was a kid, I loved to play soccer and do gymnastics. My favorite food is tacos, and my favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Liz. I'm a nurse at the emergency center at Cape Cod Hospital. My job is to take care of people when they feel sick or hurt. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is making people feel better. And when I was a kid, I loved riding my bike everywhere. My favorite food is sushi, and my favorite color is pink. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hello again, Sandwich. I'm Greg Anderson. Hey, I want you to know about a brand new monthly one-on-one interview show that I am now doing with Sandwich School Superintendent Joe Maruszczak. This is where Joe and I are going to sit down and we're going to discuss the school issues that matter the most to our communities, from questions that are provided by you. Bullying, budget, teachers, enrollment, anything. How far can Joe run without getting winded? Send your questions to me at askoursuperintendent@gmail.com, and I will bring your questions to him on the air. Again, it's askoursuperintendent@gmail.com. The show is called Ask the Soup on SCTV and all your favorite digital or social media platforms.
Hi, my name is Nick Robbins. I work as a firefighter paramedic at the Bourne Fire Department. This is my place of work, and this is my vehicle behind me. It's a fire engine. My job is to respond to emergencies and help people when they're having bad days. Sometimes when you see me wearing this uniform, I might have my mask or some really loud gear. The best part of my job is to be able to reach out to the community and be a face to the public. My favorite food is barbecue, anything barbecue, and my favorite color is red, like the fire truck. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Mark Peterson. I work as a police officer for the town of Sandwich. This is where I work, and this is my cruiser. My job is to serve and protect the community of Sandwich. When you see me, I'll be wearing this blue uniform and a police vest. The best part of my job is to serve and protect the community I grew up in. When I was a kid, I loved to play football and lacrosse. My favorite food is pasta, and my favorite color is yellow. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
On to the other part of our staff meeting. Director of Operations for Community Services Guy Boucher and Recreation Director Trish McDonald, Senior and Community Service Director Susan Morancic for the Center for Active Living update.
Well, well, let me have all the fun.
Come on down and wave to both people watching us.
Yeah. So I'm Guy Boucher, Director of Operations for Community Services. I didn't bring cake, so sorry. Next time. gives me great honor and privilege to be here tonight to talk about this subject, about the Center for Active Living. Really proud of what we have there. And I hope you, as the leaders of this town, and Bud and Heather and Susan, who worked very diligently to bring this forth and to have it open, are proud of what we've accomplished and what we're providing for our town with that facility. I know Susan and her crew and Tricia McDonald and the recreation crew have been working hard to program that out and make it as useful as possible for our community. I did include a memo in the minutes in the information you received tonight, but so I won't read that verbatim. But I think the Center of Active Living, the dream of it was, and I believe Susan will talk more specifics in a little bit here, was to be a hybrid facility, to be a home of our senior and community services. And the hub of those activities, but also to service our entire population from our youngest citizens to our oldest. And now with my office in that building, and Susan and will echo, I'm sure, that is happening on a daily basis. So I think the best place to kick off is I'll probably let Susan talk to you about her operations, and I'll talk a little bit about some of the stuff that Recreation's been doing. Tricia couldn't be with us tonight; she's actually at a conference learning how to do more awesome stuff for our town. And then I'll kind of wrap it up with some overall things. But
I also want to echo Guy's statements. I had thought about, and I will make a joke of, I was about 27 when we started this. I've aged in dog years, this building, so. But the town, we can talk a lot of numbers and specifics about programs, but I think what all of you should know and what the town should know is, and it's the intangible, but we see it every day, is the absolute joy that building brings. So everyone, and this is all of you and the town, did a very good thing for this town. And I am also a resident, so I have aged into it. That's the good news. From a numbers perspective, I want to share, I know you have seen some of it in the memo, but we have, just comparing to from March 13th of 23 when we opened till today, the same time period from 2022 to 2023, we've increased check-ins in the building, which simply means someone coming in for a program. And this is just people over the age of 60. We also do, and I'll touch on it, benefit some of the social services, human services aspects for the town. So some of those are under 60, but primarily over 60. Over 20,000 check-ins in that almost 10-month period. The same period a year before that, when we were still located in the old building, still a solid number, 9,600 check-ins, and the number of people grew from 2,700 individual people. So that's not counting, they came for the same class twice. It is an individual coming into the building, and we've grown that to over 4,000 people in the building in the last 10 months. That does not count all of the rec programs that Tricia and her crew have built into, and I know you're going to talk a little bit about it, but built into the gym, really just since Labor Day weekend, since the school session started. All of those things, and you have a list in the memo in your packet of things that are non-COA related. With hardly even trying, we have encompassed all ages. It is a pleasure to watch grandparents bring their grandchildren to, even in strollers, to walk on the track. We have caregivers who bring their people to the track with wheelchairs, rollators. We had an 11-year-old, good luck, half marathoner who was training over the vacation week and during the nasty weather wanted to do a little running inside. So that happened on the track. We've had, and it happens to be, all of my son's college friends are home and they're all down there. We've known them, as so many of you were saying, Patrick, watching kids grow up from a very young age. Well, now they're 6'4" and deep voice, and they're all down there playing basketball. dropping in while they're home on winter break. So we get to witness all of those things. But the sheer numbers, I think that we have achieved what we said, Guy and Tricia, my assistant director, Kim Lanigan, Heather was a part of this, crafted a mission statement, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, about providing the community with a vibrant environment for learning, wellness, creativity, and social connection through programs and all of those things. I do want to have 2 seconds to thank not only our over 100 volunteers who have put hours and hours. And now it's time for my report to the state grant, so I actually have to count all those hours in getting us moved into the building. And particularly, I want to thank our front desk volunteers, because the scope of the change for them, sitting at the desk in the old Human Services building and now taking on everything that's happening in the new building, they've been amazing, absolutely amazing. So they should have a cake. Next time I'll bring a cake. But also my staff, really until mid to late September, we had 3 of us as a staff, and we did all that. And now we have additional staff, so we thank everybody for that, and it's running extremely smoothly. So I could talk for about an hour and a half, but I'll let Guy move on to rec, and then if there's questions, specific things you want to know, we'll certainly be here for questions.
Yeah, so recreation, really, this summer, we had our first private rental group where we rented the gymnasium to Sandwich Youth Basketball for their summer leagues, and they ran basically from June till August, in there 3 nights a week with, running clinics and games and having referees and doing all that, which was wildly successful and a great collaboration, especially being our first kind of foray into renting the facility. So that went really well. Rec kind of kicked off. We did some indoor pickleball, we did some walking, but really Tricia started in earnest this fall with some adult men's, adult basketball leagues, futsal, pickleball, and open gyms. To date, since the fall, with our programs, with Rec's programs, they service over 800 people alone. So, which is pretty amazing. And to kind of jump off of what Susan said, that doesn't count the individuals that are serviced that just walk in during the day. So what we've found is that individuals of all ages are coming in during the business hours, and if the gym's open, if there's not a program there, they're coming in to shoot hoops or kick a soccer ball around with their families and things like that. So really, anybody 18 or older can come into that facility, and if there's not a program in the gym, they can walk, they can utilize the gymnasium. Anybody 18 and younger, we just ask them to be accompanied by an adult, which is what we found working very well. Vacation week was hopping. I mean, families, college kids, high school kids were packed in that gym, and Shane and Heather were very nice to give a half day that day before Christmas, but Susan and her crew were there because the building was packed. Again, mentioning my office is at that location, and I'm kind of off the little sitting room there, a little library with a fireplace, and we have people in there almost every day, just reading a book, sitting knitting by the fire, having conversations. People coming in and working, which was part of that hybrid piece that we wanted. I've met with several people that are in there and just, they didn't want to go in the office. So, geez, I'm going to go down to the Center of Active Living and break out my laptop and just bang out some work. And just seeing individuals really come in and thrive. And one little story I guess I'll share without any names, but a gentleman lost his wife, and I've known him for years in the community, and he was struggling a little bit, and you could see him kind of growing his hair out, and his beard was getting a little longer, and he started coming to the Center of Active Living, and then one day I was in there, and he was getting a haircut, because they have free haircuts there if you don't know, and he got a shave, and he's like, I'm turning it around, because he started going to the the bereavement group that they have there. And then he started playing bocce and cornhole and taking advantage of all the things that are offered at that facility. And now he's there almost every day, whether he's reading a book or being involved and being out in the community and not sitting in his home. So I think we see that day in and day out. We see more and more people coming in. Those numbers are a testament to that are new faces to Susan's crew, to the recreation crew. So just really proud of that. We've also seen a number of events that we've held, whether it be for the EPA, talking about the gun range, where we did, they had over 100 people in the multi-purpose room, plus the Zoom capability. So we had people, Zooming in for a live meeting. So we had that event. We've had a birthday party for little Z, if you remember that, which was a private event. And then in the gymnasium, we're also renting out to a soccer group every Monday night, and then on the weekends now as well. And then that's also going to be home to our Special Olympics basketball program coming here. So yeah, we could talk for hours. I think I hope you can hear the excitement and how proud we are of what's there. And both Susan's crew and Trisha's crew are working hard to just keep developing that. And I'll let Susan talk about something coming up here with fitness, which is kind of an exciting thing.
We are very fortunate. I never like to the cart before the horse, but next week we should be, we have been given a donation from a very generous town resident that will fund the equipment for the fitness room in the building. Wow. So happy tears and sad tears, because now everything else that we have scheduled in there, we have to find a home for. But those are great problems to have. So we'll have more on that very soon, but just wanted to leave that exciting little, because I know there's lots of folks out there that have asked about that. So
wow. It'll be a nice addition. And so Susan and I are working hard to come up with, policies on that and everything that go along with that. But it's really been a pleasure to be over there, to see the activity day in and day out, and to work with that. So very happy.
Just for the public's, I know you guys are aware of this. If you haven't got, if you, I guess it can be any age, but to get your newsletter and peruse that newsletter, and you'll see what is actually going on or available in that building. It's just phenomenal. And my question was going to be, has it caught on yet where people are coming to you to want to do programs? Or do you recruit the programs?
That's a great question. Yes, it has definitely caught on. And I don't think I mentioned it, but we do, from when we opened in March, we've had over 800 brand new to us, never participated in anything people. And those are the one, those are also with those check-ins, there's certainly still people who walk in and we don't catch them, so they're not counted. So those numbers are always a little less. But it's a little bit of both. We maintain social media, which is me, the Facebook page and Instagram. And so any kind of promotion, our page on the town website, so there's a little bit of recruitment. I mean, we have to put the word out as we've been able to expand programs, and we work hard to offer a range of programming. Some of it is wellness and technically, blood pressure clinics, things like that. And I didn't even mention our contract with the VNA for the town public health services has expanded what we can offer in partnership tremendously. So some of the things are like that. Other things are surprisingly, I'm always surprised sometimes at programs that are extremely well attended. So we did a presentation in December on just discussion on Israel and Gaza and what the history there is, and we had over 50 people at that presentation. They were so thrilled. He's an MIT professor. He's coming back to do an artificial intelligence presentation later this month. Those kinds of things. So it's a little bit of both.
And I think Rec is seeing that as well. And we've had classes over there such as like fencing and adult dodgeball and all those kind of things. And we've also had a farm this summer. We had a farm to table learn to cook class with some of our youth, and they actually made some amazing things. And the work in that kitchen was fantastic. And then coming up, we're going to be doing an intergenerational cooking class where working with some seniors and some of our younger recreation kids, and they're going to be sharing recipes and teaching each other the recipes and doing that. So lots of new stuff.
I was impressed to see that because that kitchen is unbelievable. That's a great source, and I was going to ask that question. Have you had people looking to use it other than like a birthday party or something like that? Anything bigger?
Yeah. So yes, I think with the health regulations and things like that, you have to have certain licenses and serve safe and all of that. So we're navigating all of that, but certainly it's being used for many different things. So from the weekly meals and preps and stuff like that. So definitely been utilized.
That's great. I mean, it's just...
Any concerns? Are you, just out of interest, you guys have been going for almost a year now.
Well, I was going to comment that every day is an adventure and a surprise, depending on... So, we continue to work with our contractors and our facilities department because we're still in that contract phase. So I am now a project manager and a GC, so up for hire. I'm cheap. But concerns, there's only more good things to come. I think the only concern would be that we don't have enough room. We need to expand. And
No.
it's a great problem. It really is. And we have so many creative ideas that we have collectively talked about with Guy, with Rec and the COA, so lots of good things to come.
Yeah, and I just think, to echo off that, Tricia and Susan, we're working hard to expand our programming, expand our hours. Susan, it sounds like a little thing, but she just adjusted some of her one of her staff members so that the building can open at 8 instead of 8:30 to get somebody in there. If they want to come in and use the walking track a little bit earlier, then now they can. And we're still working with management to find resources to, open, evenings or weekends and things like that. But right now, people are getting in there through programming at various times. The gym Monday through Friday is being utilized every night, and now on the weekends as well. So, we're just excited to keep adding and growing within the space.
I do want to add one thing from a town perspective is 2024 will be the first full year. All of the, I forget which precinct it is, will be voting at the Center for Active Living. So again, just so many, all the things that we visioned, the intuitive uses for this building are flowing very smoothly. So there was voting there last, do you remember when that was? Spring?
Sure.
And it went great. So heading into a very busy presidential election year, it's going to be great.
Right. And I think when you look at the overall property, and not to get too much in the weeds, but it goes without saying, with the phenomenal skate park, the pickleball and tennis courts, the big field with the, the bazaar and the flea markets, and then the disc golf course that with CPA funds was able to build with Cape Cod Disc Golf, to the recreation, outdoor courts and the facilities there, and all that goes on down at Oakcrest Cove. It really is a hub of recreation. And then you could go across the street to the Cape Cod BMX and all that's going on with those guys. It's impressive. We're adding, a bathhouse at the skate park, hopefully coming soon, hopefully for this summer, which will just enhance that area as well. So it's really awesome. It's really awesome to see how much that has grown, how much it services the public. Even today, people were out playing pickleball and tennis and skateboarding and doing all that. So just a phenomenal area for our community.
If I could just add one thing, I think it's, if you look back on like how we acquired that property and you know, the amount of time that it took and the sort of the foresight of the public and the board at the time, because you know, when we bought those, I think it's 83 acres from Agilent, which was the successor to Hewlett-Packard. You know, we had originally approached them, a couple of us, to see if they would donate a few acres at the corner for a public safety facility. And unfortunately, they said no at the time, but they remembered we were interested when they actually wanted to get rid of the whole property. And the select board at the time had the foresight to ask the voters to fund that through debt exclusion, not through Cape Cod Land Bank funds or Community Preservation Act funds, because we wanted to use that property. And I don't think any of us in our wildest dreams could have imagined that whole area being used as it's being used now, but also all the other cool parts that are still natural, and woods, and, you know, the fun program that's done up on the hill with the kids in the summer, and it abuts a whole bunch of conservation properties and walking trails. I mean, I don't think any of us thought it could be what it is today, and it keeps getting better. So we want to thank everybody.
I think I would speak for this board and the one before it. We pushed to have that as a community building, and I know I pushed Heather a lot of times about, let's use it as much as we can, and you guys have done that. My God, it's really come off. I don't think it could be any better, to be honest with you, you know. So congratulations.
And just a reminder that you guys are in still the first year that you're still adding programs, because I know I get phone calls. We've discussed, you know, like the weekend open the gym up and stuff like that. I know that, you know, all those things are coming. It's just that we're still, you know, in the figuring out phase, but those things are coming. And it's really a great facility, because the last, I would say 2 or 3 weeks, I mean, I've been in there almost every other night with the basketball, you know, with the school. And, you know, some of the other parents that were sitting next to us from NOS and some of the other bigger schools, they're like, wow, this is really this is a nice facility. This is really brand new. This is great. You know, nice court. So, yeah, it's just it's good to hear that. They have no idea, you know, who I am or sitting there, but you know, it's good to hear that, you know, that it's nice. You know, it's good. Thank you.
I just want to make a quick comment about the tremendous synergy that's obvious between the Recreation Department, Susan's staff, and the Senior and Community Service Department, and with the coordination with Guy. You really can see the additional effort, programming, staffing really resonating in the community. And something that's just amazing to see is Susan's staff fully staffed for the first time, I think, since I've been here, and it makes a tremendous difference on the way that facility operates. And I'm in there at least maybe every other week, if not more. And every time I'm in there, there are all people of all ages doing all sorts of interesting things. So thank you, all of you.
That's great. Does anybody else have any other questions? Thank you both for coming in. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
So we're going to change the order up this evening a little bit, and we're going to start off part of our staff meeting. Representative Jim Lahane's here from the Thornton Burgess Society, along with Senator Susan Moran, Representative Steve Zaros, the Upper Cape Superintendent Roger Forget, I don't believe is here, but he has a Senate representative, and the Upper Cape students. Jim, if you want to take it away for the Thornton Burgess Society.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And am I talking into the microphone all right? Okay, we practiced this. I would like to thank you folks for allowing us to have our first public kickoff of the 150th birthday celebration of Thornton W. Burgess. We have a busy January, this being the first. We have a few other events happening here in January, and we hope to have one or more events every month of the year 2024. It's very ambitious, but well, we're a little crazy. This will be fine. It'll work out just fine. And you have introduced a number of people already, so rather than delay, I would ask Representative Zaros to come on up, and I think he may have a citation which he'd like to read. probably here with the microphone. All right. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you. Honorable Board, Town Administrator, Assistant, everybody in the audience, this is an honor for me, especially in this building and in this town. And I'm the one that gets to read the littlest tree story right around the corner in the pitch black at Christmas time. It's beautiful. So it all ties together. I have a proclamation from the State House, and I'll read it. From the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, House of Representatives, which is 160 men and women from Provincetown to Pittsfield and back, be it hereby known to all that the Massachusetts House of Representatives offers our sincerest congratulations to the town of Sandwich and Thornton W. Burgess in recognition of the celebration of the work and the life of Sandwich's Thornton W. Burgess on his 150th birthday. The entire membership extend our very best wishes and express the hope for good fortune and continued success, given this day, the 14th of January, 2024, from the State House in Boston, where American freedom was born. And I get to work by the Speaker of the House, Ronald Mariano, and by me, your State Representative, Stephen Exaros. So to the town of Sandwich, congratulate.
You know, you could kill a speaker here with these chairs. It's really cool.
He doesn't get it.
As the chairman mentioned, Senator Moran had hoped to be here this evening. She could not be. However, there are a number of members of a committee that have been working on this program since last March. And God love them, they still come to meetings, and they're here tonight. And I'm going to ask one of them, Sandy Murray, who is the reference librarian here in town, to come up and read a proclamation from Senator Moran.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, here's the proclamation. Commending the Cape Cod Museum of Natural History on its recognition of the 150th anniversary of Thornton W. Burgess's birth. Whereas on January 11th, 2024, the Cape Cod Museum of Natural History will sponsor a celebration of the 150th anniversary of Thornton W. Burgess's birth at the Town of Sandwich Select Board meeting. And whereas Thornton W. Burgess was born in the town of Sandwich on January 14, 1874, and whereas Thornton W. Burgess, a Cape Codder by birth and inheritance through an unbroken line of ancestors, rose to become a celebrated author of 170 books and 15,000 syndicated newspaper articles, hosted the Radio Nature League broadcast, and produced scores of other works. And whereas Thornton W. Burgess was a prolific writer and was among the earliest of conservationists, naturalists, and environmentalists. And whereas Thornton W. Burgess used his stories and the animal characters he created to educate and delight children and adults around the world. And whereas Thornton W. Burgess's abiding passion inspired generations that followed to be lovers and guardians of nature. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Massachusetts Senate hereby commends the Cape Cod Museum of Natural History on its recognition of the 150th anniversary of Thornton W. Burgess's birth, and be it further resolved that a copy of these resolutions be transmitted forthwith by the Clerk of the Senate to the Cape Cod Museum of Natural History, signed and adopted by Karen E. Spilka, President of the Senate, Michael Hurley, Clerk of the Senate, and presented by Senator Susan Moran.
Now, there's one more proclamation that will be read, but we're going to hold that to the very end because the very end is the most exciting part of this. Before we get to the next part, I'd also like to recognize, and he is here somewhere, Bob Dwyer. Where is Bob? There he is in the back. He's very modest. He is the president and executive director of both museums, Greenbrier Nature Center, and thank God for them because now we are back thriving again, and the Cape Cod Museum of Natural History down in Brewster. I also recognize in the audience a very famous children's librarian, but would like to point out that he was the very first naturalist, Stu, at the Greenbrier Nature Center in 1976 when Nancy Titcomb and others put that plan together thanks to the town and private ownership, and it's nice to have that kind of continuity here. Let's see. Also here tonight, representing the superintendent of Upper Cape Technical High School, and I must say I want to thank them again for being great partners, and they have prepared that cake, which I hope everybody has seen, and you guys are going to see it in a few minutes up close, for working with us and being so accommodating. And I will point out one thing. I am so technologically inept that had I sent them, you know, something in a, I don't know, JPEG, I don't know what it is, with the picture in color on it, they would have been able to scan it and put it on the cake. Instead, I brought a piece of paper which had colorful characters on it, and so someone there, some very talented person, literally hand-painted the characters that you see on there. So it is one special cake, and for those of you who are working on your biceps, try to lift that. Anyhow, if David Sampson, who once sat up here, as I recall, oh wait, before we do that, David, one more thing. Not only am I technologically inept, but I also have a very bad memory. I'm going to ask Sandy, who has a big event at the end of this month, to quickly talk about it. And
yes. So the public library is hosting a 150th birthday celebration for the children and families of Sandwich. So on Saturday, January 27th, we have two seatings, one at 11 and one at 1:30. If you go to the Sandwich Public Library website, you can go through our event calendar, and we are asking people to register for those events. We have a lot planned. We have our fabulous, beloved
Hi, my name is Lenny. I work as a firefighter paramedic for the town of Mashpee. This is my work vehicle. My job is to help people when they call 911 when they're sick or in a car accident. When you see me, I'll be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is helping people and being part of my local community. When I was a kid, I loved to play sports and be part of a team. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Dr. Malone. I work as a physician in the emergency center. My job is to take care of people and make them feel better. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is that I get to meet lots of people. When I was a kid, I loved to play soccer and do gymnastics. My favorite food is tacos, and my favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Liz. I'm a nurse at the Emergency Center at Cape Cod Hospital. My job is to take care of people when they feel sick or hurt. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is making people feel better. And when I was a kid, I loved riding my bike everywhere. My favorite food is sushi, and my favorite color is pink. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hello again, Sandwich. I'm Greg Anderson. Hey, I want you to know about a brand new monthly one-on-one interview show that I am now doing with Sandwich School Superintendent Joe Maruschek. This is where Joe and I are going to sit down and we're going to discuss the school issues that matter the most to our communities, from questions that are provided by you. Bullying, budget, teachers, enrollment, anything. How far can Joe run without getting winded? Send your questions to me at askoursuperintendent@gmail.com, and I will bring your questions to him on the air. Again, it's askoursuperintendent@gmail.com. The show is called Ask the Soup on SCTV and all your favorite digital or social media platforms.
Hi, my name is Nick Robbins. I work as a firefighter paramedic at the Bourne Fire Department. This is my place of work, and this is my vehicle behind me. It's a fire engine. My job is to respond to emergencies and help people when they're having bad days. Sometimes when you see me wearing this uniform, I might have my mask or some really loud gear. The best part of my job is to be able to reach out to the community and be a face to the public. My favorite food is barbecue, anything barbecue, and my favorite color is red, like the fire truck. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Mark Peterson. I work as a police officer for the town of Sandwich. This is where I work, and this is my cruiser. My job is to serve and protect the community of Sandwich. When you see me, I'll be wearing this blue uniform and a police vest. The best part of my job is to serve and protect the community I grew up in. When I was a kid, I loved to play football and lacrosse. My favorite food is pasta, and my favorite color is yellow. I'm always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Anita Atkinson, and I work as a Coast Guard pilot at Coast Guard's Air Station Cape Cod. This is where I work, and this is my work vehicle, the 60 helicopter. My job is to be an aviator and to save lives as a Coast Guard aviator. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform, a Coast Guard flight suit. The best part of my job is to save lives and give back to the community. When I was a little kid, I used to love running around, getting dirty with my hands and building things. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is red. I am always here to help, and I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Lenny. I work as a firefighter paramedic for the town of Mashpee. This is my work vehicle. My job is to help people when they call 911 when they're sick or in a car accident. When you see me, I'll be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is helping people and being part of my local community. When I was a kid, I loved to play sports and be part of a team. My favorite food is pizza. My favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.
Hi, my name is Dr. Malone. I work as a physician in the emergency center. My job is to take care of people and make them feel better. When you see me, I will be wearing this uniform. The best part of my job is that I get to meet lots of people. When I was a kid, I loved to play soccer and do gymnastics. My favorite food is tacos, and my favorite color is blue. I'm always here to help. I love being a local hero.